environmental transition, including creating a special ministry for this. And this is not merely an issue of how much a country has industrialized in the past, but rather how much a country can contribute in the future. This is why almost a year ago, in the framework of the conference, the climate conference in Glasgow, I announced the creation of a new marine reserve called Hermandad, or Brotherhood, in the Galapagos Islands, which increased by 60,000 square kilometers the protected area of this natural heritage site of humanity. That same year, this was further complemented with the signature of a declaration for the preservation and management of ecosystems included in the marine corridor of the East Tropical Pacific. This was we signed this together with my colleagues from the presidents of Colombia, Costa Rica, and Panama, to provide a new dimension and political impetus to the goals of the marine corridor. Thus, we are opening new opportunities for cooperation, financing, and technical assistance for the conservation not only of equatorial biodiversity or regional biodiversity, but rather global biodiversity. But we're more ambitious. We're looking beyond that. It's in this same very institution where we have promoted the mandate of the General Assembly on the environment in order to negotiate a future treaty on the plastic pollution. And so in the area of environmental conservation, Ecuador is also there for the world. Mr. President, in each one of the topics I have mentioned here, in each one of these challenges and uncertainties that the future holds before us, Ecuador supports a conviction that we need to find the responses within ourselves. In our understanding that we as human beings share this planet Earth, and what we have in common is much bigger than what divides us, what separates us. And in fact, it could happen that we are not even aware that we have in our hands keys to solve problems that other nations or other individuals are confronting. In fact, that is what happened with Mateo, the student that we managed to transport from Ukraine. If on each challenge we apply that form of thinking, if we dare to tackle each threat from a common position, we will go much farther. For example, take the food crisis, which today has been aggravated by the conflict in Ukraine, and that has meant the worsening of malnutrition in various countries. International figures speak of 52 million children younger than 5 years of age that today suffer malnutrition. 17 million suffer from acute malnutrition, and 155 million suffer from stunted growth. In Ecuador, this problem affects some 30% of children younger than 2 years of age, and in the most tragic cases, in some of our poorest provinces, the figure is above 35% of malnutrition. To confront this problem, my government has been a pioneer. We have created a technical secretariat. It's called Ecuador Develops Without Child Malnutrition, and I have set a very clear goal for my term: reduce during my term of government by 6 percentage points the malnutrition of children, and we have ensured the participation of civil society, academia, the private sector, and local governments in these efforts. And however, we can certainly do even more. we can dare to think as a global community. I won't be revealing any kind of secret to you if I tell you how fertile is the land in Ecuador, how productive our land is, if that land is worked with optimism and dedication. We are the country where cocoa is grown, banana, where we produce shrimp, but also avocado and a lot of other agricultural goods. It makes no sense that our children, or children from anywhere in the world, suffer hunger. In this situation or any other situation, and especially given that the land is there to be harvested, not only for food but also for opportunities. This new Ecuador today represents advantages that could serve not only to ease hunger, but also to create this world that is more stable and peaceful that I mentioned, where citizens are included on every single day, feel more included through the creation of opportunities. That is the world that I see. That is the world that today we are proposing to you from Ecuador. Lastly, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, former Secretary General of the UN, Ban Ki-moon, said, peace is a form of being, of relating to others, of living on this planet. It cannot be decreed only through treaties. It must be nourished with rights and the abilities and skills of every single individual. End of quote. I believe that in very few words that encapsulates the spirit of what I've tried to say, and I will take this opportunity to express the support of Ecuador for the efforts of the Secretary General, the current Secretary General, Antonio Guterres. I would like to, in conclusion, thank everyone for the overwhelming support for the election of my country as a member of the Security Council for the period 2023-2024. Our participation will take place in a context in which humankind is experiencing a period of uncertainty and unprecedented challenges. But you can always be certain that, as we have always done, Ecuador will be there, fulfilling its duty to the world. We will conduct ourselves with coherency and transparency, with an emphasis on supporting humanitarian assistance and peacekeeping operations, on the protection of civilians in situation of armed conflict, on the agenda of women, peace, and security, on the fight against arms trafficking, and always addressing emerging challenges in the context of sustaining peace. In all this, and each decision, and each effort at mediation, and each opportunity to contribute to the stability and peace of our planet, you can be certain, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, that Ecuador will be there for you and for your citizens. Ecuador will be there for the world. Thank you very much for your kind attention for this intervention. May God bless us all.
I wish to thank the Constitutional President of the Republic of Ecuador for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema, President of the Republic of Zambia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency, Ambassador Korosi, President of the 77th Session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the UN, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, first we congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election as the 77th President of the UN General Assembly. With your vast experience, we're confident that you will successfully provide the required leadership during your tenure as President of the General Assembly. We pay tribute, of course, in the same manner to Mr. Abdallah Shahid for his unwavering dedication and good stewardship during the 76th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, we meet here at a very difficult time, a time when global challenges have not only multiplied, but have become more complex. Such challenges include the COVID-19 pandemic, the climate change, the war in Ukraine, and the associated effects of the supply chain disruptions, food insecurity around the world, the high commodity and energy prices, as well as the overall high cost of living, which have cast a dark shadow on the attainment of the SDGs on our continent. The risk and the world, the risk of reversal in the hard-won developmental gains is ever so real. COVID-19 unmasked the global inequalities which stretch well beyond income and political boundaries, as evidenced through the varied access to vaccines. The risk of further inequality is also real, especially for us developing countries which have inadequate capacity to adapt and mitigate the effects of climate change, despite our insignificant carbon footprint, sadly so. This is truly a defining moment of our time where collective efforts must be channeled to address the numerous challenges that we face. Mr. President, it is why Zambia welcomes the challenge on building our common agenda and endorsed the call to convene the summit for the future. We call for the attainment of a pact for the future that underwrites a new form of multilateralism in our world, one where major challenges are faced together in solidarity within a context of revitalized international order that is rules-based, number one, number two, fair and inclusive, number three, with the United Nations at the center of it all. As a country with the 2/3 of our population below the age of 25, the outlook on the future and emphasis on intergenerational equity is so important to us. Our government seeks to harness this democratic dividend by investing in its youthful population and energetic members of our population for a better future. We therefore support the establishment of the UN Youth Office at the UN here. This should encourage meaningful youth engagement in diverse ways, such as in political representation, access to lifelong skills training and education, support to youth innovation, and indeed entrepreneurship, decision-making, and all the spheres of life, including climate change and environmental protection. Mr. President, in spite of the steady progress made towards curbing the COVID-19 pandemic, we still need to remain vigilant to guard against the possibility of its resurgence. We have all experienced the negative impact of the pandemic, particularly the loss of millions of our loved ones, lives across the world, disruption in social economic activities. As the world continues to recover from this pandemic, it is therefore necessary to find lasting solutions, including investment in resilient health systems that will respond to future pandemics of the likes that we have witnessed with the COVID-19, just amongst others. This entails the establishment of a versatile international public health regime that will be devoid of hoarding vaccines and related technologies to guarantee rapid deployment of supplies, indeed from a global reserve to tackle future pandemics. Mr. President, the re-emergence of polio in our world is of great concern, and as such, Zambia is participating in supplementary immunization activities along with a number of countries in our region in order to prevent and halt the spread of wild poliovirus type 1. This is in addition to ongoing activities to fight other vaccine-preventable diseases such as what? Measles, as well as to strengthen our routine immunization and maintain essential health services for maternal and child health. As the Globe Cholera Control Champion, and many thanks to the WHO who gave us this opportunity to serve in this role, our fight against cholera must continue with vigor, relentlessly with vigor. We also need to remain alert to any possible outbreaks of monkeypox, Ebola virus, and indeed other threats in our world. The international community must work together to address the growing threat to environmental, human, and animal health resulting from antimicrobial resistance, commonly referred to as drug resistance. Drug resistance, bacterial infections to bacterial infections continue to cause millions of deaths where, for example, in particular, sub-Saharan Africa has the greatest burden of resistance bacterial infections, accounting for a greater proportion of deaths in our regions. This calls for greater control systems in access to antimicrobial medicines for both human and animal use. I shall now focus on other areas of interest. Economic performance. Mr. President, the Ukraine crisis has hampered the recovery that was slowly taking hold, particularly in the developing world, where large sections of our society remain in extreme poverty and the inequalities widen by the day. With the attainment of the SDGs off track, countries must intensify national consultative processes and stakeholder engagements and renew commitments to poverty reduction, tackle energy poverty, support debt restructuring, and enhance access to concessional finance, very important to our own development agendas in our individual countries. On our part, we hereby indicate this, in this regard, our intention to present our second voluntary national review in July 2023 to highlight Zambia's progress towards sustainable development goals, achievement of. Despite the challenges in the external environment, we are resolved to rebuild the Zambian economy, and this resolve remains strong ever before. Our economic recovery is on track, Mr. President, evidenced by the positive growth indicators and stabilization of key macro variables such as what? Interest rate regime, indeed, exchange rate market stability, inflation, which we have been able to pull down from 25% to well under 9.88% in just 1 year of being in office. Mr. President, Zambia is on a path of growth from the economic contraction that we experienced in the past, which was somewhere in the region of -2%, and to GDP estimated now just under a year to grow at about 3%. When you add -2 and 3% growth, it means we've grown by about 5% in the last 12 months. This is something that has been difficult to achieve, but with a lot of hard work, we've been able to do it. But we want to do more. Effectively, in terms of social economic benefits, our commitment to providing equal opportunities, especially for the young people, has been demonstrated by the introduction of free primary and secondary education, as we believe that education is the best equalizer. Education is the best investment. Education is the best inheritance without doubt. Consistent with our pledge to invest in human capital, we have recruited over 30,000 teachers, 11,000 health workers in 2022 alone. We are decentralizing, Mr. President, our service delivery and have increased the allocation of Constituency Development Fund by over 1,000 percentage points in our first budget in office. Just the beginning. Expenditure of these funds at community level is meant to ensure inclusive and sustainable economic growth that will support SME development and employment creation across all our 10 provinces, 156 constituencies in our country. I'm pleased to note that we have reached, in principle, agreement with our creditors under the common framework to restructure the national debt which we inherited, and have effectively concluded an IMF deal based on our more important homegrown economic transformation plan. We say many thanks to the International Monetary Fund, to the World Bank, and basically the UN system and other cooperating partners for your support. Climate change. Mr. President, the adverse effects of climate change have continued to ravage our planet. In addressing the emerging global crisis on climate change, allow me to cite a situation in Zambia where recently one half of our country experienced total crop failure due to extreme drought, and another half of our country experienced floods in one season. This is obviously not normal. Climate change, negative effects. Such extreme weather events are a timely reminder of the grave consequences of climate change. We therefore need robust solutions and cohesion in our approach at the global and regional levels to address effects of climate change, without doubt. As chair of the African Group of Negotiators on Climate Change, Mr. President, Zambia calls for enhanced global efforts in addressing climate change, which should include increased financial support for countries with limited resources to mitigate, indeed, to adapt to the effects of and negative climate change issues. Zambia has mainstreamed the green growth and climate change, proofing it in the current National Development Plan, which has articulated broad policy measures on transitioning Zambia into a climate resilient and inclusive green economy over time. 3, gender. Mr. President, Zambia has continued to build on the efforts of attaining gender equality and inclusivity in various sectors of our society. Based on empirical evidence, women empowerment and poverty alleviation are positively correlated, I must say. It is therefore imperative that we dedicate corresponding efforts to ensure that gender disparities are curtailed at all levels. Mr. President, Zambia, under our national gender policy, has been implementing affirmative action in favor of women and girls to ensure that their full potential is realized not once but all times. Ending child marriage. Mr. President, to complement these measures, Zambia is championing the campaign to end child marriage in Africa and, of course, in the world. In the same vein, we are proud to inform this Assembly that this morning, Zambia, Canada, and other cooperating partners held a side event to galvanize support and review commitment from the international community towards ending child early forced marriages. With the assurances made during this event, we are hopeful that we shall be able to achieve the Sustainable Development Goal of Gender Equality, Target 5.3 in our programming that aims at eliminating this harmful practice, without doubt. International peace, security, and stability. Mr. President, the world at large has grappled with growing instability and insecurity within the last year, and the effects have been felt by millions of people across the world. Zambia believes that without peace and stability, our joint developmental efforts are in vain, totally in vain. As such, we are committed to remain strong advocates of peace and stability in Southern Africa and the entire African continent and the world over. Our guiding principle is that instability, Mr. President, anywhere is instability everywhere. This reminds us that ending war and conflict is not only the responsibility of those that are directly involved in the conflict, but it's a shared obligation of every global citizen and indeed every nation. I mean all of us without exception, Mr. President. We cannot afford to allow instability to derail our programs, noble programs to better the lives of our people. We therefore take this matter seriously and shall continue to actively participate in efforts to restore peace in all the troubled regions of our global village. As the incoming chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, security cooperation, Zambia prioritized the restoration of peace and stability in our own country, to start with, and the region. As it is said, Mr. President, charity begins at home. At the continental level, Zambia remains engaged and committed to the efforts of the African Union, the United Nations in promoting peace in various conflict areas around our global world, our global community. Going forward, our UN system should, we argue, Mr. President, tilt more efforts towards prevention of conflicts, which is more cost-effective and palatable, I shall say. Zambia, as a signatory to various disarmament treaties and conventions, remains committed to promoting global peace and security. Mr. President, Zambia joins other governments in expressing particular concern about the ongoing war in Ukraine. As we stand with all those affected, both inside Ukraine and in the neighboring countries, we also take this opportunity to stress the far-reaching negative consequences of this war, particularly on the prices of food across the world, fuel, fertilizer, and other key commodities. War in any part of the world, Mr. President, has a damaging effect on economic activity, which derails our collective fight against poverty and hunger. Mr. President, a few months of war can erase decades of progress. I shall repeat this. A few months of war can erase. Take note of this. We therefore categorically condemn war anyway, and we continue to urge all parties involved to pursue diplomatic solutions to conflict resolution. Let me repeat, our UN, and I want to emphasize this, our UN should continue with its peace efforts in this particular conflict, and your efforts, Mr. President, our collective efforts, are well recognized, and thank you for that. UN reforms. Mr. President, we wish to stress that global ambitions toward peace and security largely depend on the effectiveness of the United Nations Security Council. The inadequacies of the current structure of the Security Council, however, have become increasingly pronounced with ceding of decision-making on matters of global peace and security to the General Assembly that otherwise would have been its preserve. That's a preserve of the Security Council. But this burden is now pushed to the General Assembly. I think this is not correct. This brings to the fore the need for the long overdue reforms of the UN Security Council. We appreciate the call from President Biden for greater inclusivity in the Security Council. We therefore continue to advance the African Common Position as espoused in the Ezelwyn Consensus and the CITES Declaration to ensure the effectiveness, credibility, and legitimacy of our UN Security Council. In conclusion, Mr. President, we wish to reaffirm Zambia's commitment to the fundamental principles which the United Nations was founded upon, which safeguard our shared future, indeed, of peace, prosperity for all nations, not for some nations, I shall emphasize, but peace and stability and prosperity for all nations. Mr. President, I thank you for your kind attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Zambia for the statement just made. and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Angie Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Angie Rajoelina, President of the Republic of Madagascar, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président de la...
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, delegates. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, allow me at the outset to address Mr. Korosi, Director of Environmental Sustainability in the Office of the President of Hungary. Mr. President, your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations is a clear message about the roadmap established by this annual meeting of nations. Mr. President, please accept my warmest congratulations. Secretary General, I convey to you my deep gratitude for your continued commitment and your devotion in your leadership of the United Nations organization. On behalf of the Malagasy people, I also wish to take the opportunity offered to me by this illustrious rostrum to reiterate our deepest condolences to the British people. Queen Elizabeth II inspired many generations in her country and throughout the world. I also wish to convey my congratulations and our wish for a reign full of health and blessings to His Majesty King Charles III. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the annual meeting of the United Nations at the General Assembly is always an opportunity to raise the banner of our aspirations, namely the aspiration which brings us all together here, that is universal peace. Now that we've learned to live with COVID-19, that we have discussed at length over the last 2 years, we are, in spite of everything, facing the consequences of this crisis. This crisis has proven to us that it is in the most difficult times that we realize the importance of solidarity between nations. The theme of this session, Transformative Solutions to Interlocking Challenges, becomes entirely logical. In this context, it gives us new hope, reassures us, and gives us new prospects for advancing together along the path of development. When we were forced to face the health crisis, we chose to place our trust in our scientists and in the natural riches of our land. The creation of the pharmaceutical plant in Madagascar, Pharmalgasy, when the crisis was in full swing, demonstrated that we could turn difficulties into opportunities in order to exploit our biodiversity and in so doing protect our people. Despite the fact that we predicted the apocalypse in Africa, the infection rate and death rate in Madagascar is among the lowest in the world. We were classified as a green zone. In other words, we were among the countries with the lowest infection rate, and as such, entering Madagascar requires neither a PCR test or a health certificate. We have flown in the face of all statistics, and we have emerged from this crisis stronger than ever, and particularly more committed than ever to ensuring that our country emerges and flourishes. Ladies and gentlemen, the world was just getting back on its feet from the pandemic when new crises emerged. No country has been spared by the consequences of COVID-19, and the conflict in Ukraine has sowed further instability and heightened inequalities. This is yet another major obstacle to our efforts to recover from the COVID-19 pandemic. Like all countries in the world, we are feeling the full force of the inflation caused by this crisis. We are convinced that all wars end around a table. Dialogue is the only way to bring about peace. As such, Madagascar reiterates its appeal for dialogue to resolve the conflict, because its consequences are global. They're growing more burdensome day by day, and developing nations such as our own are those that pay the highest consequences of this crisis. The crucial role of the United Nations must be to encourage multilateralism in order to find equitable solutions which take account of the strengths and weaknesses of each country and its people. How can we accept the fact that in this period of crisis, certain countries with more than $100,000 GDP per capita and others with less than 600 GDP per capita buy barrels of oil on the same market and at the same price? Our organization can take measures to support low-income countries so that they can benefit from and supply themselves with oil at equitable prices, because the current global situation is a source of major upheaval in many countries. Certain states have seen themselves affected by instability. Social fabrics are unraveling and economies are growing more fragile. Indeed, certain countries have been forced to increase fuel prices by 50%, and in some countries that has produced riots and socioeconomic turbulence. Recovery is a shared concern. Our solidarity is the only way that we will be able to heal our societies, ensure that our economies recover, support growth, and establish peace. Ladies and gentlemen, dear leaders, as things stand, all countries have been forced to review their development strategies, and in so doing, they've been convinced of the need to speed up the industrialization and the process of ensuring the self-sufficiency of all countries. We are convinced that we must produce and locally process everything our population needs. There are weapons more powerful than bombs, tanks, and missiles. These are our lands, our raw materials, our natural resources, and our people. Local industrialization, agricultural innovation, and the leadership of leaders are our ammunition to build our strength and to strengthen our shield so that we can protect our people. In Madagascar, our strategy has involved developing a plan to make up our development delays. We have established the plan Emergence Madagascar, and I began implementing that plan when I entered into office in 2019. Our vision is clear and has gone hand in hand with political will that we demonstrate through everything that we do. A sector-by-sector and project-based approach has been prioritized in order to raise Madagascar to the rank of newly emerging country. We've launched an ambitious program of reforms to modernize our administration, strengthen human capital, and foster strong, inclusive, and sustainable economic growth whose driving force is development. Madagascar is a blessed country because we have water resources for hydroelectric. We have a number of sunshine hours per year. That means that we can open solar power stations, and we have wind power for wind farms. As things stand, many countries are facing energy problems. Consequently, we need to step up the pace of renewable energy production to achieve energy self-sufficiency in the next 5 years. We intend to double, even triple, our energy production capacity. Counterparts, brothers. Now is 2022, and it's unfortunate to note that Africa remains the continent in which the majority of families live in darkness and obscurity. More than 600 million African people, 85% of which are Madagascan households, continue to use candles and oil lamps to light their homes. Consequently, we are launching one of the largest operations ever seen to equip Madagascan homes with solar kits by the end of next year. A number of these, of course, will be subsidized by the state. Once this goal has been achieved, Madagascar intends to become perhaps the first, or at least among the first, countries in the African continent to have brought light to all of its people. Climate change is one of the major challenges of our age. We all need to tackle this challenge. It is important and indeed urgent to work together and rally to protect our planet. From this high rostrum, I wish to sound the alarm. Commitments were made during COP21 and were reaffirmed during COP26. These commitments related to the creation of the Green Climate Fund. It was decided that this fund would be funded to the tune of $100 billion a year. Madagascar was the 5th African country to complete its national adaptation plan. As such, my country should have been among the beneficiaries of this Green Fund. However, access to this financing is painfully slow, and as things stand, no commitment made has been upheld. It is unfair that the least polluting nations pay the highest price for the impact of climate change. Madagascar is an island nation, and as such, vulnerable to the whims of the climate. In 2022 alone, this year alone, that is, 5 cyclones struck Grande Île in only 2 months. 178,000 hectares of arable land were flooded and destroyed. Our island is the first country to have endured a climate-induced famine. Water resources are drying up in the south of the country, and the people of this region are increasingly vulnerable. The consequences of climate change are worsening, and the global situation calls us to action. How many high-level meetings, summits, and international conferences have we already had? How many statements have we made? How many commitments have we made? Let us now turn these words into actions. Today, I bring to you the cries and the voices of the African continent in general and of Madagascar in particular. Africa's young people, the entire continent, is waiting for polluting countries to comply with agreements made. Keeping these promises is protecting our planet. Our populations demand that this be done, and future generations will hold us accountable. Further down the line, environmental protection issues are particularly dear to my heart. We're all aware that forests are the lungs of the earth, and however, the use of charcoal and firewood remains standard practice across the African continent. And indeed, 92% of my country's population uses these types of fuel. A family using charcoal or firewood for cooking destroys around 1 hectare of forest a year. That's a devastating figure. We must change the practice and the mindset. Consequently, my country will equip 250,000 families with bioethanol stoves in order to preserve 250,000 hectares of our forest every year. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, we've embarked upon major public works projects to transform the country because everything needs to be built and rebuilt. Everything is urgent. Everything is a matter of priority. For the last 4 years almost, we have tirelessly built and rebuilt roads, built schools, health centres, hospitals, dams, courts. We've built prisons in line with international standards. We've built sporting facilities, cultural facilities, and more besides. Madagascar is continually evolving in spite of the crisis which lashes in quick succession globally. My country is so huge that a lot of work has been done to ensure that it can all be connected by transport. However, the road remains long and thorny. We have faith, however, and we continue to move forward with determination. Incidentally, the plan Emergence Madagascar paves the way for the future. From north to south, from east to west, all of Madagascar is being built and rebuilt. Only last week, we opened the National Road 5A in the north of the country. Up till that point, and indeed for decades, had been a dirt road that took a week to travel in the rainy season. As things stand, 2 hours suffice for that journey, and that has meant that immediately the costs and prices of transport and the movement of people and goods have reduced, and that has meant that we've quantitatively improved the lives of local people and encouraged the socio-economic development of many regions of the country. In the south, we're beginning work on National Road 13, and soon work on National Road 10 will begin, as well as National Road 44 in the east. That work on Road 44 is continuing, and that has connected the nation's main granary to transport links. In the northwest, National Road 31 will be entirely restored, and that will mean that we can properly access our second largest granary. The first major motorway in the country will link the capital to our major port, and the work on that will begin in a few weeks. Currently, that journey requires 10 hours, but once the work has finished, that journey will only take 2 hours. The demographic dividend is today a variable which must be factored into our equations. We need to change the structure of our population. Current demographic growth is not proportionate to economic growth. In a number of regions, young girls of under 18 years old are already mothers of entire families and find themselves with, on average, 5 to 8 children for which they are responsible. Consequently, they find it more difficult to feed these children, raise these children, care for them, and educate them properly. The family planning program, which has already been launched, is consequently a crucial part of our strategy to control our birth rate and transform the current population from a dependent one into an active and economically productive one. Demography will become an asset for Madagascar and no longer a hindrance to development. In terms of education, we've taken huge strides forward. My government has built more than 1,000 classrooms and has invested a great deal in teaching tools and material. We've established school canteens, we've published books and textbooks, distributed digital tablets in order to considerably improve the quality of education our children and young people receive. The access rate to basic education has increased by 146%, and the school dropout rate has significantly decreased. We have made education a national priority. And here we renew our commitment to transform school and university life and lend new momentum to both. Last year, I had the opportunity to speak of my country's wish to finally see the implementation of resolutions made by the General Assembly of the United Nations in 1979 and 1980. These pertain to the return of the scattered islands and Nosy Islands in the Indian Ocean to Madagascar. We are delighted that very soon we'll have the second meeting of the Joint French-Malagasy Commission on the subject. And based on these resolutions, we hope that we'll have the support of the United Nations to finally have a fair, peaceful solutions. These resolutions indeed confirm the legitimacy of our claims. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, during the pandemic, sick people needed oxygen to survive. Currently, many countries are suffocated by the consequences of successive crises. These countries need support, help, and assistance, which will act as oxygen so that they can breathe and face the challenges of socio-economic recovery, as well as achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. We need to step up the pace of the implementation of new financing mechanisms, such as the Trust Fund for Resilience and Sustainability, and we need to ensure that funds can be disbursed from it. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the International Monetary Fund, the World Bank, and other friendly countries of Madagascar that have always stood shoulder to shoulder with us in the most difficult times. Counterparts, my brotherly African leaders, the Africa of tomorrow must be autonomous, independent, and prosperous. We have a duty to change the history of the continent and to write a new chapter so that each of us and each of our countries can change needs to strengthen its solidarity to provide common solutions to our common problems. May God bless each of our nations. The homeland is sacred. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Madagascar for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Mohammed Yunus Menfi, President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
On behalf of God, the merciful Mr. President of the General Assembly, at the outset of my intervention, I would like to address on my behalf, on behalf of my delegation, my congratulations to Mr. Korosi for his election to the 77th session of the General Assembly. I wish him every success in his term. I also thank Mr. Abdullah Shahid for his tireless work and the invaluable contribution he made during his presidency of the previous session of the General Assembly. I also would like to applaud the continuing efforts of Mr. Antonio Guterres, who leads our organization with wisdom and balance in these difficult circumstances around the world. Ladies and gentlemen, my country, Libya, which I have the honor of serving and representing, is going through a decade of both suffering and hope. Libya is still trying to build its state institutions and consolidate the principles of democracy. The Libyan people have demonstrated to the entire world that they represent a unified a unified nation. In spite of the challenges, the Libyan people, thanks to its forward to realize their aspirations to build our state and pave the way for stability and prosperity. Ladies and gentlemen, the events of today certainly recall the past. The Army of Libyan Liberation, which was created before the creation of the Libyan state, fought alongside the armies of the world, of the free world. After the defeat of fascism, Libya earned its independence. Our independence was born as a result of our national combat, and this made it possible for our founding fathers to build our country and to launch our trajectory of prosperity and development, which in a record time made Libya a model of development. Ladies and gentlemen, today, of course, the situation is very different. Individual interests of different countries involved in the Libyan situation, as well as proxy wars and diverging views on how to solve the situation in Libya, have not given us an opportunity to develop our own national path. The very negative international interventions offer contradictory solutions which push our country towards armed confrontation, which do not spare innocent people and which lead to intransigent political positions, which do not accept any concessions and any middle ground. Ladies and gentlemen, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to its role, as indicated in the Libyan political agreement. As the supreme political authority, this council represents national and international unity of the country and fulfills the function of the commander-in-chief of the army. It is also responsible for leading the efforts of national reconciliation that is inclusive to pave the way towards democratic and peaceful transition through parliamentary and presidential elections. At the same time, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the African Union for having cooperated with us in order to launch the project of national reconciliation. This project represents the most important pillar to support our trajectory that would lead to peace and stability they were hoping for. These responsibilities force us to work in the framework of an impartial and balanced national efforts. In spite of the attempts by certain political parties to push us towards political confrontation that we are trying to avoid by every possible means, we are trying to resolve these political disputes. The Presidential Council has closely followed the series of dialogues between the Parliament and the Council of State. These rounds of dialogue have still not led to an agreement on the constitutional rules to be followed for the parliamentary and presidential elections. The Presidential Council continues to stress that these rounds of dialogue should not continue indefinitely. The Presidential Council is ready to intervene to have the political process, if necessary, to overcome the impasse in the political process, if necessary. At the economic level, the Presidential Council has supported all efforts that have made it possible to restore the production of gas and oil in all Libyan regions. This certainly is in line with the national interests and supports stability on international markets that have been under severe pressure, especially in countries that are major consumers of energy. Furthermore, based on our balanced position, the Libyan Presidential Council is attached to a transparent and fair management of our oil revenue, which belongs to all Libyans. The goal is to have public funds not be a source of conflict, and for them to benefit all Libyans in every corner of the country without geographical, political, or other distinctions. If we manage to achieve this goal, it will reduce the current conflict for power and create a climate that is favorable for our democratic transition. Mr. President, my country considers the role of the United Nations in a positive light, in spite of the slower rate of that intervention recently. We still expect an active role of the United Nations through the new leadership of our UN mission in our country. We call on the continuation of the mission in favor of national inclusive reconciliation that will allow us to overcome the current impasse. This impasse has opened the way for individual initiatives that risk undermining all the political progress achieved thanks to the political dialogue under the auspices of the United Nations. I also call for a new momentum in our economic development. One of the three trajectories of the Berlin Conference, which was neglected as far as we're concerned, that is transparency and justice in management of oil resources, financial control and public expenditure, and combating against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, the world today is on the threshold of a new international order, an order which reminds us of the suffering of humankind at the beginning of the 20th century. And while we thought that the errors of the past would never be repeated again, today, now, it's time for human conscience to speak out in favor of peace, and that the entire world supports the international principles enshrined in the United Nations to uphold the principle of sovereignty of states and to resolve conflicts by peaceful means and to respect good neighborly relations and not destabilize security of nations. I also call on the respect for the right of people to use nuclear energy for peaceful purposes in conformity with the criteria defined by the IAEA. Furthermore, my country is on the front lines of the combat against terrorism, and I call on renewed unity in fighting terrorism. Terrorism still represents a threat to all countries of the world. This threat does not spare any race, any religion, any civilization. My country has fulfilled all its responsibilities at the international level to strike at the sources of financing of terrorism. And from this tribune, I would like to reiterate the commitment of my country to support the right of the Palestinian people to create their own state and to stop the settlements and attacks against it. And we call on upholding international resolutions on this point. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, this month, the Libyan people are observing a minute of silence during the Day of the Martyr, a day that coincides with the assassination of our national hero in the anti-colonial fight, Omar al-Mukhtar. The Libyan people are inspired by the combat of its ancestors to learn patience and to be more determined in defending its rights. The Libyan people draw inspiration from its founding fathers to become more tolerant. The current period will be enshrined in the national memory. Future generations will recognize the positions of those who supported us and those who undermined our security, who pillaged our richness, our wealth. Libya, due to its Arab neighborhood, due to its position in Africa, is a link between civilizations and as an economic hub where the interests of the world are concentrated. And the damage that we've experienced have not only affected the Libyan people, but have also affected the region and our international relations. Thank you very much.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier le
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Presidential Council of the State of Libya for his address, and I ask protocol to accompany him. Thank you.
L'Assemblée va maintenant.
The Assembly will now hear an address by Her Excellency Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova. I request that protocol accompany Her Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming Her Excellency Madame Maya Sandu, President of the Republic of Moldova, and I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Your Excellencies, I'm standing before you today proudly representing the Republic of Moldova, a future member of the European Union. I'm grateful for the unanimous support that we received from the 27 EU member states. Thank you for your recognition and vote of trust in our love for freedom, dynamic democracy, and commitment to the rule of law. A successful peace project, the European Union, through cooperation and integration, was forged to stop the cycle of wars that tormented our continent for centuries. This is another watershed moment in our history, and the EU has to do it again. By applying to join the European Union, we want the world to know we choose democracy over autocracy, liberty over oppression, peace over war, and prosperity over poverty. The EU candidate status gives us hope, a clear sense of direction, a unifying goal, an anchor, and a strong sense of belonging to the free world. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 year ago, no one of us here would have imagined a major war in Europe. Russia's unprovoked war against another sovereign state, Ukraine, has shaken the world to the core, has put to test the fundamental principles of the UN, has shattered global security, triggered a European energy crisis, global food shortages, and an economic downturn. 7 months of bombings have killed thousands of innocent people and pushed millions of Ukrainians to flee their homes. This war is not just an attack on our neighbor and friend, Ukraine. It is an attack on the rules-based international order. It is an attack on nuclear safety. It is an attack on food supplies to countries in the Middle East and Africa. It is an attack on this very institution where we find in ourselves today. We firmly condemn the war against Ukraine, as well as the recently announced additional mobilization of troops by Russia. We firmly stand with Ukraine and support its independence, sovereignty, and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders. I would like to express my utmost admiration to all Ukrainians for their courage, their resilience, and their inner power to continue to do this fight for survival, justice, and freedom. It is our moral duty as an international community to continue supporting Ukraine. Ukraine is fighting today to keep all of us safe, to keep Europe safe. It needs our support. Europe, all of us, we must help Ukraine. As I stand at this tribune, I represent a country that wants peace. I represent the citizens of Moldova who, irrespective of the language that we speak, Romanian, Ukrainian, Russian, Gagauz, or Bulgarian, regardless of our ethnicity or political preferences, whether we live on the right bank of River Nistru or in the breakaway region of Transnistria, we all want peace. A country of less than 3 million people, we have sheltered more than 500,000 refugees fleeing the war. At the peak of the inflow, our population grew by 4%. Some 80,000 refugees chose to stay among us. I use this opportunity to pay tribute from this high rostrum to all Moldovan families who showed unprecedented solidarity with refugees by opening their homes and hearts to those in need. I'm proud of my people. I'm also grateful to the international partners, including the United Nations, who have provided assistance in managing the humanitarian crisis. I also thank the UN Secretary General and other high-level officials who visited our country in our hour of need to show support and solidarity. My deep gratitude goes to France, Germany, Romania, and other partners for setting up the Moldovan support platform that stands by our country in these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, Moldova knows what it is to be a country divided by conflict. In 1992, we faced a brief but tragic war in the Transnistrian region of our country. 3 decades later, we are still trying to overcome the consequences of that conflict and reintegrate our country. The only way to achieve this is through peaceful dialogue and respect for our sovereignty and territorial integrity. As Russia has launched its war against Ukraine, we have worked harder than ever to maintain peace on both banks of Nistru River. We have done our best to ensure that all citizens of Moldova, including those residing in the breakaway region, continue to enjoy peace. The illegal presence of the Russian military troops in the Transnistrian region infringes our neutrality and increases the security risk of our country. We call on the complete and unconditional withdrawal of Russian troops. We call on the destruction of ammunition from Kobasna stockpiles, which pose a security and environmental threat to the region as a whole. As we strive to maintain peace, our economy and society are bearing the brunt of Russia's war against Ukraine. Our resources are strained, investments have slowed down, trade and transport routes are disrupted, inflation is nearing 35%. In addition, we are facing a wide spectrum of hybrid threats, from disinformation and propaganda to cyber attacks and energy pressures. The abnormally high prices for natural gas and Russia's attempts to weaponize gas and oil supplies to Europe have triggered an unprecedented energy crisis. We are one of the most vulnerable countries in the face of this crisis. But this only makes us more determined to diversify our energy resources and decrease dependence on fossil fuels. We plan to increase the share of renewable electricity supplies from 3 to 30% in the next 3 years. This will make our country stronger and our environment healthier and safer. Distinguished audience, we all know that the only way to save the planet is joint global action against climate change. The same goes for the fight against corruption. Corruption weakens states and erodes democracies. We should take it more seriously than ever before. We need clear international mechanisms to stop the flow of dirty money. We need better instruments for asset recovery and restitution. We need better information exchanges between law enforcement and anti-fraud authorities in different countries. And we need to set up international sanction regimes against corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, despite all challenges, Moldova is pressing ahead with our reform agenda. We are building a stronger and more democratic state. Last year, Moldova improved 49 positions in the Press Freedom Index, ranking 40th in the world. Justice reform and the fight against corruption is at the core of our transformation. We are working hard to become a better place for investors, to create jobs, boost the economy, and bring greater prosperity to our people. We are investing in connectivity with Europe, and we are trying to bring our country closer to European standards. We're building roads and bridges, hospitals, and a more modern education system. We are building stronger institutions that will benefit the citizens of Moldova. We are focused, persistent, and relentless. We are determined to bring Moldova into the EU so that every Moldovan can have better living standards and more economic opportunities at home. This is the only way for Moldova to grow as a consolidated democracy in our part of the world during these difficult times. Ladies and gentlemen, as I come before you from a region weakened by war and energy crisis, drought, and rampant inflation, my message is this. In the face of man-made human suffering and economic adversity, the countries of the world must stand together once again. We must do so to reaffirm the value of peace and the inviolability of human life, to defend democracy and freedom, and to uphold the right of every country to decide their own fate. Thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Moldova for her statement, and I ask Protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Haig Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the... On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honour to welcome His Excellency Mr. Hage Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Mr. Antonio Guterres, the Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Namibia congratulates His Excellency Shapa Korosi on your election as President of the 77th session of this August Assembly. Please be assured of Namibia's full support as you provide leadership during your tenure. Allow me to also extend appreciation to your predecessor, His Excellency Abdallah Shahid, for his sterling stewardship as President of the 76th session of the General Assembly. Mr. President, since attaining our political independence 32 years ago, we are proud of the work we have undertaken towards the second phase of our struggle for economic independence. During this period, we have built a strong foundation for our governance architecture, with emphasis on strengthening processes, systems, and institutions. Given these advances in effective governance, we are optimistic in our quest to deal with the triple challenges of inequality, unemployment, and poverty. Our impact plan, the Harambee Prosperity Plan 2, which is accelerating the implementation of the national development plans, is fast-tracking our efforts towards Vision 2030. Since my term of office is coming to an end on 20th March 2025, as a nation with a constitution that binds the head of state to 2-term limits, we have set in motion a process for an orderly succession to continue with our peaceful development. The ruling party, SWAPO, of which I am the head, is currently conducting primaries. There is a real possibility that the next candidate of the SWAPO party for the national presidential elections will be a woman or a young male, of whom the male is from the generation that was never in exile. The presence of women in the line of succession is a demonstration of the strides we have made in gender equality, with women representation at 40% in the National Assembly. Moreover, 90% of our banks are helmed by women. Namibia is a child of international solidarity, midwifed by the United Nations. Therefore, we are convinced about solidarity and partnership as critical enablers of our developmental aspirations. Allow me at this juncture to thank the Secretary General for his comprehensive report on our common agenda, which carries clear recommendations on how to advance the SDGs and all existing global agreements through multilateralism, with the UN at the center of our efforts. I commend the Secretary General for his visionary leadership in proposing that we should meet in a summit of the future to reflect on challenges and opportunities that await current and future generations. Namibia supports the convening of this important summit at the earliest opportune time. Over the past few months, it has been encouraging to note the concerted efforts to shed a spotlight on transforming education and advancing SDG 4. Education is a sector that Namibia has consistently been prioritizing through the allocation of the resources, both human and financial, and the consistent prioritization of policy development. In the context of the recently concluded Transformation of Education Summit, Namibia commits to transformative leadership, ensuring access to inclusive digital technologies, and developing a strategy for innovative financing and resource mobilization. In Namibia, the education sector receives the largest share of budgetary support, equivalent to 8% of GDP, and almost a quarter of the total national budget. The Namibian government offers free primary and secondary education, which demonstrates our commitment to prioritizing and expanding access to education for all. Furthermore, we are proud of the recent landing of the Google Equinor subsea cable, which lends itself greatly to changing Namibia's digital transformation landscape and narrowing our digital divide, in line with our commitment to leveraging the fourth industrial revolution. In Namibia, we have set up the fourth industrial revolution task force, which recently made recommendations as to how Namibia can strengthen domestic capabilities to strive to derive optimal gains from fourth industrial revolution. In line with the recommendations of the task force, the government is currently developing a consolidated national fourth industrial strategy to provide overarching direction and multi-sectoral planning. The strategy will prioritize education reform to close the fourth industrial revolution skills gap, cyber security, and expansion of ICT infrastructure and services. Mr. President, global debt is at an unprecedented level and interest rates are rising. This reality limits our fiscal space. As we talk about our collective aspirations, we should remain acutely aware of the vulnerabilities facing developing countries. Namibia's classification as an upper middle income country presents challenges with regard to mobilizing resources to finance our development goals. As I have been saying, taking our GDP and dividing it by a small population, thus deriving at high per capita income, without doubt is flawed formula that requires urgent consideration. The formula does not take into account the vast income disparities between the wealthy white and the poor blacks, which is a consequence of 100 years of colonialism and apartheid occupation. However, I am pleased to hear that a number of developing and developed countries are in agreement with this unfair classification, which denies countries like Namibia access to soft loans and grants, which are necessary to fight inequality and to lift many out of poverty. The choice of the theme of this session, quote, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and with the issues that affect us all. Therefore, I'm confident that the unfair classification of countries like Namibia as upper middle income countries will enjoy priority. Over the past few months, we have witnessed stark geopolitical tensions, a reminder of the fragility of our world order. Threats to peace and security come at a great cost to the men, women, and children trapped in such situations. The Russia-Ukraine conflict is now in its 7th month, with serious consequences for food and energy supply chains. Namibia believes that dialogue is the condition sine qua non for the peaceful resolution of any conflict. Our United Nations was created for the maintenance of peace and security and should lead a peaceful resolution in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Namibia is a member of the AU Peace and Security Council and chair of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, continues to demonstrate its commitment to regional and continental stability by advocating for the advancement of infrastructure for peace, democracy, and protection of human rights. In this regard, as a new chairman of the SADC organ on politics, defense, and security cooperation, I'm calling for peaceful general elections in the Kingdom of Lesotho on the 7th of October 2022. SADC is also seized with the developments in the Kingdom of Eswatini and the Republic of Mozambique. In that vein, I have commenced a process of dialogue with the leaders of Eswatini, Lesotho, and Mozambique in order to ensure the successful implementation of SADC decisions for peace and stability to prevail in our region. I always say inclusivity spells harmony and exclusivity spells conflict. Africa is a continent of 1.2 billion citizens, and the exclusion of Africa from the Security Council is an injustice. For as long as the Council fails to reflect in stature and composition current global realities, it will not be able to adequately address global concerns. We therefore reiterate our call for the reform of the Security Council in line with the common African position. Mr. President, self-determination is a human right. The continued injustice meted out against the people of Palestine are a reminder of the urgent need to start implementing the two-state solution as the only viable alternative that can end inequality and bring peace to both the people of Palestine and Israel, and indeed the region as a whole. In the same vein, the lack of progress in implementing UN resolutions to resolve the question of Western Sahara should be something that we must all have a collective shame for. Namibia pledges unwavering solidarity for nations that continue to bear the heavy burden of sanctions. Namibia reiterates its long-standing call for the lifting of the unjust embargo against Cuba. I met a 50-year-old young Cuban man who has not known anything but the sanctions. Since he was born, it's the sanctions. How long are we going to continue with that? We are talking about building the peace in the world. But how can a country be sanctioned for such a long time? And children born don't know anything but sanctions. Please, it is time that sons and daughters of Cuba are given their right to a decent life, freedom, and embargo that denies them their right to develop their own country should be stopped now. Equally, we call on the lifting of sanctions against the Republic of Zimbabwe. Why are the sanctions in place for a country which is making progress at all levels? President Emerson Mnangagwa and the people of Zimbabwe have made laudable progress and reforms. We should be given a chance to succeed without the weight of sanctions. Mr. President, the health of our planet is in serious jeopardy. Our home is on fire. We are experiencing unprecedented impacts of climate change, including severe droughts and ravaging field fires. Time is a luxury we do not have. We have to act decisively to reduce carbon emissions as our contribution to the preservation of our planet and the people. Namibia, like many developing countries, remains vulnerable to the asymmetrical impacts of climate change. Therefore, at COP27, Namibia plans to announce major developments in its ambitions to decarbonize global hard-to-abate sectors through the production of green hydrogen. Furthermore, the first hydrogen-to-power project in Africa is expected to be operational by 2024 in the town of Swakopmund in Namibia. This is an example of what is possible when we pull together in the same direction. Our ambitions are not only necessary to mitigate the ravaging impacts of climate change, but are also a critical component of our post-COVID-19 economic recovery. Therefore, Namibia remains ready to work with the international community to ensure the most optimal utilization of its natural resources to combat climate change. A just energy transition is about fair opportunities for developing nations to sustainably access natural endowments at their disposal. Namibia has recently discovered promising deposits of hydrocarbons and is exploring significant deposits of rare earth metals. As part of our goal to ensure sustainable utilization of our natural resources, I recently launched the Welwitschia Fund, our nation's sovereign wealth fund. The fund is a demonstration of our commitment to fiscal prudence and sustainable resource management for current and future generations. Mr. President, in conclusion, today on the 21st of September 2022, we are convening in this chamber on the United Nations International Day of Peace under the theme, quote unquote, "End Racism, Build Peace." Peace is a wonderful gift, but a fragile one if it is not handled properly. Peace is more than the absence of war. Peace is about inclusivity and development of all nations. Our United Nations, as the premier guarantor of multilateralism, is our best bet to ensure a peaceful and prosperous humanity. Namibia will continue to place a high premium on the noble aspirations of the United Nations as a beacon of hope and equality of all nations. As a beneficiary of successful multilateral efforts, we hold in high regard the convening power of this August Assembly and recommit to working with fellow member states to change the world for the better. I thank you very much.
Of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Namibia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Borut Pahor, President of the Republic of Slovenia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends. I was born after the Second World War. So, all my life, the cry of never again has echoed around the world and especially in Europe. With the exception of the war in Balkans, even the major geopolitical changes in Europe since the fall of Berlin Wall have been peaceful. This has made an important contribution to building hope for a lasting peace. This hope has been thoroughly shaken by the Russian aggression against Ukraine. Will this make us stop believing in the possibility of lasting peace? I think no. We must not leave our children a world in a fear of war. For the sake of their secure future, we have a duty to do whatever it takes we can to ensure that the precious hope for a lasting peace returns to our hearts. After all, it was with this hope and our shared responsibility that the United Nations was founded. The United Nations has set very clear rules of engagement to which all members have committed ourselves. These include a commitment to peaceful settlement of disputes, cooperation, and respect for fundamental human dignity. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to speak about peace, climate change, and multilateralism today. First of all, number one, peace and security. The Russian Federation's decision for a military attack on Ukraine has shaken these rules. So have many other armed conflicts in different parts of the world. The Russian aggression has put international security at risk. Yesterday's announcement of President Putin that there will be a referendum in parts of Ukraine is a continuation of aggression and is in breach of international law. I especially condemn his word about possible use of nuclear weapon. This war is threatening the already fragile stability of the Western Balkans. It has also threatened international food and energy security. I commend the UN Secretary-General for his engagement and Turkey for its support to reach the agreement. Ladies and gentlemen, peace is, as it has been just said, not just an absence of war. In peace, leaders should strengthen and nurture good relations with other countries. It is our obligation to resolve outstanding issues in a spirit of compromise and mutual understanding. Only in this way we will reduce the chances of old grievances and historical traumas to come to life once again. I'm grateful to many of you for the opportunity to do this together for the benefit of well-being of our countries and the wider international community. Fostering good relations and building trust within societies and between them is the most effective means of preventing armed conflicts. Number two, more cooperation for a better future. Nurturing and strengthening good relations between countries is also necessary to address more efficiently the challenges of our times. Among these, climate change is one of the most pressing. Our common task is to preserve the planet for future generations. What we need is more efficient measures and more solidarity. Slovenia pledges special support to Africa, Caribbean, and Pacific to assist them in their efforts against biodiversity loss, water stress, and climate damage. We are contributing to the Least Developed Countries Fund of the Global Environment Facility. Initiating the Green Group, Slovenia is working together with like-minded countries in the promotion of green policies. We are deeply grateful for the right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. Slovenia was one of the original proponents, along with Costa Rica, Maldives, Morocco, and Switzerland. That was a much-needed boost for multilateralism, but we can and we should do more. The upcoming UN Climate Change, Biodiversity, and Water Conference are an excellent opportunity to commit ourselves to do more and better. I wish to thank the Secretary-General for putting forward our Common Agenda report. We support the proposed Second World Social Summit in 2025 and expect it to address the challenges of structural inequalities. Ladies and gentlemen, there is no security and development without respect of human dignity. In all our efforts, we should be led by a right-based approach. We should be attentive to all signs of human rights regression and should act accordingly. And finally, number 3, strengthening multilateralism and candidature for the United Nations Security Council. Excellencies, colleagues and friends, the UN Charter is a fundament of our international system. Rule-based order is a sine qua non for maintaining peace and security, a just and balanced international system. Slovenia has proved itself a reliable and trustworthy member of the UN family and an honest broker. We are engaged in a genuine dialogue and constant search for creative and good solutions to our common challenges. We are part of peacemaking and stabilization efforts that includes humanitarian demining, rehabilitation, and saving the lives of civilians all around the globe. We are actively participating in efforts to strengthen the legal framework and respect for international law, including ending impunity. We build trust to secure a better future. Let me say that my country, Slovenia, has no enemies, but only friends all around the globe. Slovenia is well placed to be a non-permanent member of the Security Council 2024 to 2025. Endless striving for peace, justice, mutual understanding, reconciliation, respect for ethnic, national, religious diversities, promotion of sustainable development and solidarity. This is the task of Slovenia, and this is our common task. I would like to thank you for your attention. I wish you all the best.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale, je tiens à remercier.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement and a request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency, Mr. William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya. I request protocol to escort His Excellency.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale,
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency William Samoei Ruto, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President of this 77th session of the UN General Assembly, Your Excellency Saba Korosi, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am grateful for the immense privilege to join Your Excellencies in this distinguished assembly, a privilege made possible by peaceful, democratic transition following free and fair elections in Kenya on the 9th of August, 2022. Elections that not only stand as testimony of the universal power of democracy, but also of the manifest ability of African peoples to invest in stronger nations and a secure future, robust institutions, effective constitutions, and the impartial administration of the rule of law guarantees the achievement of shared aspirations. This 77th session of the UN General Assembly comes at a unique moment when the entire world is struggling with multiple grave challenges that include regional conflicts, the COVID-19 pandemic, the triple planetary crisis, food insecurity, and the rising cost of living. I take this opportunity to congratulate you, Mr. President, on your election to preside over this session, and to express my confidence that your wealth of experience offers us significant assurance of your good leadership. Your motto, solutions through solidarity, sustainability, and science, succinctly captures with particular resonance the urgent imperatives of our time. I assure you of Kenya's firm support and cooperation during your tenure. I further take this opportunity to commend your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for his bold steps in steering the United Nations community and for ensuring its business continuity under the unprecedented circumstances occasioned by multiple global threats, such as the COVID-19 pandemic. Excellencies, human well-being is under grave threat. The health of the planet requires urgent attention. The immense pressure exerted by conventional threats such as climate change, the global food crisis, terrorism, cybercrime, and armed conflict has been compounded by unprecedented, devastating disruptions due to COVID-19. I express my approval of the theme for this session, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Because it boldly signals the window of opportunity we now have to escalate our engagement from firm consensus to decisive action. In many respects, the COVID-19 pandemic stripped us of many illusions and exposed stark justice and solidarity deficits in the face of existential crisis. It brought into sharp focus the global economy's two-lane highway, repressively patrolled by a rising tide of exclusionist nationalism, a specter that undermines prospects of collective action and significantly impairs the resolve of the international community to guarantee fundamental rights, including safety and dignity of the world's vulnerable majority. It is also for this reason that many nations, especially from the global south, now advocate for the democratization of the global governance and a reimagined multilateralism that is inclusive and works for the good of all. Kenya stands ready to work with other nations to achieve the Pan-Africanization of multilateralism and a more just and inclusive system of global governance. It is important to reflect on these matters as we do our best to get our people, enterprises, and industries back on their feet so that the engine of development can power our societies towards prosperity that actually leaves no one behind. Building back better is the universal rallying call to incorporate lessons learned into doing more in a better way to recover from the shock. I suggest that we have a golden opportunity to faithfully adhere to this motto by augmenting it inward and indeed with an additional B, building back better from the bottom. Building back better from the bottom upwards is essentially about including the marginalized to working majority in the economic mainstream. The bottom millions relentlessly wage their daily battle for survival in a crowded arena characterized by scarcity of opportunity and generally precarious existence. The ingenuity, optimism, resilience, and energy in this ever-bustling bottom is sometimes called hustling. Invisibly to policymakers and beyond the reach of many public services, these hustlers take nothing for granted. surviving overwhelming odds, and frequently succeeding greatly. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, things may come to those who wait, but only things left behind by those who hustle. It is time to bolster the resilience of our nations, to mainstream these millions through deliberate strategies and efforts for economic inclusion by building back better from the bottom up. The interlocking challenges of conflicts, triple planetary crisis, and the global food crisis have impeded our momentum and obstructed our focus on achieving fundamental transformations towards sustainable development. In the Horn of Africa region, severe drought and disruption of supply chains due to the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as the Russia-Ukraine conflict, have left us food insecure, and consequently, we have been constrained to repurpose our strategies to prioritize drought and famine relief, insulating education and from disruption, and improving social protection and healthcare systems to secure the well-being of our people. Many countries now bear witness to the unsettling phenomena of rivers, canals, and water reservoirs that are drying up on account of drought and heat waves occasioned by climate change. Kenya is no exception. The northern arid and semi-arid rangelands of our country have been gravely impacted by drought, whose severity has not been seen or experienced in 40 years. 3.1 million residents of these atolls are now severely food insecure on account of scarce rainfall over 3 consecutive seasons, leading to poor crop and pasture. This unprecedented confluence of intensely adverse events has exacerbated water scarcity and starvation, worsened by rising food prices, thus complicating Kenya's roadmap towards delivering good quality of life to our citizens and hindering the progress to achieving SDG number 6 and SDG number 2. Severe drought has affected not only the Horn of Africa and the Sahel regions, but continues to devastate many others, including Asia, Europe, and the Americas. If for no other reason, the fact that we all are in this together must strengthen the case for concerted efforts across continents. With this in mind, I call on member states and all relevant stakeholders to demonstrate strong political will and showcase effective cooperation by supporting the most affected countries financially, as well as through sharing land restoration and climate change adaptation technologies. It is through collaboration to expand inclusion that we can attain a new paradigm in multilateralism. The latest report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change reminds us that we cannot afford to waste another moment debating the merits of doing something vis-à-vis doing nothing. It will soon be too late to reverse the course of events, and then even the best possible interventions will not suffice. As leaders, every day is an opportunity to expedite our efforts to confront the triple planetary crisis. It will be recalled that during the Stockholm Plan 50 meeting, which Kenya had the honor of co-hosting with Sweden, there was consensus from states on the need to act urgently in addressing environmental impacts. Given this agreement, it is deeply concerning that little progress has been made in respect of the needful actions. It is time to collectively contemplate urgent measures needed to implement high-priority actions required to contain ongoing disruptions as we deliberate on long-term implementation approaches to be undertaken. I fully agree with the Secretary General's memorable statement that, and I quote, "We have a rendezvous with a climate disaster," end of quote. I add that we must not be taken by surprise. If indeed forewarned is forearmed, this is our opportunity to mobilize with tremendous urgency and take action at once. Excellencies, the agricultural sector has an important part to play in reducing the severity of climate change. A number of practices have a bearing, positive or negative, on various dimensions of the environment. Investing in modern agricultural technology is therefore one important avenue towards tackling prevailing environmental changes. Kenya is responding through substantial investment in climate-resilient agriculture. At the core of our 10-year strategy for agricultural sector growth and transformation are 9 flagships. They include the registration of farmers to direct incentives, improving farmer practice through customized extension services, monitoring of emergency food reserve stocks using digital food balance sheet, and the use of early warning systems to monitor food supplies and market prices. Agriculture remains the bedrock of the development of many nations and will thus continue to hold the key to the creation of equitable and sustainable growth for our people. No country, large or small, has ever attained significant growth without modernizing its agricultural sector. And as we rededicate ourselves to these targets, we must, in the immediate term, find answers to the severe deficit in the availability, flow, and accessibility of fertilizer to our farmers worldwide. I couldn't agree more with Secretary General Guterres on his warning right here yesterday that, and I quote, "Without action now, the global fertilizer shortage will quickly move into a global food shortage," end of quote. We are encouraged to note that education, health, agriculture, and numerous other public services have become increasingly reliant on digital access. The world needs greater investment in the development of ICT infrastructure, accompanied with policies that support innovation and increased acquisition and deployment of technology. In so doing, we should be driven by the conviction that these measures offer a viable shortcut to poverty reduction and the promotion of inclusive development. I call for stronger global partnerships to enhance ICT infrastructure in developing countries and bridge the yawning digital divide between the global south and the rest of the world. Excellencies, this 77th session of the Assembly follows the commemoration of the 50th anniversary of the United Nations Environmental Programme, UNEP, at 50, as well as Stockholm plus 50, and the 4th United Nations Ocean Conference in Lisbon. Outcomes of these conferences demanded real commitment to address global environmental concerns as a matter of urgency and for a just transition to sustainable economies that work for all people. The March 2022 landmark resolution of the 5th United Nations Environmental Assembly in Nairobi to end plastic pollution is a decisive signal to the world that the world is prepared and motivated to act on this menace. Kenya is committed to work closely with other nations to pursue legally binding instruments aimed at bringing an end to plastic pollution. As the host nation to UNEP and the UN Habitat, Kenya affirms that these critical United Nations agencies have an indispensable role in the promotion of environmental sustainability globally, as well as developing socially and environmentally sound and sustainable cities. In keeping with its strong commitment to multilateral institutions, Kenya has made available more land for the United Nations office in Nairobi to facilitate the upgrading of its complex. I take this opportunity to call on member states to complement this contribution through enhanced financing to adequately modernize the Union facilities in Nairobi. Kenya remains a strong advocate for making the sustainable use of oceans and blue economy resources a development priority, holding the firm belief that significantly increased investment in this essential sector can end hunger, can also reduce poverty, create jobs, and spur economic growth. I urge the Secretary General to continue calling attention to the urgent need to develop this vital sector. In particular, I call on developed countries to invest in sustainable fishing, protect marine ecosystems, and share ocean-based climate solutions with developing countries. For our part, I am pleased to report that building on the historic 2018 Sustainable Blue Economy Conference in Nairobi, Kenya is reviewing its national blue economy strategy to strengthen community structures in participatory management of freshwater, coastal and marine resources and ecosystems. The strategy is expected to contribute to our economic development through food and nutrition security, coastal and rural development, and income increases along the aquaculture value chain. It also enhances maritime transport and tourism. We invite development partnerships to invest in Africa towards building capacity to sustainably utilize marine resources. We must rally together to make the best use of Africa's vast blue resources in developing our economies while meeting our climate targets. As we look forward to the 27th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, COP27, scheduled for Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt, it is logical to expect that member states will shift their attention towards the development and implementation of frameworks for climate change mitigation. Accomplishment of pending actions by member states is essential for the implementation work that lie ahead. I therefore call upon all of us to urgently deliver on all commitments made towards climate change financing. On this matter, it is critical to emphasize that we are running out of time. Over the past decade, Kenya has sustained its aggressive pursuit for rapid socioeconomic transformation through three principal roadmaps. First is the Kenyan National Vision 2030. Second, the formal long-term blueprint aimed at transforming Kenya into a newly industrialized, upper middle-income country, providing high quality of life to its citizens in a clean and secure environment by 2030. The second has been the Africa Union's Agenda 2063, and the third, the Sustainable Development Goals. Kenya looks towards tapping into a variety of resources to catalyze the achievement of these interlocking and mutually reinforcing objectives. The disruption and ensuing crisis due to COVID-19 pandemic compelled us to diversify our focus into new interventions, including economic stimulus program, a COVID-19 economic recovery strategy, and a COVID-19 socio-economic re-engineering recovery strategy, all aimed at mitigating the adverse impacts of the pandemic. I confirm that we have done the best of everything we could in the circumstances. Nevertheless, it is not enough. Kenya and the rest of Africa, like other developing nations, are in need of greater international partnership and cooperation to avert economic crisis in the wake of the pandemic. Developing countries, being heavily burdened by external debt servicing, run the risk of losing development gains due to the shocks inflicted by the pandemic and associated disruptions. I call upon global financial institutions and the international community to take urgent measures and release all existing financial instruments to provide much-needed additional liquidity and secure better fiscal space for developing countries like Kenya to enhance social investment, support climate change adaptation and mitigation, and address security needs and resolve development financing challenges. On behalf of Kenya, therefore, I join other leaders in calling upon the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and other multilateral lenders to extend pandemic-related debt relief to the worst-hit countries, especially those affected by the devastating combination of conflict, climate change, and COVID-19. Furthermore, I urge the G20 to extend and expand the scope of the common framework to suspend or reschedule debt repayments by middle-income countries during the pandemic recovery period. At this point, I would like this distinguished assembly to take a moment and consider the peace and security landscape, a landscape currently beset with multiple challenges, yet abounding with considerable opportunities. Our home region of East and Horn of Africa is in particular burdened by significant conflicts and challenges with implications for the region's development. We stand on the cusp of first opportunity for galvanizing confidence-building measures to generate and sustain momentum towards sustainable peace. In its role as an anchor state in the region, Kenya has sustained our investment in diplomatic efforts to find lasting peace in multiple situations within and beyond the region. Although some processes have yielded undeniable success, challenges remain. I therefore strongly reiterate our call for partnership towards confidence-building measures and urge more concerted efforts towards sustainable peace and stability. Kenya is currently serving in the United Nations Security Council. I am proud to confirm that our engagement over the last 2 years has prioritized regional peace and security, countering terrorism and violent extremism, peace support operations, climate and security as critical contributions to the collective efforts to build a safer, more prosperous, and peaceful world. I am also proud to state that Kenya has continued to champion closer cooperation between regional mechanisms and the Security Council as an effective means to achieving international peace and security. Kenya continues to advocate the renewal of the Africa Union security architecture, which draws comparative strength from the highly productive complementarity between the United Nations, the Africa Union, and the regional economic communities. Working closely with the 2 elected African countries of the A3 in the UN Security Council, we are committed to finding a stronger Africa voice in the Council and achieving a consensus-driven, rules-based multilateral system. It is our manifest intention to see greater Pan-Africanization of the global agenda in order to make multilateralism work for the people of the world in their diversity. It is time for multilateralism to reflect the voice of farmers, represent the hopes of villagers, champion the aspirations of pastoralists, defend the rights of fisherfolk, express the dreams of traders, respect the wishes of workers, and indeed protect the welfare of all peoples of the global South. Let me express the strong collective conviction of my country that the relevance, legitimacy, and moral authority of the United Nations will forever remain deficient, undermined by the absence of comprehensive reforms of the United Nations Security Council. We therefore remain firmly committed to reforming the Security Council to make it a more effective, representative, and democratic global institution. Given the magnitude and variety of challenges the world continues to confront, a more fit for purpose United Nations is urgently needed, one that possesses the legitimacy and efficacy in dealing with threats to international peace and security. A just and inclusive world order cannot be spearheaded by a United Nations Security Council that persistently and unjustly fails the inclusivity criterion. Similarly, threats to democracy will not be credibly resolved by an undemocratic and representative Security Council. It is vitally important for this critical institution to reflect the values it is entrusted to protect, to defend, to uphold on behalf of humankind. We welcome the call by President Biden this morning for the expansion of the membership of the Security Council as a significant step in the right direction, and we look forward to building consensus for the actualization of the same. The COVID-19 pandemic severely disrupted health systems, seriously challenging the implementation of programs that are vital for the realization of health-related sustainable development goals. To place us firmly back on track and accelerate our progress towards these SDGs targets, it is imperative for us to foster sustainable partnerships between governments, other state actors, the civil society, and the private sector. This modality of collective action is particularly vital for building resilient health systems, whose importance in enabling us withstand future pandemics and other health crises can no longer be disputed. For this reason, Kenya will continue to strongly support the development of legally binding World Health Organization international instrument to anchor global solidarity and promote equity. To see the severe deficit of these critical values in our present multilateral configuration. Global supply chains remained impervious to demands in the global South generally, and Africa in particular. Unequal access to vaccines underscored this unjust and unequal situation with unforgettable clarity. Whenever human life, security, and welfare is in jeopardy, it is immoral to administer interventions through frameworks that are anchored on fundamental inequality. We are all witnesses to admirable demonstrations of effective solidarity in response to crises in various parts of the world. Our knowledge of the possibility of spontaneous yet resolute global solidarity reinforces the African exception as particularly repugnant. From genocides and civil conflict to famine and pandemics, the African continent is consistently left behind to bear the brunt of weak solidarity and disastrous failure of multilateralism. History indicates the last time Africa was the focal point of strong and effective multilateralism and multilateral consensus was during the Berlin Conference of 1884-1885, and the character of the ensuing interventions casts a long shadow to date. Not to put too fine a point to it, the failure of multilateralism during crises which relegate the people of Africa outside the cycle of moral consideration and normalizes humanitarian neglect and other casual injustices are failures of humanity. Nothing about Africa, and I say nothing about Africa or its people makes it acceptable for this type of failure to persist in this era. And we have an urgent moral duty to do better, and to right this wrong. For decades, Africa has borne the brunt of three epidemics: the HIV, tuberculosis, and malaria. I applaud innovative partnerships like the Global Fund for their progress in addressing the three menaces, and also welcome the ambitious targets set for the 7th replenishment cycle. Kenya is committed to supporting the Global Fund and implementing the agreed targets in order to actualize our pledge at the replenishment conference. Kenya calls upon all countries implementing the Global Fund programs, especially fellow African states, to remain at the forefront in championing for successful replenishment of the fund. This way, the mobilization of much-needed resources is enhanced, bringing us closer to the final elimination of these dangerous diseases. In conclusion, Kenya joins the Secretary General in calling for the strengthening of multilateralism as the only sustainable path to a peaceful, stable, and prosperous world for all. This is the imperative of our time and the call of this moment. It is time to work on the trust deficit with stronger conviction that none of us is really safe until all of us are safe. The theme of the 77th session, and I quote, "a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges," end of quote, demands that we recognize the crises we must confront are interlinked in a complicated way. They can only be effectively addressed through more imaginative strategies and innovative formula. A population of 8 billion people in a densely networked world increasingly looks up to the multilateral system as the anchor for their individual aspirations directly and indirectly through robust national frameworks. Increasingly, therefore, the United Nations system is expected to be responsive to these needs, and for the proceedings in this forum, in a forum like this, to speak to ordinary people in far-flung reaches of our incredibly diverse globe. It is impossible to address all their individual needs directly, but it is possible to respond to all of them by speaking with conviction to the universal values of equality, inclusion, justice, solidarity, and collective action, and by making sure that all our interventions effectively reflect them with clarity. The integrity of the international order must be measured by the distance separating our resolutions, consensus, and agreement from decisions, actions, committed, interventions, and effective solutions. A watershed moment, therefore, demands that we reduce that gap drastically and quickly. Kenya pursues numerous essential domestic agenda through the multilateral framework. We are heavily invested in the strength, effectiveness, and eventual success of all interventions formulated by the United Nations. It is important that the output of this and other similar fora achieve immediate resonance in the minds and lives of our youth still seeking opportunity to express and actualize themselves, our farmers working to feed nations, our Juakali entrepreneurs striving in pursuit of success in the informal economy, and our professionals who formulate policy, implement strategy, and monitor service delivery in public and private sectors. Africa places immense value in the international community and the tremendous possibilities it can unlock through inclusive, sustainable, and effective action to transform the lives of our people and establish lasting peace, security, and shared prosperity. This watershed moment is our chance to turn the key and open this door of opportunity. We can make progress in addressing the triple global threats and liberate ourselves from the shame of past failures of multilateralism. At this watershed moment, we must not only choose, but also act decisively to bequeath our children and their children a greener, safer, healthier, and more abundant earth. Let us do it together, inclusively, multilaterally. I thank you.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Defence Forces of the Republic of Kenya for his statement, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will now hear an address by His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, President of the Gabonese Republic. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Ali Bongo Ondimba, Republic, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mesdames,
Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I convey to you my congratulations on your election to the presidency of the 77th General Assembly of the United Nations, and I wish you every success. I greet and congratulate your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for the commitment which was patently clear throughout the 76th session. To the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres, I reiterate the full support of my country as he serves our organization. Mr. President, I am delighted to once again stand earnestly before this rostrum because the situation demands just that. Indeed, the international system is at a critical juncture. The world struggles to recover from a pandemic and sits in the clutches of a multidimensional crisis. The emergence of new centers of influence means that positions have become increasingly more entrenched. And this situation means that we must prioritize ongoing dialogue in order to find global consensus, rather than prioritizing power struggles as we tackle issues which are sensitive within the multilateral system. In the face of rivalry between powers and in the face of multifaceted challenges which are of shared concern, it would be dangerously naive to continue to opt for power struggles or for unilateral positions. The interconnected nature of global issues and of national economies means that we must engage in dialogue in order to respond appropriately and, above all, collectively to the most serious threats to international peace and security. We are in the last quarter of a year which has seen global challenges grow tougher. They have laid waste to common and individual efforts to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. With less than 8 years to go until the deadline, it is crucial to evaluate our progress in light of a threat which the COVID-19 pandemic has meant continues to weigh heavy on our economies. A threat which is just as insidious now hovers over our economies. This threat is inflation. Throughout the world, inflation is reaching tragic highs. No one is spared, not businesses or households, not the North or the South. Its effects are devastating. As such, we must act, individually of course. That is exactly what Gabon is doing by subsidizing certain commodities and by keeping their prices at certain levels. But here too, we will not successfully overcome this problem if we do not act collectively in a coordinated fashion and with a sense of solidarity. This is yet one more challenge issued to the world. We must, together, all together, overcome it.
President, this year marks many new beginnings for Gabon as we arise from the tragedy and forced inertia of the coronavirus pandemic and reopen to the world. We are the newest member of the Commonwealth of Nations, home to 2.5 billion people, 1/3 of the world's population, with shared values of respect for democracy, human rights, and the rule of law. My country is broadening horizons for our citizens and seizing the chance for our young people to benefit from studying, traveling, and building business relationships far beyond our own borders. At the same time, Gabon takes its place on the world stage, not alone, but as a proud African nation. But the problems that our world faces today are global, as are the solutions. We must all be outward-facing, not inward-looking, as we confront the difficulties of the world where resources are finite and the population growing. This month, our Commonwealth family has lost its leader, Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Through the union that she loved so deeply, the Queen offered respect, friendship, and wise counsel to many independent nations around the world, small or large. She promoted peace, liberty, and shared values, and fostered a spirit of cooperation. As the new head of the Commonwealth, His Majesty King Charles III can be assured of my full support and that of the Gabonese people. A dear friend of Gabon for many years, King Charles III shares my enthusiasm for protecting our natural environment and biodiversity in the same ways for global climate and sustainability. Mr. President, 50 years after the Stockholm Conference, humanity faces an unprecedented triple environmental crisis: climate change, the biodiversity extinction crisis, and pollution, notably by plastics. Regarding climate, with 88 forest cover and deforestation well below 0.1%, Gabon is a high forest, low deforestation country par excellence. Since COP15 in Copenhagen, Gabon has net absorbed over 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide. We absorb over 100 million tons of carbon dioxide from the atmosphere every year. In other words, we have already achieved, indeed exceeded the Paris Agreement objective of carbon neutrality. We are counting on the creation of a net sequestration carbon market to enable us to maintain this performance through 2050 and beyond. Secondly, I found the biodiversity crisis extremely alarming. COP15 in Montreal will be a decisive moment for humanity, and it is critical that we adopt an ambitious global biodiversity framework. The time has come to transition from billions to trillions by mobilizing 1% of global GDP for nature. Finally, pollution has become a chronic problem in our cities, our rivers, our oceans. We must lose no time adopting a binding international agreement on plastic pollution, as well as the Treaty on the High Seas. In order to achieve sustainable development goals, our international agreements and national policies must address the interdependence of this crisis. Mr. President, threats to international peace and security continue to increase exponentially faced with the proliferation of the armed groups. Restricting our access to arms will be at the heart of my country's priorities during our presidency of the United Nations Security Council in October. In this regard, I would like to reiterate my country's call for a robust partnership to ensure greater security in the Gulf of Guinea. Many countries face humanitarian crises exacerbated by armed conflict. This is the case in Ukraine, where the war has led to a worsening of the situation of countries and regions already experiencing food shortages. This is why my country has clearly expressed its opposition not only to this bloody war, but to any form of war. Gabon, which has never experienced armed conflict, will continue to advocate and favor dialogue and negotiation over confrontation. Mr. President, access to education for children should be considered sacred. Therefore, I would like to express my country's resolute support for the sanctuarizations of schools on places of education, and particularly during armed conflicts. To compromise education is to place a mortgage on future generations. It is in this vein that I've made the promotion of women and young people a key priority. In 2015, I launched the Decade of the Gabonese Women, which aims to reserve a place of choice for women and children in all aspects of governance in Gabon. Mr. President, internationalism is at a turning point. We need to reform the United Nations to ensure better consideration of the aspirations of Africa. This is particularly applicable to the Security Council, where Africa's role needs to be consolidated. Africa has waited long enough, and we will not. Independence of nations, it is crucial that we put an end to the use of sanctions, working instead to build bridges of prosperity. As such, I call once again for the total lifting of the embargo that has affected the government and the people of Cuba for several decades. Inevitably, the principal victims of any embargo are the weak and the vulnerable. In the Middle East, Gabon has always believed that a two-state solution is the only way to achieve peace and security. It is the responsibility of our generation to resolve this problem. To conclude, Mr. President, I would like to reiterate Gabon's attachment to the principles and values of solidarity at the heart of the United Nations Charter. To this end, I reiterate my country's solemn appeal to all members of the international community to live up to our shared commitments in order to ensure peace, security, and dignity for the peoples of the world. I thank you.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I would like to thank the President of Gabon for his statement, and I ask protocol to please accompany His Excellency.
L'Assemblée va maintenant.
The Assembly will now hear a statement from His Excellency Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I would ask protocol to please escort His Excellency to the podium.
Au nom de l'Assemblée générale.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor of welcoming His Excellency Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your election as President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. I'm confident that your stewardship will lend further credence to the impactful role of multilateralism in resolving global challenges. I thank your predecessor, Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his shrewd leadership over the past year. I had the distinct privilege of welcoming him recently to Guyana and benefiting from his experience in championing an inclusive future for our youth. Congratulations to him, the Secretary General, and the General Assembly for the recently passed resolution on the establishment of a United Nations Youth Office. 1 month ago in Guyana, I launched the Youth Advisory Council as part of my government's commitment to ensure the involvement of young people in decision-making and development as the government work towards building Guyana's future. We are living in a troubled world which has lost its balance. Indeed, our collective actions as leaders today will convey to the next generation that their aspirations, their future, and that of the planet are worth fighting for. The international community is facing a series of interlocking challenges: a global pandemic, climate challenges, energy and food crisis, and interstate conflicts. As a consequence of the pandemic, approximately 97 million more persons are living on less than $1.90 per day, significantly increasing the global poverty rate and inequalities. The developing world lost revenues and income that were earmarked for the achievement of many sustainable development goals, pushing us further away from our 2030 targets. A UN report in March 2022 spoke definitively to the unequal distribution of COVID-19 vaccines and its impact on widening economic disparity between the rich and the poor. The study found that low-income countries could have increased their GDP by $16.7 billion in 2021 if they had a similar vaccination rate as high-income developed countries. How are we going to address this inequality? How are we going to address this injustice? Guyana's position is that there must be an immediate re-examination of the financing gap and the debt portfolio of the developing countries to open fiscal space and create an opportunity for recovery, bridging the gap and attaining the SDG goals. Guyana welcomes the global initiatives around pandemic preparedness. It is imperative that we collectively discuss how to address any potential pandemic and health threats so that we are better equipped in the future to avoid the inequalities that exist. Mr. President, Excellencies, the global food security problem has disproportionately affected us. The prevalence of moderate and severe food insecurity trended upwards since 2014, with an estimated increase in 2020 equaling that of the previous 5 years combined. In 2020, 2.37 billion of the world's population were food insecure. Additionally, the World Food Programme and FAO warned that acute food insecurity would worsen in 20 hunger hotspots from June to September 2022. Since the start of the pandemic, global food prices have surged by 65% and are expected to remain high in the medium term as a result of supply chain constraints, a hike in energy costs, higher shipping costs, climate issues, the war in Ukraine, and the fertilizer crisis. Further, since the onset of the Russia-Ukraine war, global food prices increased sharply, reaching an all-time high in February 2022. The FAO projects that the production of cereals, a crop relied on the most in the world, will decline by 40 million tons, or 1.4% when compared to the preceding year. The global food import bill trajectory is a whopping 1.8 trillion this year, a record high. The global food import bill is projected to rise by 51 billion from 2021, 49 billion of which reflects higher prices. The question is, what are we going to do about this? Can the reversal of export bans on rice and wheat and freeing up of grains help the situation? The answer is a resounding yes. For example, export bans of rice from India and wheat from Russia contributed to a price increase of 12.3% and 9% for rice and wheat respectively. As world leaders, we must find the balance now. In honoring our commitment to promote peace, stability, respect for territorial integrity and democracy, and the human rights for all, we must work collectively to prevent situations that can widen inequality and create social and economic havoc. Now is the time for us to decide if a new approach is needed to guarantee food security, energy security, climate security, access to health care and quality education, and security from conflicts and wars. According to the World Bank and Global Trade, between January to February 2022, 135 policy measures were announced or implemented that affected trade in food and fertilizer. During the same period, 34 nations imposed restrictive export measures on food and fertilizers. The questions therefore are whether globalization is only applicable under normal conditions, or whether it is opportunistic and its application, and when a crisis arises, we lock ourselves in and forget about multilateralism and globalization. The evidence is glaring. COVID-19 vaccination and now access to food and fertilizer. A welcome initiative is the FAO's Global Food Import Financing Facility, which seeks to respond to the prevailing soaring food import costs and addressing the needs of the most exposed. However, there is need to revise the eligibility criteria to accommodate countries beyond the categories of low-income and low-middle-income groups. This narrow grouping heightens the chance that many at-risk, economically vulnerable countries, such as the Caribbean, with large food and food import needs, will be excluded. Mr. President, Excellencies, we all recognize that there is a climate crisis. We must go back to some of the decisions. For example, in COP26, we agreed no more coal-fired power projects. What is the reality? While policies and planning for climate change adaptation are expanding, according to the Adaptation Gap Report 2021, the Gathering Storm, financing and implementation are still far behind. Financing of adaptation and implementation are still far behind where they should be. The analysis shows the costs of adaptation are most likely to be higher than the predicted range of US 140 to 300 billion annually by 2030, and US dollars 280 to 500 billion annually by 2050 for developing nations. In 2019, US dollars 79.6 billion was allocated to developing nations for planning and carrying out mitigation and adaptation measures. The gap between predicted adaptation costs and existing public adaptation financial flows is generally growing and ranges from 5 to 10 times more. The paltry 100 billion pledge and the failure to meet it must be viewed in the context of the likely cost for mitigation, adaptation, and addressing loss and damage. It is not enough. The adoption of broad rules on carbon markets in Glasgow has the potential to unlock critical resources for forest-rich countries. Forested countries like Guyana can potentially earn billions of dollars accessible through the voluntary carbon markets. However, the current approximate price is US $10 per ton on the voluntary market, whilst according to an IMF report, the price should be closer to $70 US per ton. COP27 must make progress in refining the rules for the implementation of Article 6 of the Paris Agreement and make decisions that would increase the price of carbon traded in voluntary carbon markets. Mr. President, Excellencies, the world is also faced with an energy crisis. In 2019, almost 10% of the world's population did not have access to electricity. Electricity generated by fossil fuel increased by 178% from 2000 and 2021. Electricity generated from coal increased by 173% from 2000. Based on a recent energy outlook from the US Energy Information Administration, coal-fired generation is expected to be a key energy component as a result of several factors, including a drop in the share of natural gas and rising oil prices. Whilst all of this is occurring, the global energy demand is projected to increase by 47% in the next 30 years. According to the IEA, global electricity demand grew by 6% in 2021 and is projected to grow by 2.4% in 2022, of which only 50% is expected to be met from renewables. As such, the other 50% would have to be met from non-renewable energy sources. Furthermore, analysis by the IEA indicates that getting on the path to net zero emissions by 2050 would require a threefold increase in the current level of investments in the clean energy transition to about $4 trillion by 2030. The question is, therefore, how do we realistically strike this balance? This conversation must be practical, comprehensive, and fact-based. We all recognize that adjustments must be made to save our planet. But how will we craft this adjustment, considering the energy and food crisis, which are also critical, and ensure that inequality and access do not widen? In this energy transition, fossil fuel remains necessary. In this context, we are convinced that new entrants like Guyana must be part of this balanced approach. Even as a new entrant, Guyana proposed at COP26 the removal of subsidies from fossil fuel production and advocated the need for a strong global carbon price. We, however, do not believe that new entrants should be punished by removing access to financing and increasing costs of financing. This, in effect, will protect an existing monopoly, drive up the cost of investment, and deliver a higher price product. Mr. President, Excellencies, we are committed to building a Guyana that addresses issues of food security, climate change, energy security, and inequalities within our country and the region. Under the banner of One Guyana, my government has embarked on many initiatives to help bridge the gaps of inequality and access. We are on a path to reduce Guyana's food import bill and increase food security through increased cultivation and investment in new technology, climate-smart agriculture, all aimed at positioning Guyana as a leading food producer in CARICOM. Providing incentives, capital, land, and opportunities for youth and women to participate in agricultural transformation. To this end, you've earmarked 35% of all new agro-businesses to be led by women and have increased youth participation in agriculture with the use of technology by more than 40%. We are pursuing a low-carbon development strategy which aims at creating a model for value ecosystem services and sustainably developing and managing the blue economy, investing in clean energy and stimulate low-carbon growth, protecting against climate change and biodiversity loss, alignment with global climate and biodiversity goals. Our forests, which is the size of England, stored 19.5 gigatons of carbon with a deforestation rate of less than 0.05%. We intend to continue the sustainable management of our forests as a key national and global good. Having already achieved net zero, we are working steadfastly in our transition from a 2020 status of 95% dependence on heavy fuel oil and diesel to an energy mix which includes hydropower, solar, wind, and natural gas, from which more than 500 megawatts of new generating capacity will come on stream, of which 87% of this generated energy will be from clean and renewable sources. Human resource transformation through education is a key driver of our development. The achievement of inclusive and equitable quality education and promotion of lifelong learning opportunities are all inextricably linked to attaining our sustainable development goals, including full employment, poverty eradication, and gender equality. Access to free, quality primary and secondary education will soon be followed by free tertiary education. The government of Guyana has invested in our indigenous communities, in infrastructure, education, training, healthcare, and installing internet access capabilities. And we have commenced the training of our workforce for 2030 and beyond. Soon, we will be offering coding skills at our primary school, primary and secondary levels. Mr. President, Excellencies, gender equality and the empowerment of women and girls in all spheres of life, of national life, is a priority. We are committed to ensuring equal access to education for girls and boys. Indeed, more girls are attending school in Guyana and graduating from university. Our focus now includes ensuring that our boys are not left behind. We have initiated several programs to create earning and employment opportunities for women and promote their financial independence. Recognizing that empowerment is inextricably linked to addressing the root causes of and eradicating discrimination and gender-based violence. To achieve balanced growth and sustainable and resilient development for Guyana, our strategies must focus on developing a diversified economic base, strengthen our agricultural and food production system, human resource transformation, investing in the social sector to deliver world-class health, education, and housing for all our people, ensuring an inclusive and equitable society in which prosperity is enjoyed by all. Building our future through the strengthening of our democratic values and respect for the rule of law. Mr. President, Excellencies, as part of the global family, Guyana subscribes to a rule-based international order, as well as the need for resurgence of political will and commitment to protect the multilateral architecture. We are deeply concerned about the number of persons living in conflict situations. The ongoing war in Ukraine is having terrible effects on the region and country, the impact of which are disproportionately felt by women and children. We urge a speedy and peaceful resolution of the conflict and express support for the efforts of the United Nations Secretary General in this regard. In our own region, we again join the overwhelming majority of members of the international community in reiterating Guyana's rejection of the sanctions imposed on the Republic of Cuba. Guyana also restates its solidarity with the Palestinian people and its support for their dignified existence in their own homeland in accordance with a two-state solution. Guyana does not condone or support the threat of or use of force in relations between states or in the resolution of disputes. Consistent with the Charter of the United Nations, Guyana subscribes to the use of peaceful means to settle disputes. In this context, Guyana thanks those who have already expressed support for a candidature for non-permanent membership of the UN Security Council. In the matter of Guyana's sovereignty and territorial integrity, challenged and threatened by Venezuela, as it is, at the opening of the general debate yesterday, and I quote, committed to make the most of every diplomatic tool for the pacific settlement of dispute as set out in the Charter of the United Nations, end of quote. In this case, judicial settlement as determined by the Secretary General himself. The world's nations can be assured that Guyana shall remain true to those peaceful processes and deny every effort to depart from them. The International Court of Justice has already affirmed its jurisdiction in the matter. Mr. President, Excellencies, this Assembly must reinvigorate the spirit of multilateralism in finding solutions to the extant challenges which bedevil the global community of states. I close by reminding us all of an old quote: "A hungry man is an angry man." Global inequality is linked to global security, and global security is linked to the prosperity of all of humanity. I thank you, and God bless you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in this meeting. The 7th plenary meeting to continue with the general debate will be held immediately following the adjournment of this meeting. This meeting is adjourned. And the 7th plenary meeting of the General Assembly is called to order. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome Her Excellency Katalin Novak, President of Hungary, and invite her to address the Assembly.
It has perhaps always been the case that the waging of peace is the hardest form of leadership of all. I know of no single formula for success, but over the years, I have observed that some attributes of leadership are universal and are often about finding ways of encouraging people to combine their efforts, their talents, their insights, their enthusiasm, and their inspiration to work together. A quote from the speech of Her Majesty, the late Elizabeth II, from 2010, delivered here at the United Nations General Assembly. Today, on the International Day of Peace, I stand here to urge the world leaders to be faithful to the legacy of Elizabeth II so that we can live in peace. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I'm particularly pleased and honored to greet my fellow Hungarian, President Csaba Kőrösi. With his presidency, after 40 years, Hungary is again serving as President of the UN General Assembly for 1 year. It is a great honor for Hungary, and especially so in the present challenging situation. Mr. President, dear Csaba, I wish you every success in your work. I'm standing in front of you today as the President of Hungary, the first woman president of my country, wife and mother of 3 children. As a president and as a mother, I feel responsible for preserving an environment for the generations to come, in which they can enjoy security and comfort. Today, on the International Day of Peace, I stand in front of the General Assembly to reaffirm our commitment to the UN Charter, Article number 1, to maintain international peace and security, and to that end, to take effective collective measures for the prevention and removal of threats to the peace, and for the suppression of acts of aggression or other breaches of the peace, and to bring about, by peaceful means, and in conformity with the principles of justice and international law, adjustment or settlement of international disputes or situations which might lead to a breach of the peace. Let us remind ourselves to the main aim why the United Nations was brought to life: peace. We, people and leaders in the Western world, often pretend that we have lived in an age of permanent peace and prosperity since the end of the Second World War. In many ways, this might be true. Indeed, we live in a more peaceful and prosperous age than before. Let's not forget, though, that the wars and armed conflicts that rage in many regions of the globe, which kill innocent people, tear apart families, destroy infrastructure and economies, turn well-kept agricultures into wasteland, and add to the destruction of the world that surrounds us. According to the Council on Foreign Relations Global Conflict Tracker, there are currently 27 ongoing conflicts worldwide. The tracker categorizes conflict into 3 groups: worsening, unchanging, and improving. Right now, there is not a single conflict described as improving. Globally, conflict and violence are on the rise, according to the United Nations. The UN has warned that peace is more under threat around the world than it has been since the Second World War. The number of wars and armed conflicts around the world has been rising intensively since then. The scholarly optimism that the decline in the number of casualties might lead to a process where armed conflicts become irrelevant was quickly overshadowed by recent developments in Europe and other parts of the world. Excellencies, I come from Hungary, from the heart of Europe. Everyone would assume that since the Second World War, peace has been a regional characteristic. Let us not forget that only 11 years after the end of the Second World War, Soviet tanks were rolling on the streets of Budapest. We had 45 years of communist dictatorship, and it didn't take long after the peaceful change of regime of 1989 that war broke out in our imminent southern neighborhood. The killing lasted for a decade. Now, after hardly more than 20 years, war is raging on the European continent, once again in Hungary's neighboring country. It fills us with particular concern, especially because ethnic Hungarians living across the borders also shed their blood. Russia's war against Ukraine is a constant threat and security risk, not only for the Ukrainian citizens living in the war zone, but also for all of us. The threat of escalation is a reason for worry and action. Hungary firmly condemns Russia's aggression against Ukraine, which has destroyed peace in Europe, caused dramatic human suffering and destruction, and has serious repercussions on the world order. Since the beginning of this conflict, Hungarians have stood with the victims. We have been providing economic, social, and humanitarian aid to Ukraine and to the Ukrainian people fleeing the war. Hungary is currently implementing the largest humanitarian operation in her recent history. The Hungarian people, churches, civil organizations, local authorities, and the government gave shelter to nearly 1 million refugees since the outbreak of the conflict. We have learned that war is evil and leads nowhere. A war only has victims, and the ones with the greatest losses are families, mothers and fathers who lose their children in the battlefield, wives who lose their husbands in the fighting, children who lose their brothers, sisters in the hell of war. it is in the strongest possible terms that we call for the investigation of war crimes committed against innocent civilians. These crimes must be documented, investigated, and prosecuted by the relevant international institutions. No crimes committed can go unpunished. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what do we want in the UN? To win the war? We should not stand for winning any war. We need to stand for restoring the peace. If there is a will, there is a way. Hungary is a member of several federal systems. Above all, the United Nations, NATO, the European Union, the Council of Europe, and I could go on. These organizations were created by their founding fathers to pursue peace as their fundamental goal. I could say that they were created by the desire for peace, and I'm convinced that the service of peace is the foundation of their identity. Let me recall again the words of late Queen Elizabeth II. I quote, "The aims and values which inspire the United Nations Charter endure to promote international peace, security, and justice, to relieve and remove the blight of hunger, poverty, and disease, and to protect the rights and liberties of every citizen." Hungary urges fellow member states to declare peace as the major priority in the present conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Excellencies, dear President, ladies and gentlemen, it is by no means self-evident that today, at the time of war, energy, and food crisis, the organizations set up to avoid war and preserve peace are focusing on ideological indoctrination. This is not what is needed today. Instead, we must regain our ability to distinguish between the essential and the irrelevant, the important and the unimportant, reality and fiction. Most of us came to this assembly from London. We attended Elizabeth II's funeral together and bowed at her coffin. We bade farewell to an exceptional monarch whose life was steeped in service to peace. We owe it to the people and to her memory to make our decisions in the same spirit. Let me conclude by quoting, "Those who can win a war well can rarely make a good peace. And those who could make a good peace would never have won a war. Let us make a good peace." Thank you for listening to me.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Hungary for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire, and I invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. Csaba Kőrösi, President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of State and Governments, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. Mr. President, I would like to, first of all, congratulate you on being brilliantly elected to preside over the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. And I wish you every success as you discharge this lofty mission. I also would like to address my heartfelt congratulations to your predecessor, Mr. Abdallah Shahid, and to thank him for his outstanding leadership and the effective management of our deliberations during the previous session. Mr. President, his worthy initiatives in a difficult context marked, in particular, by the COVID-19 pandemic, enabled us to keep hope for a better future. I would like to pay a very warm tribute to Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, and assure him that he has the full support of my country as he continues with his tireless efforts to strengthen the role played by the United Nations in implementing the objectives we had set for ourselves. Secretary General, you have every encouragement from us, in particular, as you implement the relevant proposals contained in your report called Our Common Agenda. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Côte d'Ivoire welcomes the major successes that we have seen in many areas of the United Nations since its inception. And in this framework, my country would like to thank the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, the HCR. They declared on the 30th June 2022 the end of the Ivorian refugee status. I take this opportunity to welcome the excellent cooperation we've had between the HCR and my country. Nonetheless, the growing number and the complexity of challenges we're facing in the area of peace and security, democracy, human rights, environmental protection remain sources of concern. And I welcome the relevance of the theme of the current session, as it invites us to search for the solutions to the challenges we're facing. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the growing geopolitical tensions and new and emerging international conflicts undermine international peace and security. The war in Ukraine has just recalled for us the fact that peace is a permanent quest and that we have continued pursuing it tirelessly. This confrontation, with the risk that it represents of using nuclear weapons, continues to undermine global peace and to plunge humankind into various crises. It shows us yet once again the limits of military options in the settlement of conflicts. And that is why Côte d'Ivoire peaceful coexistence as well as dialogue in the search for solutions to differences amongst nations. And we would like to renew our appeal to the immediate and definitive cessation of hostilities in Ukraine. This war has very serious economic, financial, and social ramifications for African countries. Indeed, the hike in the price of oil and the difficulties in supplying markets with grain and fertilizer have led to a generalized inflation and a spike in the interest rates in international markets and also resulted in the slowing down of the global rate of growth. Therefore, for several African countries, this conflict means that it's difficult to fund their economies. It also means that there is a growth in the price of basic goods, and even there are cases of famine. And this is because the countries depend on the grain and fertilizer coming from Ukraine and Russia. And this situation led the government of my country, Côte d'Ivoire, to subsidize the price of oil and wheat and to cap temporarily the price of several major food products so as to extend support to households, in particular the most vulnerable ones. I welcome the signing in Istanbul on the 22nd of July 2022 under the aegis of the United Nations and Turkey on the wheat agreement. We regret, however, that only 17% of wheat exported by Ukraine since that date have been earmarked for African countries. Now, given this fact, Côte d'Ivoire is asking once again that priority be given to Africa in the implementation of the Istanbul Agreement. Furthermore, we launch an urgent appeal to international financial institutions and to Africa's development partners to mobilize the resources necessary to support the most fragile countries so they can face the multiple ramifications of the conflict in Ukraine. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, peacekeeping operations of the United Nations are a tangible manifestation of our collective action for peace in those countries which are victims of conflict. Côte d'Ivoire hosted one of the largest peacekeeping operations in Africa, and we understand very well the sacrifice made by the troop contributing countries, the sacrifice they make so as to bring back peace and facilitate post-conflict recovery. It is because of the success of the United Nations operation in Côte d'Ivoire, UNOSI, and because of our faith in the values of the United Nations Charter, that my country decided to actively participate in United Nations peacekeeping operations, as I declared to the Security Council in December 2018. I therefore am very happy with the participation of Côte d'Ivoire in the United Nations multidimensional integrated stabilization mission in Mali, MINUSMA, and in the United Nations mission in the Central African Republic, MINURCA. And I would like to laud the professionalism of the Ivorian contingents deployed in the course of these operations. And I bow in front of the memory of the Ivorian servicemen who died in the cause of peace in the brotherly country of Mali, which needs the engagement and commitment of everyone with them as they combat armed terrorist groups. Unfortunately, in this context of fighting against terrorism, 46 Ivorian soldiers deployed within the 8th National Support Element Detachment within MINUSMA in Mali are unjustly detained there and have been detained since the 10th of July of this year. And once again, I call for their release without delay. My country encourages the Malian authorities to focus their efforts on combating terrorism and on implementing resolutely the various stages of the transition timetable, as well as institutional and political reforms in the run-up to the presidential elections planned for February 2024, and to do this for the well-being of the entire Malian people. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, terrorism continues presenting a major threat to international peace and security, and an enormous challenge that no country can face on its own. And that is why we need to strengthen our collective instruments of combating this scourge and to show our solidarity and determination. In this regard, my country welcomes the decisive action by France and its European partners in the Sahel, and reiterates its appeal for a greater involvement of other major powers in the fight against terrorism in the Sahel and in the Gulf of Guinea, in support of national armies to the Economic Community of West African States, ECOWAS, and the Accra Initiative, of course. So as to contribute to this collective effort, Côte d'Ivoire puts at the disposal of the African countries its International Academy on Combating Terrorism, which is an institution in the coastal city of Jacquesville, which provides training in all civilian and military skills needed to fight against terrorism. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, our session is taking place at the time where the energy crisis following the war in Ukraine tends to undermine the accomplishments we have made in greenhouse gas emission reduction, in particular because of going back in some industrialized countries to using carbon-based fuel. The time, unfortunately, is running out, and we have to act fast and implement all of the commitments contained in the Paris Agreement if we want to implement the objective of stemming the global warming below the threshold level of 1.5 degrees Celsius. To reach this goal, developed countries have to drastically reduce their levels of greenhouse gas emissions and to honor the commitment to mobilize $100 billion per year for the benefit of developing countries. COP27, to take place in Egypt, will provide us, I am certain, with a new opportunity to renew the political commitment of all of the stakeholders to contribute towards the fight against global warming. I would like to state yet once again that my country will honor its commitments undertaken within the Paris Agreement on Climate, and we intend to work to protect our forest cover and our rich biodiversity. This is the rationale behind the Abidjan Legacy Program, which was launched at the 15th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Convention Against desertification, COP15, which we had the honor of hosting from 9th to the 20th of May of 2022. And I am very happy to see the exceptional mobilization and the financial support from our developing partners to the Abidjan Legacy Program, which very quickly collected the resources needed for its implementation, namely $2.5 billion. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, today, more than ever, humankind is at a watershed moment for its future. The threats our countries are facing compel us to show greater solidarity, working together, justice and equity, all principles which undergird the multilateralism which my country holds dear. And it is in this spirit that Côte d'Ivoire calls for an in-depth reform of the United Nations Security Council, where Africa could find its right place. I thank you, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
On behalf of the General Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Côte d'Ivoire for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Julius Maada Bio, President of the Republic of Sierra Leone, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Your Excellency Chaba Korosi, President of the General Assembly, Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me commend the President of the 76th session of the General Assembly, His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid, for his sustained effort in returning the General Assembly to its pre-pandemic work pace and his message of hope. Let me also extend my congratulations to Your Excellency, Mr. Chaba Korosi, on your assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly. I'm gratefully optimistic about your leadership in these unprecedented times. I also commend the Secretary General, Mr. Antonio Guterres, for galvanizing the necessary multilateral support in search of solutions to meet the scale and urgency of current global challenges. His timely submission of our Common Agenda report that speaks to strengthening the global governance with a focus on a future agenda driven by multilateral solidarity and collective action is also commendable. As our world wrestles with an unprecedented and volatile economic outlook because of the lingering effects of COVID-19 pandemic and other crises, the theme, watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, is most appropriate and timely. Mr. President, our progress towards achieving global sustainable development goals by 2030 has been complicated by the repurposing of global development and investment finance, disruptions of production and supply chains, growing food and energy insecurities, general slowdowns in the economies of nations, and the perennial adverse effects of climate change. I call on the global family to be intentional and fair about developing innovative development financing products that are free from the stringent restrictions and high transaction costs associated with concessionary loans. Multilateral financial institutions can de-risk investment that are critical for sustainable development. Aid must also be aligned with domestic development priorities. Mr. President, the adverse effects of climate change are borderless. Global warming, unpredictable weather patterns, rising sea levels, and land degradation are taking a profound toll on global food and water security. There are associated governance and stability costs. We are informed that Africa faces disproportionate risk and cost from climate change. We must therefore be consistent in meeting our commitments to all existing international frameworks for addressing climate change. Beyond the usual declarations, we must collaborate on and coordinate mitigation efforts, improve infrastructure for early warning systems, invest more in improving the management of water resources, promote disaster risk management, and enhance the conservation and protection of natural habitats. There are opportunities, especially in Africa, and Sierra Leone in particular, for just energy and just rural agricultural transitions. Fair and accessible multilateral climate financing can catalyze the global and country-specific measures and innovation necessary to build and support sustainable climate resilience. Green investing does support sustainable development. In these efforts, the role and interest of women and young people must be central to climate investments. Sierra Leone is fully committed to concluding the Treaty on Conservation and Sustainable Use of Marine Biological Diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. The BBNJ Treaty must prioritize, among other things, conservation measures, fair and equitable sharing of monetary and non-monetary benefits, meaningful capacity development, and the transfer of marine technology. Mr. President, human capital development is a critical driver of inclusive and sustainable economic development. Sierra Leone has increased domestic financing for education, provided teaching and learning materials, improved education policies and governance. More children, more girls, including pregnant girls, poor and rural learners, and learners with disability are now in school. But we can go beyond these access deficits. As co-chair of the High-Level Steering Committee on SDG 4 and champion of the Transforming Education Summit during this 77th session of the General Assembly, I urge concerted global efforts to address the learning crisis. We can mobilize innovative financing models, underwrite universal access, especially for girls and learners with disabilities, promote technology in education, make greater investment in foundational literacy and numeracy, address water, sanitation, and hygiene, and other infrastructural deficits, support school feeding programs, fund technical and vocational training, and finance other needs across the full spectrum of the education sector.
With close cooperation among states, we are confident that we can address the land crisis in our time. Mr. President, to address the global food crisis that is disproportionately affecting least developed countries, Sierra Leone joins the urgent call for action to escalate financing to support agriculture and irrigation, enhance food systems and nutrition for vulnerable populations, and social protection for at-risk populations. Sierra Leone also associates with call to ease global supply chains, especially for fertilizer, rice, and other agricultural commodities. Multilateral support for establishing agricultural development banks that will support private agricultural investment and agricultural value chain addition. We promote self-sufficiency and greater resilience in that sector. The COVID-19 pandemic reminds us that equity, multilateral cooperation, and a comprehensive global response are what we need to address health emergencies that have the potential to undermine global peace, security, and global development. Sierra Leone affirms its commitment to global efforts at exploring innovative and effective ways to enhance health security, pandemic preparedness, build capacity to respond to health emergencies, and enhance greater resilience in health care delivery. Sierra Leone believes that multilateral support is urgently needed to complement national efforts at reducing maternal and child mortality, preventing epidemics, tackling tropical and communicable diseases, building healthcare infrastructure and the capacity of healthcare personnel, and strengthening primary healthcare. Efforts at increasing domestic financing of healthcare should be supported with increased multilateral financing and enhanced cooperation. Sierra Leone remains exclusively committed to the global agenda for putting women and girls at the center of inclusive sustainable development. We believe that we cannot deliver on the 2020 Agenda on Sustainable Development without the achievement of great gender equality and women's empowerment. We must therefore garner multilateral support to achieve and sustain gender equality and the empowerment of women in our lifetime. Mr. President, Excellencies, sexual violence is a grave threat to justice and the fundamental rights of men, women, and children throughout the world. In every corner of the globe, sexual assault survivors are inhibited in holding perpetrators accountable and accessing empowering health, legal, and economic remedies. In Sierra Leone, we have taken extensive legislative and administrative actions to address sexual and gender-based violence since my declaration of rape as a national emergency in 2019. Last year, before this August assembly, I announced that I had directed a permanent mission of Sierra Leone to the United Nations to sponsor a standalone resolution on access to justice for survivors of sexual violence at the General Assembly. I called for global solidarity on this issue and for the United Nations to give all survivors of sexual violence the remedy they deserve. The General Assembly on the 2nd of September this year adopted by consensus the landmark resolution entitled International Cooperation for Access to Justice, Remedies, and Assistance for Survivors of Sexual Violence. Thank you, the National Assembly. The General Assembly has therefore affirmed the sincere and shared belief of the global community that sexual violence is condemnable and that member states must take effective actions to address it, as well as provide access to timely and unimpeded justice through national legislation for victims and survivors. As a global community, we have signaled our resolve to address this scourge. We must now do all we can to implement access to justice and other remedies to ensure dignity for all survivors and sexual violence. Mr. President, Your Excellencies, small states make up the majority of member states of the United Nations, and they are the strongest advocates of the rule-based international system that underpins the work of the United Nations. Indeed, small states have served as key drafters, negotiators, and thought leaders on a variety of international issues. They have done so diligently through transparency of purpose and coalition building across board. In that connection, Sierra Leone proposes to further pursue these values in the United Nations Security Council. I count on the invaluable and resounding support of this body for Sierra Leone's bid for a non-permanent seat in the United Nations Security Council for the term 2024-2025, with elections to be held in June 2023. Mr. President, my government reaffirms its commitment to the relevant UN Chapter provisions and the declaration of the granting of independence to colonial countries and peoples as contained in the General Assembly Resolution 1514. We join the call on all parties engaged in the dialogue on decolonization to continue to demonstrate good faith and firm commitment to a conclusive and durable resolution of all sovereign disputes. As the coordinator of the African Union Committee of 10 on the reform of the Security Council, I'm pleased to note the commendable progress that has been achieved in the intergovernmental negotiations on the reform of the Security Council. We believe that progress made during the 76th section of the General Assembly is underpinned by the Assembly's acknowledgement of the wider recognition and broader support by member states for the legitimate aspiration of African countries to play their rightful role on the global stage. As Africa continues to advocate and canvass support for the common African position, as espoused in the Erzowini Consensus and the SAD Declaration, I urge member states to continue to demonstrate their renewed commitment and political will towards correcting historical injustice done to Africa by supporting the reform of the Security Council to make it a more inclusive, democratic, transparent, accountable, legitimate, and efficient global organ that properly reflects and adequately addresses the geopolitical realities of our present and future world. Sierra Leone is committed to engaging constructively within the multilateral rules-based order of the United Nations. Only through global cooperation can we engender and implement transformative solutions to global challenges. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Sierra Leone for the statement just made, and I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia. I request Protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alar Karis, President of the Republic of Estonia and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here today, though I wish where circumstances surrounding my first address were different. A year ago, Mr. Secretary General presented his inspiring report, Our Common Agenda, outlining his vision for the next 25 years of global cooperation, and initiated discussions of how to reinvigorate multilateralism and achieve sustainable development goals. I support the goals of the report, and yet it's a Herculean task because the world is torn apart. We witness the constant brutal violation of the core principles of the UN Charter on every continent. The United Nations itself has become a battlefield where some states try to convince the world that the common values we all are obliged to adhere do not exist. The only standard we must follow is the UN Charter, our unique common promise of peace for all nations, large and small, a promise of advancing fundamental human rights, the equal rights of men and women. It is not a choice. It is a collective responsibility to ensure that peace, justice, and human rights prevail. On 24 February, the Russian Federation, a permanent member of the United Nations Security Council, attacked the democratic and peaceful sovereign Ukraine. Russia started a war of aggression with a goal to end the sovereignty of its neighbor, overthrow its legitimate government, exterminate Ukrainian nation, and implement its abusive order, impregnated of imperialism, self-interest, and dominance. Russian invasion, including the illegal occupation of Crimea and Russia's prior land grabs in Georgia and Moldova, demonstrate Russia's total disrespect of international law, the rules-based international order, and an assault of a UN Charter, every value and principle the United Nations stands for. This brutal and unjustified aggression is the most serious threat to the global peace and security since the end of the Second World War, and challenges the very foundation of the UN system, undermining the security of all members of the international community. Some colleagues are hesitant to take sides vis-à-vis Russian aggression. Some argue that this war is between Russia and Ukraine. I see the aggressor and the victim. Legally, as well as morally, there is only one right side to take. Standing in a gray zone encourages the aggressor, undermines this organization, and fuels human suffering. In recent years, we have witnessed devastating human suffering in Afghanistan, Myanmar, Yemen, Syria, Sahel, and the Horn of Africa, just to name a few. The war aggression of Russia makes finding solutions to these conflicts only more difficult, as it has increased food insecurity, adds stress on the global humanitarian relief system, and bolsters economic crisis. Ladies and gentlemen, I visited Ukraine 2 months after the invasion began. The sight was horrific. I lack words to describe the brutality of this scene. The face of war, cruelty will never leave horror and misery to mankind. As of August 22nd, the Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights has recorded in Ukraine over 13,000 civilian casualties, with approximately 6,000 killed and nearly 8,000 injured. The actual numbers are significantly higher. Each murder is another evidence of the grave violations of international law by the aggressor. In the strongest terms, we condemn the war crimes committed by Russia in Ukraine. UN Assistant Secretary General of Human Rights reported to the Security Council about credible allegations of forced transfers of unaccompanied children to Russian-occupied territory or to the Russian Federation. We have seen mass graves of tortured civilians. I wonder, are we living in the 21st century? Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I want to pay tribute to the immeasurable resilience of the people of Ukraine. We grieve for the victims of Russia's aggression and stand with Ukraine in ensuring the future of its people and nation. This brave nation is fighting for values set in the UN Charter, the noble cause of freedom, democracy, and human rights. According to the UN Charter, Article 51, helping Ukraine to protect its right to exist is our collective obligation. At the same time, it is disturbing that the United Nations Security Council, a body that bears the chief responsibility for maintaining international peace and security, has been paralyzed and utterly unable to play its role. Russia has abused its veto power to block the Council from adopting any decisions regarding the grave violation of sovereignty and independence of Ukraine. The Security Council lies in the heart of the UN. It is shameful that since February 24, it has adopted only one statement on Ukraine. How many devastating wars will it take to move forward the long overdue Security Council reform? I am grateful that while the Security Council remains paralyzed on Russia's aggression issue, the soul and the conscience of the UN, the General Assembly, has been active and decisive. I recall the overwhelming support for the UN General Assembly resolution on March 2nd that condemned Russia's aggression and urged Russia to immediately and unconditionally withdraw all of its troops from the territory of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We deplore the Russian Federation's failure to implement this resolution, as well as its failure to comply with its legally binding order by the International Court of Justice on the 16th March of 2020, requiring Russia to immediately cease its use of force against Ukraine. Estonia has always been a strong proponent of curbing the absolute veto power, and even more so when it has been used to cover war crimes and crimes against humanity. I am glad that the General Assembly adopted by consensus a landmark resolution, the so-called veto initiative, which provides the UN General Assembly an opportunity to step in when the UN Security Council is unable to act. The question remains, how can we accept the aggressor has a veto power in the Security Council? Excellencies, conflicts and war bring enormous humanitarian crisis. Russia's aggression has led to an immense need of resources and aid. Nearly 18 million Ukrainians, 40% of the country's population, are in urgent need of humanitarian assistance. The international support for Ukraine has been heartwarming. The UN is busy helping Ukrainians who didn't need our help before this aggression. To date, Estonia has sent over 20 million euros in humanitarian aid to Ukraine. We have seen an unprecedented massive support of Ukraine from the Estonian private sector, civil society, and citizens. We continue to assist and work on the reconstruction of Ukraine. It needs to begin already now. We call others to join us in this. Conflicts created immense refugee crisis. According to the UN Refugee Agency, the total number of people worldwide who were forced to flee their homes due to conflicts and human rights violations was 89.3 million in 2021. The displacements were driven, for example, by the brutality of Bashar al-Assad regime, conflicts in the Tigray region, and the Taliban's takeover of Kabul. In 2022, this number has already exceeded the milestone of 100 million. The increase is caused by Russia's war of aggression. There are more than 7 million recorded Ukrainian refugees across Europe. Another 7 million have been internally displaced. Estonia has received nearly 55,000 refugees, 4% of our country's population. We ensure social services and basic education to refugees fleeing from war. Estonia has created 1,000 additional places in different education programs for Ukrainian refugee children by opening a new school, the Freedom School. One day its students will be the leaders and rebuilders of Ukraine. Estonian education technology companies are donating their solutions to support Ukrainian schools and pupils whose education has been disrupted by war. Why I'm telling all this? Because our future depends on the youth sitting in the classrooms and on their education. We are made by history. We cannot let the lack of knowledge to define our future. To avoid such a brutality repeat itself, we have to raise awareness of the history of our nations. We need to evade confusions caused by active brainwash and disinformation. We see how ignorance makes it easy for any aggressor to put forward its false narratives. War and conflict, lack of openness bring along extreme violations of human rights. It must be clear that basic human rights are universal, same for all UN members, and cannot be ignored by any government. Special attention should be devoted to ensuring gender equality and right to education. Opportunity to study should not be a wish or a dream at the 21st century. Let me use this tribune to praise the courageous women who have now become the forefront of protest against the Taliban in Afghanistan, to fight for the right to choose their own path and role in the society. It is our profound duty to support the struggle. I call on de facto leaders of Afghanistan to immediately stop harassing the UNAMA Afghan female staff. Respecting universal human rights is not a choice. Neither culture nor religion can be invoked by justify human rights violations. In the same vein, we welcome the release of an assessment report of human rights situation in Xinjiang by Office of the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights. The report underscores the serious human rights violations occurring in Xinjiang, which may constitute international crimes, in particular crimes against humanity. This is extremely alarming and requires urgent attention by the international community. Ladies and gentlemen, there remains little dispute over the existential crisis posed by climate change. We witnessed devastating flooding in Pakistan caused by erratic monsoon rains. In solidarity with the people of Pakistan, Estonia provides help to those severely affected. Russia's aggression also brings further pain to those already suffering from the impact of pandemic, conflicts, famine, and climate change. Let me be very clear. This food and energy crisis. The head of the UN World Food Programme has warned that Russia's aggression will lead to the worst food crisis since the Second World War. This physics and in life the cause triggers a reaction. Russia's aggression triggered the global food and inflation crisis. We have witnessed Russia's occupying forces stealing Ukraine's grain supplies, burning down warehouses and destroying grain fields. Market disruption are not caused by sanctions. Global food or economic crises are caused by the war Russia started, and Russia can end all this by ending the war. Yet, Russia has no intention to end the war. Instead, the Russian regime decided to escalate. We find it cynical nuclear threat totally unacceptable. It is a threat to global community. To alleviate this crisis, the EU has launched the Ukraine Solidarity Lanes initiative. It has helped to export over 6 million tons of predominantly agricultural goods from Ukraine. Estonia also welcomes the Black Sea Grain Initiative that was signed in Istanbul on 22nd of July, brokered by the UN Secretary General and President of Turkey. We must keep the international pressure on Russia to monitor Russia's adherence to the deal and its extension. Excellencies, to follow with deep concern the situation is one of the world's largest Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant. Russia has occupied the plant and turned it into a combat zone. The risk of a nuclear disaster is very real. This power plant should be demilitarized without delay and full control of a planned return to Ukraine. Moreover, it is essential to grant international experts a persistent and unfettered access to the facilities of power plant. I regret that last month Russia also shamelessly blocked the consensus concerning the outcome document of a review conference of a treaty of non-proliferation. Estonia has been vocal in addressing the issue of cybersecurity in the UN. We continue these efforts to elevate cybersecurity as an essential component of the UN's international peace and security agenda. Russia has demonstrated how state-provided malicious cyber tools are used alongside conventional weapons. Russia's cyber attack against the satellite communications of Ukraine on 23rd of February served to prepare and facilitate Russia's on-the-ground invasion. Excellencies, it is our duty to ensure accountability and justice at all levels. Impunity breeds impunity and leads to the new crimes to be committed. It is of the utmost importance that there are independent and effective investigations into the atrocity crimes and crimes of aggression committed against Ukraine, also in Syria, Ethiopia, and elsewhere. We must provide justice to victims and bring those responsible for atrocities and genocide to trial. Estonia fully supports the investigation led by the International Criminal Court. We give most serious consideration to the establishment of an independent special court for the crimes of aggression and the compensation mechanisms for the damages caused by the aggression. We support all initiatives attempting to secure accountability. To conclude, the war in Ukraine affects us all. It is our common duty to push back the ugly manifestations of imperialism, colonialism, and racism of Russia. Russia must understand that the road they have taken is disastrous, and the war they have started cannot be won. If we stop caring, if we get tired, if we fall into indifference, the aggressors and criminals will only be empowered. This is not the world where we want to live, nor the world we want to leave to the future generations. The United Nations is and remains the cornerstone of our multilateral, rules-based world order. It is relevant to put to the rest we cannot fail. The UN must emerge from this watershed moment stronger, more united, and more relevant than ever before. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Estonia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, I congratulate you on your election to lead us through this 77th gathering of the General Assembly of the United Nations. I wish you the best of luck as you take on this onerous task at this most difficult period of the world. Mr. President, as we would say in Ghana, our world is currently not in a good place. The World Bank observed last Thursday that the global economy was enduring its steepest slowdown since 1970. 2 years ago, our world came to a thundering halt as we cowered from a health pandemic, from an unknown malicious virus, coupled with a devastating global economic pandemic. High budget deficits were no longer concerns of only developing nations. By 2021, COVID-19 had pushed Africa into the worst recession for half a century. A slump in productivity and revenues, increased pressures on spending, and spiraling public debts confronted us without relent. As we grappled with these economic challenges, Russia's invasion of Ukraine burst upon us, aggravating an already difficult situation. It is not just the dismay that we feel at seeing such deliberate devastation of cities and towns in Europe in the year 2022. We're feeling this war directly in our lives in Africa. Every bullet, every bomb, every shell that hits a target in Ukraine hits our pockets and our economies in Africa. The economic turmoil is global, with inflation as the #1 enemy this year. It hit a 40-year high in the United States and United Kingdom in recent months. There's record inflation in the Eurozone. Several African countries have inflation rates surging 3 to 4 times higher than what they were just 2 years ago. In Ghana, we're experiencing the highest inflation for 21 years. The high costs of food are hurting the poor, especially the urban poor, the most. Moreover, the spillover from central banks raising interest rates to combat inflation has been severe beyond borders, as global investors pull money out of developing economies to invest in bonds in the developed world. This has led to depreciating currencies and increased borrowing costs, meaning we need to raise and spend more of our own currencies to service our foreign debts in US dollars. It has become clear, if ever there was any doubt, that the international financial structure is skewed significantly against developing and emerging economies like Ghana. The avenues that are open to powerful nations to enable them to take measures that would ease pressures on their economies are closed to small nations. To make matters worse, credit rating agencies have been quick to downgrade economies in Africa, making it harder to service our debts. The tag of Africa as an investment risk is little more than, in substance, a self-fulfilling prophecy created by the prejudice of the international money market, which denies us access to cheaper borrowing, pushing us deeper into debts. The financial markets have been set up and operate on rules designed for the benefit of rich and powerful nations. And during times of crisis, the facade of international cooperation under which they purport to operate disappears. These are the savage lessons that we have had to take in as the world emerged from the grip of the coronavirus to energy and food price hikes and the world rise in the cost of living. The necessity for reform of the system is compelling. Mr. President, I'm a modern student of history, and I would say it is doubtful that any generation of inhabitants of this earth has ever witnessed such a perfect storm of global economic chaos, a war with global consequences, and an unwillingness or inability to find a consensus to deal with the catastrophe. It is under such circumstances that we have gathered under the theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. Excuse me. The problems we face are indeed many and vary in level of importance depending on where you are in the global order of things. Just last year, the focus was on energy transition. This year, it is about energy security, as Europe goes back to burning coal to replace Russian gas. Nevertheless, we do not have the luxury of being able to pick and choose which problem to solve. None of them can wait. The economic turbulence requires urgent and immediate solution. The turmoil and insecurity in many parts of the world require urgent attention. And so does the need to tackle the problems posed by climate change. A watershed moment indeed it is. And history will judge us harshly if we do not seize the opportunity to make the changes that will enable us to deal with the many problems we face. Mr. President, a case in point is the destabilizing conflict in the Sahel. It might look to many today as a local conflict which affects only the countries in that region. We in Ghana know differently. We have watched in horror as the unrest has moved from the Sahel inexorably to the West African coastal countries. All of Ghana's neighbors have suffered terrorist attacks, and some have lost territorial space to the invading forces. Furthermore, the terrorist pressure has provided a pretext for the unhappy reappearance of military rule in 3 of the 15-member ECOWAS community, 2 of whom have borne the brunt of the terrorist outrages in the region, Mali and Burkina Faso. It is a development we're determined to reverse so that the ECOWAS space remains a democratic one. All of us in the region are being forced to spend huge amounts of money on security. This is money we should be spending on educating and giving skills to our young people, on building much-needed roads, bridges, hospitals, and other such infrastructure, which we are spending to fight terrorists or to keep them out from destabilizing our countries. This is a global problem, deserving the attention of the world community for a global solution. Mr. President, I'm contributing to this debate on a date that has special significance for us in Ghana. 21st September is the date we mark the birth of our first president, Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. He would have been 113 years old today, and it is worth recalling on this day the driving force of his political career, which was to contribute to the birth of a united Africa that is the United States of Africa. We recognize today more than ever before the importance of the strength and unity of Africa, and we are working to shed that image of a helpless, hapless continent. There is a renewed commitment towards an inclusive and sustainable industrialization and economic integration, and the intensity of the challenges we face today is only matched like never before by the immensity of the opportunity before us. We, the current leaders of Africa, should be determined not to waste the crisis that confronts us. Incidentally, 2022 is billed as Africa's year to take action on food and nutrition development goals. We see the current geopolitical crisis as an opportunity to rely less on food imports from outside the continent and use better our 60% share of global share of arable lands to increase food productions. We have seen the devastating impact of relying on Russia and Ukraine for 70% of our wheat consumption. We have enough land, enough water, enough gas, and enough manpower to produce enough fertilizer, food, and energy for ourselves and for others. But we also recognize that we cannot do it all by ourselves. Our message to the global investor community is therefore this: Africa is ready for business. Africa needs you, and you need Africa. You need Africa because Africa is busily building the world's largest single market of 1.3 billion people. Soon we will have a customs union, and soon we will have a continental payment system that will accelerate and facilitate trade amongst ourselves. Already, goods and services are flowing more freely across our artificial borders. See Africa for what it is: the new frontier for manufacturing, for technology, for food production. That is why 6 years ago, I launched in Ghana the successful policy of one district, one factory, a policy with government incentives that has directly seen so far some 125 factories being set up in various districts across the country, leveraging on each area's competitive advantage. That is why 6 years ago, my government embarked on an aggressive policy of planting for food and jobs, which has helped our farmers increase their yields in folds. Indeed, we're recognizing that many of the things we import can be found or produced in Ghana or in other African countries. The African Continental Free Trade Area, whose secretariat is located in Accra, Ghana's capital, is driving intra-African trade and creating an unparalleled momentum for our continent's economic diversity and transformation. We know that industrialization is the way to go, and with the single market as the added incentive, we've taken policy measures in Ghana to add value to our natural resources. For example, we're processing more of our cocoa, refining more of our gold, and we're determined to exploit the entire value chain of our huge lithium deposits. We're busily building an integrated bauxite and aluminum industry and an integrated iron and steel industry, building new oil refineries, and have so far attracted 6 of the world's biggest automobile manufacturers to have set up assembling plants in Ghana prior to producing them in the country. In line with the African Union's Agenda 2063 and the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Africa's ambition is to transform our food systems over the next decade, anchored in the Comprehensive Africa Agricultural Development Program and the Malabo Declaration on Accelerated Agricultural Growth. What we require now is support from the investor community for the rolling out of Africa's lucrative agro-industry, and for the community to see agribusiness in Africa as much more an opportunity than the perceived exaggerated risk, which has been the false but dominant narrative. In conclusion, Mr. President, on 25th July 2016, this Assembly adopted Resolution A/RES/70/293, proclaiming 2016-2025 as the third industrial development decade for Africa, with UNIDO tasked to lead it in collaboration with a range of partners. I believe it is time for the United Nations to take proper stock of this initiative and ask a few searching questions, recognizing what could have been achieved with greater commitment and focus. Working together, we can get our world back into a better and happier place. I thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Ghana for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. And now the Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency José María Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency José María Pereira Neves, President of the Republic of Cabo Verde, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Excellencies, heads of state, government, and delegations, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, dear delegates, ladies and gentlemen. The Republic of Cabo Verde encompasses the inhabitants of the 10 islands that make up the national territory located in the mid-Atlantic off the West African coast, and an immense diaspora, which is our 11th island, scattered throughout the four corners of the world. As President of the Republic and highest representative of this global nation, I have the enormous privilege of extending my greetings to all of you, and from the pulpit of this august assembly to bring montañas greetings in the mother tongue of Cabo Verde, from Cabo Verdeans to the peoples of the world, represented here by their highest dignitaries, auguring the best wishes for prosperity and happiness shared by all. We look forward with hope to the Summit of the Future in 2023, as foreseen in the Secretary General's proposal of our common agenda, so that it may effectively help forge a new global consensus on what our future should look like and what we can do today to secure it. With this in mind, Cabo Verde reiterates before this august assembly its firm purpose of continuing to be an active and useful member of the United Nations system, acting and articulating its actions on four major fronts, from more specific to broader, to fully own up to its responsibility in the framework of national governance, to value its specificity and grow from its status as a small island state in development, to be a spokesperson in context of the diversity and the designs of Africa, the continent to which it belongs, and ultimately continue to be a champion of multilateralism for the advancement of the causes of progress and well-being of humanity. In their journey, SIDS face structural limitations such as geographical remoteness and isolation, their small economic dimension, dependence on imports, and high costs on the one hand, and exports of sector-concentrated services on the other, which more frequently and intensely expose them and make them vulnerable to the impact of external shocks, whether climate, economic, or of other nature, such as pandemics and geopolitical conflicts. My country, Cabo Verde, for example, in the past 15 years, between 2007 and 2022, has suffered the economic and social impact of multiple crises. The economic and financial crisis of 2007-2008, at the very moment of our graduation from the list of LDCs, the COVID-19 pandemic, have to progressively overcome its vulnerabilities and increase external solidarity in terms of sustainable financing and indebtedness, albeit always in a process, in a logic of gradual reduction of the need for external support. Although this is not a new narrative, it is nevertheless urgent that it be implemented, since with less than 8 years to go before the 2030 agenda target, all signs show that the indicators are not at the desirable pace toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by that date. It is also pressing because less than 2 years before the fourth SIDS conference in 2024, it is certainly legitimate and expected that the conference may make a transformative decision on the best evaluation indicators and on the policy modalities that will best support SIDS in meeting the Samoa pathway goals. Cabo Verde has already submitted its application to host in 2023 the regional preparatory meeting of the AIS, the SIDS region of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans, and the South China Sea, to which it belongs, and is also prepared to monitor and support the whole process up to the conclusion of the General Conference in 2024. It is within this context of emergency that we welcome the Secretary General's recommendation and the decision of the President of the General Assembly to establish a United Nations high-level expert panel to conduct the works, including the completion and use of a multidimensional vulnerability index. We look forward to a satisfactory conclusion of the works of the high-level panel. In particular, that the General Assembly may adopt its MVI proposal, which we hope shall be accepted and used in a consensual manner both inside and outside the United Nations. After all, we, the SIDS, also want to free ourselves from the dependence on external support, which necessarily entails reducing our vulnerabilities while also being aware of the duty to do our homework, to be competitive and resilient, and to achieve inclusive and environmentally sustainable growth. Since 2015, Africa's cultural and natural, material and immaterial heritage has been celebrated around the world to raise awareness and sensibility on the importance of its preservation. Hence, the African Union has proposed as the theme for the year 2021 the theme of arts, culture, and heritage, levers to build the Africa we want. However, in this regard, there are still concerns about the urgencies and the measures to be taken. In my capacity as president, and counting on my African counterparts, I propose to invest in the preservation of the natural and cultural heritage of the whole of Africa, and to reflect on how to promote climate justice and equity in Africa and for Africa. It is a question of seeking to reach consensus on a more flexible and less abstract notion of climate equity that places common but differentiated responsibilities at the heart of a public and global debate, and to create a common platform for Africa with a view to transfer responsibilities on an intergenerational basis. On this occasion, I must refer to the worldwide movement of the candidacy of creolization and Creole cultures as World Heritage, for which I have accepted to be sponsored and spokesperson, were it not for Cape Verde being the first Creole society in the world. This is a civil society-led initiative which wants Creole countries to be able to position themselves under one voice regarding their intangible heritage, promoting peace, friendship between peoples, and development cooperation, based on the values that creolization has brought to civilization, a new ethos based on tolerance, diversity, and fusion of cultures. We therefore call for strong political support and engagement from dignitaries from Creole countries and their heads of state. The adoption of the 2030 Agenda and its SDGs was a high point for multilateralism, and its progressive implementation and realization should continue to benefit from the impetus of an increasingly renewed, reinvigorated multilateralism anchored on the United Nations system. This has not happened at the desired level on the various fronts where, unfortunately, global challenges remain, while at the same time, crises have emerged which have constituted genuine obstacles to progress, endangering the desired reinvigorating of multilateralism adapted and prepared to deal with the scale and complexity of the new challenges. In this sense, Cape Verde advocates for an effective, inclusive, preventive, dissuasive, and cooperative multilateralism, which could, as has already been stated, establish a new global agreement between states as well as a new global government of the international system, a multilateralism that calls for less confrontation between blocs and more cooperation among member states in the construction and delivery of global public goods to all, such as peace and security, human rights, and sustainable development. Finally, a multilateralism that is useful and a facilitator of an appeased international context, which opens the doors for countries such as Cape Verde to more external funding and more and better integration in the regional and global value chains. In conclusion, I wish you fruitful deliberations during this 77th session of the General Assembly, the results of which we hope may pave the way and prepare the summits of the future and of SIDS in 2023 and 2024. The future lies in each day that lays ahead, but also in the solutions we take and that we make possible in each of these days. Our best wishes to the United Nations. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Cape Verde for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear now an address by His Majesty King Mswati III, Head of the State of the Kingdom of Eswatini. I request protocol to escort His Majesty. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Majesty King Mswati III, Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini, to invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellency, Heads of State and Government, UN Secretary General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to address this distinguished 77th United Nations General Assembly, where we have once again come together as a community of nations to renew our commitment to implementing the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals agenda. We are meeting at a time when we have just passed through a stage of tragedies brought about by the COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed lives all over the world. We thank God that this period is subsiding. We must praise the countries of the world for uniting to fight this pandemic up to this stage where it is on the verge of being eradicated. The development and supply of COVID-19 vaccines has proven to be very useful, especially with regard to the prevention interventions. We also applaud the UN for being instrumental in working under extremely difficult conditions. It remained resolute in assisting countries, and it is safe to say we are where we are today because of their efforts. Despite these challenges, it is encouraging to think that there were some positives to take away from this experience. In the case of Eswatini, we were compelled to develop testing laboratories and oxygen storage facilities, which are now very helpful in the fight against other health issues. We have witnessed the availability of oxygen, which has been used in saving the lives of snake bite victims, among other medical emergencies. The COVID pandemic arrived in the midst of an HIV/AIDS pandemic, which we were still battling with, and it affected various programs that had been put in place. Eswatini has made great strides in the fight against HIV and AIDS. The country became a shining example for the continent and the world at large after it attained the 95 UN AIDS treatment cascade targets in 2020. We are now focused on ending the AIDS pandemic as a global health threat by 2030. This milestone would never have been possible without the support of the development partners who have been with the country since 1986, when the first AIDS case was announced. Mr. President, it is unfortunate that even after COVID, when we were beginning to say that there is hope, we are now confronted with the conflicts that are taking place all over the world. Their consequences include, among other things, the loss of life. These conflicts and tensions have also contributed significantly to the rise in food prices globally. They are not unique to a certain area, as they persist in Africa, Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. We hope to see an end to these clashes through peaceful resolutions. We must applaud the UN for its effort to prevent these conflicts from escalating. Hopefully, there will be long-lasting, fruitful results emerging from these UN interventions. As we gather here at the UN, we're all reminded of the main purpose of establishing the organization, which was to reduce tensions that led to conflict around the world. We hope the aspirations of our forefathers will guide us in using the organization to bring us together so that we can resolve our differences where they exist and find lasting solutions. This will no doubt be of great help to all mankind. These problems are a setback to the Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, which are ongoing given that COVID has had a negative impact, while the conflicts are also taking their own toll on these programs. During the pandemic, we witnessed the collapse of many economies, the shutdowns of industries, and the disruption of poverty alleviation projects that could not be implemented properly due to all the prevention measures, which meant there was no movement of people and goods. Nevertheless, now that COVID is subsiding, it is high time for all of us to once again renew our focus on the SDGs and implement them, as they will play a crucial role in helping our countries develop. We also note the importance of the role that needs to be played by financial institutions in assisting countries in the recovery process, as most countries really suffered a lot, economical and financial, which means they face challenges in raising resources to fund this process. We hope and urge our financial institutions to remain open and receiving countries that need support to revive their developmental programs, to welcome their request with sympathy to the plight of the challenges that they faced during the troubling COVID and HIV/AIDS challenges. We do appreciate that in recent days, we have seen the financial multilateral organizations become more welcoming towards countries in need of budget support. We trust the world will continue to come together to resolve these challenges, as countries have a great strain on their resources, a situation that will be felt for some time to come. We hope the world will come together to contribute to resolving some of these problems. Our theme for this 77th session of the General Assembly is a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. The theme fits very well with the several issues we are facing in the world today. The Kingdom of Eswatini, like all other member states, has not been immune to these encounters that have a heightened pressure on our already stressed economies. They have served to derail us from our pursuit of the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Agenda 2030 and the African Union Aspirations 2063, the Africa we want. The theme should therefore serve to kickstart our economies towards recovery and enable us to create a sustainable future for our people. As the Kingdom of Eswatini, we are continuing with our efforts to attract investment and to support small, medium enterprises, as well as create big industries, In doing so, we realize the need for reliable energy to help us achieve our investment goals, so it is one of the areas we are working on developing as a region. We are also focused on remaining highly competitive, which is why the World Bank Ease of Doing Business ranks us at the top in Africa when it comes to trading across borders. The government has also put in place fiscal support measures to ensure the cost of establishment of businesses and initial operational costs are reduced drastically through a range of options from fiscal to non-fiscal incentives. The creation of special economic zones has placed us at an advantage to leverage our export potential through attracting export-oriented manufacturing projects. Eswatini is also well positioned as a launch pad to the African Continental Free Trade Area, which seeks to boost intra-Africa trade with a market of 1.2 billion people and a combined GDP of $2.2 trillion US. The country is also engaged in creating opportunities for our youth to address the issue of unemployment and poverty. There are opportunities to be explored in areas of ICT, agriculture, and the informal sector, to name but a few. Mr. President, the Kingdom of Eswatini welcomes the new program by the UNDP to support our youth in Africa who want to engage in entrepreneurship to mitigate the issues of poverty. This is a noble idea, and we are ready to embrace it. Food security and ending hunger remain a priority for the government of the Kingdom of Eswatini. We are deploying a double-pronged strategy to address this challenge by providing social safety nets for the most vulnerable groups. We have increased budget allocations, engaged in emergency food aid distribution, providing cash transfers to the elderly and vulnerable school feeding programs, and other support services for disadvantaged populations. With regard to agriculture growth and development, the key projects driven by this public investment include the acceleration of water harvesting and irrigation development, where an average of 1,000 hectares is developed with irrigation every year. We are also creating market-linked agriculture growth opportunities for small and emerging farmers to produce and generate income to enhance their livelihoods. The negative effects of climate change are compelling the Kingdom, the government, to build more dams throughout the Kingdom for irrigation. Other initiatives include the rollout of input subsidies for staple food crops. The combination of these programs has also increased the production of maize, our staple food, by 30% for 2021-2022 farming season, only 9% short of our national target. With the global stability at stake, Africans have recognized the need to guard against opportunists who seek to take advantage of the fragile economies to advance their agendas. Ours is a history littered with problems of the past and ongoing attempts to re-infiltrate our countries through covert and overt means. Eswatini is of the ardent belief that Africa must have a permanent representation in the United Nations Security Council, a call made in Ezulwini Consensus in 2005. Our position emanates from the fact that every democracy has its exceptionality, and that societies are founded according to different cultural norms and values. We will not tire of the consideration and belated adoption of this call by the UN to bring in the proper perspective on the African polity. When the world faced the COVID pandemic, it must be noted that no country was spared, which means we all needed to come together to find solutions. Unfortunately, Taiwan was unable to access some of the World Health Organization's WHO programs and thus implement the remedies that required their approval. We continue to appeal for Taiwan to be considered for full participation in the UN agencies. We are confident that the global village would benefit substantially from Taiwan's meaningful participation in the UN system. The Kingdom of Eswatini calls upon the United Nations to make the necessary arrangements for Taiwan to significantly participate in relevant UN specialized agencies and mechanisms. Mr. President, as I conclude, Eswatini remains confident in the global body's capability to confront and overcome the challenges we face, because most of them are man-made. We can achieve this through our full commitment to the ideals of the United Nations Charter. This time, history is calling on each member state to intensify efforts to address our plight if we envisage triumphantly walking the path to 2030. However, and most importantly, we must remain certain about one important thing. Our success hinges on unity and respect for one another, which is key to all the outcomes of this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. Despite our diversity, we are one big happy family. We need to give the world and our people hope and confidence that the United Nations has the entire mandate to play its role in all global issues that affect mankind. I thank you. May Almighty God bless us all.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Head of State of the Kingdom of Eswatini, for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Majesty. In accordance with Decision 77/506 of 16th of September 2022, I give the floor to the distinguished representative of Ukraine to introduce an address by the Head of State.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Volodymyr Zelensky, President of Ukraine.
Greetings to all people of the world who value peace and unity between different and equal nations. I wish you all peace. I thank you that we are united in our striving to restore peace and to guarantee peace for any nation that has become a victim of the armed aggression. A crime has been committed against Ukraine, and we demand just punishment. The crime was committed against our state borders. The crime was committed against the lives of our people. The crime was committed against the dignity of our women and men. The crime was committed against the values that make you and me a community of the United Nations. And Ukraine demands punishment for trying to steal our territory, punishment for the murders of thousands of people, punishment for tortures and humiliations of women and men, punishment for the catastrophic turbulence that Russia provoked with its illegal war, and not only for us, Ukrainians, but for the whole world, for every nation that is represented in this hall of the UN General Assembly. I'm speaking on behalf of the state which is forced to defend itself but has the formula for peace. I'm speaking to everyone who wants to hear how to achieve peace. I will present a formula that can work, not only for us, but for everyone who may find themselves in similar circumstances as we did. It's a formula that punishes crime, protects life, restores security and territorial integrity, guarantees security, and provides determination. There are 5 preconditions for peace. Dear Mr. President of the General Assembly, dear Secretary General of the United Nations, dear heads of states and governments, dear journalists, nations of the world, Ukraine wants peace. Europe wants peace. The world wants peace. And we have seen who is the only one who wants war. There is only one entity among all UN member states who would say now, if he could interrupt my speech, that he's happy with this war, with his war. But we will not let this entity prevail over us, even though it's the largest state in the world. Ukraine showed strength on the battlefield, using its right to self-defense in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter, and no one will reproach us now or in the future with weakness or inability to fight for ourselves, for our independence. We are achieving a result in this fight, and we see what the end of this war will be and what will be the guarantees of a stable peace. The UN Charter proclaims the equality of nations, and we proved that Ukraine is equal among the equals. The UN Charter protects the inviolability of borders, and we conform our state borderline by expelling the occupiers outside. The UN Charter stipulates the value of human rights, dignity, and life, and we also stipulate them with every Ukrainian city freed from Russian occupation. We didn't provoke this war. We held 88 rounds of talks in various formats to prevent this war, just from the beginning of my presidency until February 24 this year. But Russia, instead of stopping the crime of aggression, which it started back in 2014, turned it into a full-scale invasion. And we have no choice but to defend ourselves. We do it. We push the aggressor beyond the internationally recognized border of the Ukrainian state. And this is the first item of our peace formula. Comprehensive item. Punishment. Punishment for the crime of aggression. Punishment for violation of borders and territorial integrity. Punishment that must be in place until the internationally recognized border is restored, until the aggression stops, and until the damages and losses for the war are fully compensated. Therefore, sanctions against the aggressor are part of the peace formula. Blocking the trade and relations with the aggressor is a part of the peace formula. All this is a punishment. So long as the aggressor is a party to decision-making in the international organization, he must be isolated from them, at least until aggression lasts. Reject the right to vote, deprive delegation rights, remove the right of veto if it is a member of the UN Security Council, in order to punish the aggressor within the institutions. We shouldn't turn a blind eye to propagandists who justify aggression, but apply a full package of personal restrictions against them. That is a punishment for lying. Citizens of the aggressor state shouldn't be allowed to enjoy tourism or shopping in the territory of those who value peace, but should be encouraged through visa restrictions to fight against the aggression of their own state. Punish for abetting the evil. A special tribunal should be created to punish Russia for the crime of aggressor against our state. This will become signal to all would-be aggressors that they must value peace or be brought to responsibility by the world. We have prepared precise steps to establish such tribunal. They will be presented to all states. Ukraine will appeal to the UN General Assembly to support an international compensation mechanism. We count on your support. Russia should pay for this war with its assets. It's also a punishment. This is one of the most terrible punishments for Russian officials who value money above everything else. The second item of the peace formula is the protection of life, the most concrete item. Now, while the sessions of the General Assembly continue in the Ukrainian town of Izum, Kharkiv region, the exhumation is underway of bodies from a mass burial which happened when the territory was controlled by Russian troops. The bodies of women and men, children and adults, civilians and soldiers were found there, 445 graves. There is a family that died under the rubble of a house after a Russian airstrike. Father, mother, 6- and 8-year-old girls, grandparents. There is a man who was strangled with a rope. There is a woman with broken ribs and wounds on her body. There is a man who was castrated before the murder, and this is not the first case. Ask, please, the representatives of Russia why the Russian military are so obsessed with castration. What was done to them so that they want to do this to others? The only thing that differs the mass burial in Izum from what the world saw in Bucha is in fact the burial. The Russian army was in Izum for a longer time, and therefore the bodies of the killed people were buried and not scattered on the streets. So how can we allow the Russian army somewhere on Ukrainian soil, knowing that they are committing such mass murders everywhere? We cannot. We must protect life. The world must protect life. Every state suffering the armed aggression needs the opportunity to protect its citizens and liberate its territory. If it requires help, with weapons or shells, they should be provided. If you needed financial help for this, it should be given. If for this it's necessary to help with intelligence data, just do it. But what is not needed is lies. We can return the Ukrainian flag to our entire territory. We can do it with the force of arms, but we need time. We tried to speed it up. We tried to implement the basic provisions of the UN Charter for Ukraine through negotiations, but Russia is afraid of real negotiations and doesn't want to fulfill any fair international obligations. It lies to everyone, as it's typical for aggressors, for terrorists. Even now, when Russia talks about negotiations, it only wants to slow down its retreat. Russia wants to spend the winter on the occupied territory of Ukraine and prepare forces to attempt a new offensive, new Buchas, new Izums, or at least it wants to prepare fortifications on occupied land and carry out military mobilization at home. We cannot agree to a delayed war because it will be even hotter than the war now. For us, this is a war for life. That is why we need defense support, weapons, military equipment, and shells. Offensive weapons and long-range one is enough to liberate our land, and defensive systems, above all air defense. And we need financial support to keep internal stability and fulfill social obligation to our people. Physical and social protection are two elements of any nation's life. So, the second item of our peace formula is the protection of life by all available means allowed by the UN Charter. The third item of our peace formula is restoring security and territorial integrity. Look at how many elements of global security Russia has undermined with its war. Maritime safety, food safety, radiation safety, energy safety, and safety from weapons of mass destruction. We are already restoring maritime safety and food security, and I thank Mr. Antonio Guterres for his personal involvement. Algeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, Libya, Kenya, Somalia, Sudan, Tunisia, Bangladesh, Israel, India, Iran, Yemen, Cyprus, China, Korea, Lebanon, Turkey, Belgium, Bulgaria, Greece, Ireland, Netherlands, Germany, Romania, and France have already received Ukrainian agricultural products. And we have to increase the supply by sea, both under market conditions and within the UN food program, for which Ukraine is always a reliable partner. And by the way, despite all the difficulties caused by the war, we decided to provide humanitarian aid to Ethiopia and Somalia. So we will send them an additional amount of our wheat, but it's more difficult with other security elements. On the eve of the General Assembly meeting, Russia fired missiles at the South Ukraine nuclear power plant. The explosion hit the station buildings. Windows were broken. Walls were damaged. The rockets exploded only 300 meters from the walls of the reactors. And this is after the IAEA's clear appeal to Russia to stop any hostile activity against any nuclear facilities of Ukraine, and in particular against the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power station, the largest one in Europe, which Russia has turned into a target. And that makes all of you a target. Russian radiation blackmailing is something that should concern each and every one of you, because none of you will find a vaccine against radiation sickness. The cost of living crisis continues in dozens of countries. It roots in the destabilization of the energy market. It's necessary to remove the main factor of global price turbulence, namely Russian energy blackmailing. It's necessary to cap the prices at which Russia exports its energy resources. It's necessary to make Russian oil and gas just ordinary goods again. Currently, oil and gas are Russia's energy weapons. And that is why it manipulates the markets so that electricity, gas, petrol, and diesel become the privilege of few instead of being a common goods available to all. Limiting prices is safeguarding the world. This is the way to restore energy and price security. But will the world go for it? Or will it be scared? Will it be scared of Russian threats? It's necessary to take only one strong step, after which everything will become clear. The time has come for this. This step will put everything in place. After the Russian missile terror, after the massacres, after Mariupol, after the burning of the Ukrainian prisoners in Olenivka by the Russian military, after blocking the ports, after the strikes of the Russian tanks and missiles on nuclear power plants, and after threats to use nuclear weapons, which have become the rule, not the exception for Russian propagandists. We must finally recognize Russia as the state of sponsor of terrorism at all levels, in all countries that confess the values of peace and protection of human life, legally, politically. If you don't have a legal mechanism, you can make a political decision in the parliaments. This is the foundation for restoring global security. If this strong step is taken, doubts will disappear whether to take other important steps. And what is very sensitive is the border, the territorial integrity. When one country tries to steal the territory of another state, it puts all of the world nation under attack. Global security cannot be restored without restoring the territorial integrity of the nation which suffered the armed aggression. So the third item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the restoration of security and territorial integrity. The fourth item is security guarantees. Every nation has the right to security guarantees, not only the largest nations, not only the most fortunate ones. We have proposals to upgrade the security architecture for Ukraine and for Europe and the world, which will not allow any more aggression against us. We are already presenting them to partners. Proposals for legally binding multilateral and bilateral treaties. These are the conditions for the guarantors to act and the timeline for their actions to bring results. Results on land, at sea, and in the air, in diplomacy and politics, in economy and finance, in providing weapons and intelligence. Each of you who will receive the text of our peace formula will also see the details of what we offer as security guarantees. I do not want to compare our offers with the guarantees of any alliances that exist on the planet now. I want to stress that it is always much better to guarantee the security of a nation preventively rather than to stop a war after it has already begun. And the fifth item of the Ukrainian peace formula is the determination, something without which the other four items will not work. This is our determination to fight. This is the determination of the partners to help us and also themselves. And this is the determination of the world to unite around the one who fights against armed aggression and to call to order the one who threatens all. So, all 5 items of our formula: punishment for aggression, protection of life, restoration of security and territorial integrity, security guarantees, and determination to defend oneself. This is the formula of crime and punishment, which is already well known to Russia. And this is the formula of justice and law, an order that Russia has yet to learn, as well as any potential aggressors. What is not in our formula? Neutrality. Those who speak of neutrality when human values and peace are under attack mean something else. They talk about indifference, everyone for themselves. Here is what they say. They pretend to be interested in each other's problems. They take care of each other formally. They sympathize only for protocol, and that is why they pretend to protect someone, but in reality, they protect only their vested interests. This is what creates the conditions for war. This is what needs to be corrected in order to create conditions for peace. All you need is determination. There was a lot of talking about reforming the UN. How did all end? No result. If you look carefully at our peace formula, you will see that its implementation is already becoming a de facto reform of the United Nations. Our formula is universal and unites the North and the South of the world. It calls for the world's majority and encourages to expand the representation of those who remain unheard. This is an imbalance when Africa, Latin America, most of Asia, Central and Eastern Europe comply with the right of veto that they themselves never had. And this is what Ukraine is talking about. And have you ever heard such words from Russia? But it's a permanent member of the Security Council. For some reason. For what reason? No Japan or Brazil, no Turkey or India, no Germany or Ukraine. The day will come when this will be resolved. As for the talks between Ukraine and Russia, probably you have happened to hear different words from Russia about the talks, as if they were ready for them. But they talk about the talks but announce military mobilization. They talk about the talks but announce pseudo-referendums in the occupied territories of Ukraine. What is true then? The military mobilization in Russia is true. Sham referendums are also true. Russia wants war, it's true, but Russia will not be able to stop the course of history. Mankind and the international law are stronger than one terrorist state. Russia will be forced to end this war. The war, it has started. I rule out that the settlement can happen on a different basis than the Ukrainian peace formula. The further the Russian terror reaches, the less likely it's that anyone in the world will agree to sit at one table with them. And if my words will be followed by new Russian missiles and acts of terrorism, it will only prove their weakness. Russia's weakness, its inability to prevail over us, its inability to prevail over the world. It will only prove that 5 items of the Ukrainian peace formula must be implemented as soon as possible. We are ready for peace, but true, honest, and fair peace. That's why the world is on our side. And finally, I want to thank 101 countries that voted for my video address to take place. It was a vote not only about the format, it was the vote about principles. Only 7 countries voted against: Belarus, Cuba, North Korea, Eritrea, Nicaragua, Russia, and Syria. 7 who are afraid of the video address. 7 who respond to principles with a red button. Only 7. 101 and 7. France, if this coalition is against our determination, then I congratulate you all, because this means that peace will prevail over any aggression and that there is no obstacle for us to implement the peace formula. I thank you for your attention. Once again, I wish you all peace. Slava Ukraini!
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of Ukraine for his statement just made. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Alexander Vučić, President of the Republic of Serbia, and to invite him to address the Assembly.
Esteemed President of the General Assembly, distinguished Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me a great honor to address you on behalf of the Republic of Serbia. Due to limited time, please do not mind if I skip the burden of formality, courtesy words, greetings of those who are present in this room or absent, and instead speak directly about the essence of what we gather here. I've been so many times in these premises. The seriousness of the present moment obliges me to share difficult but true words with you. Everything we are doing here today seems at least relatively impotent and vague. Our words make hollow and empty echo comparing to the reality we are facing. And that reality is such that no one is listening to anyone here, no one strives towards real agreements and to resolving problems, and almost everyone takes care only of their own interests, breaching often along the way the basic principles of international law, throwing away the UN Charter and other documents this organization is founded on. It is neither fault of Antonio Guterres nor of anyone from UN, but of those powers who take care of nothing else but of meeting their own political, economic, and unfortunately, military goals. We are witnesses that the age we live in is featured by complexity of global geopolitical situation. Our general debate is being held in terms of undermined world peace to the extent that has not been seen ever since the World War II and since the time the United Nations had been founded. Global challenges we are facing are threatening to radically change international security architecture and jeopardize established international legal order. Such complex times demand a lot of wisdom and unity, in order to preserve peace as the absolutely most important heritage woven into the foundations of the United Nations organization. That is why I would like to speak clearly and accurately before you about 5 key challenges we are facing today. Point 1, returning to peace and preservation of global stability. Point 2, preservation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of internationally recognized states, members of this organization, as a key principle of international public law and relations between the countries. Point 3, energy security in terms of global crisis. Point 4, financial safety of the poor and developing countries. And point 5, food supply in terms of global supply chains interrupted by war. Current global developments remind us more and more often that the principle of peaceful resolution of disputes has no alternative. This principle is outstanding today more than ever before, and it is best described in the UN Charter Preamble, which reads as follows: to practice tolerance and live together in peace with one another as good neighbors. Denial of use of force and peaceful resolution of disputes are the pillars of world stability, but they must be accompanied by principles such as non-selective observance of the UN Charter, implementation of mandatory UN Security Council resolutions, and basic principles of the applicable international public law. Point 2, preservation of territorial integrity and sovereignty of internationally recognized states, members of this organization. Serbia supports territorial integrity of all UN member states, including, of course, territorial integrity of Ukraine. In such a way, we behaved responsibly and seriously in this renowned institution. Nevertheless, we could hear from many speakers the stories about aggression and violation of territorial integrity of Ukraine. Many say that this was the first conflict on the European soil after the World War II. But the truth that the territorial integrity of a country in Europe, Serbia, as a matter of fact, which did not attack any other sovereign country, was violated, is constantly unspoken. We ask for a clear answer to the question I've been asking my interlocutors, leaders of many countries for years. What is the difference between the sovereignty and territorial integrity of Ukraine and sovereignty and territorial integrity of Serbia, which was grossly violated and for which you provided international recognition and legitimacy, at least some of you? Nobody has ever provided a rational answer to this question. Let me remind you, Serbia has not stepped its foot on someone else's territory, never ever, nor has it endangered territorial integrity of a single sovereign state, so that anyone might intervene or carry out aggression against it, the way it was done against Serbia in 1999. Nevertheless, as I said, it did not prevent 19 richest NATO countries from attacking a sovereign country without a decision by the United Nations Security Council. Signing of the agreement with NATO upon termination of armed conflict, whose provisions envisaged adoption of the UN Security Council Resolution 1244, and which confirmed and guaranteed partial sovereignty and full territorial integrity of Serbia, did not prevent many Western countries from unilateral recognition of independence of the so-called Kosovo and from violating once again territorial integrity of our country and violating the UN Charter and the UN Resolution 1244. Precisely for such developments that Serbia experienced and has been experiencing, I'm convinced that I'm fully entitled to quote in this place the words of great Martin Luther King: "Injustice anywhere is threat to justice everywhere." These words are carved like a reminder, but as a warning to all of us. Regardless of the fact that we still feel the consequences of the gross violation of basic provisions of international public law, we do not give up on United Nations Foundation principles. We shall keep advocating consistent observance of the principle of inviolability of borders respect for sovereignty and integrity of all other UN member states. Despite such position of ours, many in this room have issues with respecting territorial integrity of Serbia. You wonder why? Because they have the power in their hands, and in their eyes, we are small and weak. However, as you could hear and as you could see, we do have the strength to tell the truth, even here. Your Excellencies, we owe special gratitude to all those UN member states, and they currently constitute majority at this Assembly, who support territorial integrity of the Republic of Serbia, particularly in the space and territory of Kosovo and Metohija. It is additionally encouraging that number of countries who support Serbia's position increased in period between two sessions, which is a trend that must continue because it is of utmost importance to remain loyal to basic principles embedded into the UN Charter, such as the principle of inviolability of borders. The Republic of Serbia and I, as its president, search very patiently and with a lot of good will for compromise regarding Kosovo and Metohija under the auspices of the European Union and within Belgrade-Pristina dialogue. It is a difficult process. It has been lasting for more than 10 years, but we see no alternative to it. It is better to negotiate for 100 years than to wage war for a single day. I hope that we will reach mutually acceptable solution based on compromise, because this is the absolutely only way for reaching our goal, which is a long-lasting peace as a prerequisite of prosperous life for Serbs and Albanians in an entire region. We have exhausted all other options, and speaking for Serbia at least, we do not even dream about going back to the paths of conflicts and bloodshed. The Balkan region could not stand another conflict. I rely on goodwill and understanding from our international partners, because they know well that some earlier decisions by their governments had been bad and that they had not been acting in favor of the future of our region and world peace. Belgrade is running this process under very complex circumstances, with elements of hybrid war and dirty campaigning part of international community against our country in different fields. It would be enough just to remind you of the quotes and allegations of world media that Serbia would attack its neighbors and that Serbia was a threat to regional stability. Of course, it has never happened. And it was only one among numerous lies against the Republic of Serbia. Serbia was featured as a potential destabilizing factor in the region, only to be prevented from telling the truth, that the principle of inviolability of borders must be equally applicable to all. Serbia was, and it will be, a factor of stability in the entire region. And Serbia, despite many untruths and forgeries, supports Dayton Peace Accords, territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the integrity of Republika Srpska within Bosnia and Herzegovina. On the other hand, we are convinced that the nations of the Balkans do have the capacity to continue their lives in the future as friends and partners with common vision of membership to the United Europe. I know this well because we have already surpassed many barriers that had been standing between our nations for years and that had costed us thousands of lives and wasted future. Serbia and Albania, for example, today have the closest and the friendliest relationship in the entire several centuries long common history in the space of the Balkan Peninsula. It took only clear-headed and pragmatic discussions about our future, not about our past, to talk about how to resolve problems that were bothering our people, our companies, workers, students, and entrepreneurs. We had discussed a lot and reached by ourselves numerous solutions that have already cancelled barriers that existed between us for no rational reasons. First of all, in economy, trade, and flow of people and capital. Serbia, Albania, and North Macedonia have been implementing for 3 years Open Balkan Initiative, which has a clear vision to open the region for the people, goods, services, capital, and companies, in order to create a space which would be permanently liberated from tensions and conflicts. In addition to unquestionable common economic benefit that this initiative brings, it has a broader dimension, First of all, in connecting people with different cultures and in promoting diversity, which by all means contributes to general development of society in this part of Europe. In this way, Serbia actually continues contributing to peace, stability and reconciliation process in the region, whereby it certainly gives significant contribution to global security. We found the inspiration for the respective in words of one of the greatest diplomats in history and the great UN Secretary General Dag Hammarskjöld, that this organization was not created to take mankind into paradise, but rather to save humanity from hell. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we curbed the global pandemic, we have already faced new, unprecedented challenges for this century. While we, as a mankind, take one step at a time in accelerated technological development, there are existential problems ahead of us, such as energy security, financial safety of the developing countries, but also distortions in the supply chains of the basic food provisions. Solidarity, which can be necessary in fighting pandemic, is needed to a far greater extent today when people's basic necessities for food and energy are endangered. The Republic of Serbia thinks of its energy security as of the inseparable part of the national security and as the key prerequisite for the continuation of economic development and progress of our country. We strive to provide a continuity of energy supply, but we share the concern for current geopolitical challenges that undermine the energy stability in the world and Europe. We remain committed to finding solutions that might have the transformational strength in attempts to reach regional and European energy safety. I would like to underline that the Republic of Serbia managed to preserve continuity in energy supply during the ongoing crisis. Nevertheless, we remain vitally interested in diversifying supply sources in additional investment in energy infrastructure, but also in faster and more efficient development of capacities based on renewables. It is precisely at the United Nations where we named the ongoing decade the decade of more sustainable and resilient future, action and transformation. It has to remain like that, but at a bit faster pace. Unequal development, but also financial perils in the developing countries cause additional social layering and inevitably bring new antagonisms. Equal development must neither be limited, not conditioned either geographically or politically, but it must be provided to all people regardless of ethnic, racial, cultural, or religious affiliation. There is another very important challenge ahead, which we must overcome together, and it is finding the most efficient way to avoid consequences of the current international crisis inflicted on global food supply security. Developments are highly alarming, and the reality is such that all of us, with no exceptions, are struck by them. Growing prices of food and its availability have become an additional problem. The task for all of us is to find operational and efficient solutions that will leave no one behind. It is up to us, states as the most important international subjects, to involve individually in coordination of measures, first of all by contributing to this noble task at national levels in order to preserve the most valuable things, human lives and their dignity. The topic of this year's general debate warns us to the problems of a moment and relatedness of international challenges. Crises we are facing remind us of the importance of open communication. It does not take much wisdom to conclude that challenges can be successfully overpowered only if their causes are properly observed. Serbia believes that it is imperative that current challenges must not deepen world divisions in any way, and that already obvious and intentional polarization at global level should make room to principles of multilateralism. I would like to underline that the Republic of Serbia take part in collective efforts for reaching sustainable development goals and implementation of the 2030 agenda. Serbia shares Secretary General's vision in future of global cooperation in a way envisaged by our common agenda, and it strongly supports inclusive, networked and efficient multilateralism as the best tool for responding to the most urgent challenges for the mankind. Ladies and gentlemen, multilateralism, collective actions, and common responsibility are irreplaceable elements of our discussion so far. But allow me to underline that starting point for each such constructive engagement is solidarity. Finally, I would like to reiterate that the Republic of Serbia will continue being a reliable partner in achieving common goals defined within the UN framework, firmly believing that it is the best path to create a world for us and generations to come. But we must not forget that the United Nations are as strong as we respect commonly harmonized decisions and documents of these organizations. Once again, I would quote something that we heard 23 times since now. This is the sentence: the only standard we must follow is UN Charter. That's what we heard from everybody. But when we come to the case of the Republic of Serbia, then we saw that 17 out of those 23 that were speaking about UN Charter and UN resolution violated international public law and did not obey the rules created and made by the United Nations. I hope that we'll be able to overcome all these difficulties and to make it equal, the rules and procedures for everybody in the world. Otherwise, I don't see the exit at the end of a tunnel. Anyway, thank you very much for listening to me, and yeah, I hope that we'll be able to overcome all the difficulties. Long live Serbia! Živela Srbija!
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Republic of Serbia for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. The Assembly will hear an address by His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco. I request protocol to escort His Serene Highness. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Serene Highness, Prince Albert II, Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Monsieur le Président.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, heads of state and government, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Allow me to say how pleased I am to be here with you, because at a time when 2 years have passed since the start of the COVID-19 pandemic, this unprecedented health crisis revealed our fault lines in multilateral cooperation and coordination. It forced us to take extraordinary social and economic measures, both to protect our people and also to mobilize international monetary system. Our frenetic day-to-day existence means that we forget that in the Northern Hemisphere, the overshoot day arrives earlier every year, and it should alert us to the fact that what we are imposing on the planet, whose resources we are inexorably exhausting. Yes, indeed, President, the theme that you've chosen for this general debate today reminds us that we are indeed at a watershed moment that requires transformative solutions to address interlocking challenges before us. President, allow me to express my warmest congratulations to you on your election to preside over the 77th session of the General Assembly, and also to thank your predecessor who demonstrated the leadership of a small island developing state. We share your conviction regarding the need to achieve the SDGs that we defined collectively in 2015, and also preserve, in so doing, our environment and ensure the survival of humanity. This 77th General Assembly marks a decisive year for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda. Rest assured of full support of the Principality of Monaco in the preparation for important upcoming deadlines. I'm thinking particularly about the Conference on Water, the SDG Summit, and the Summit of the Future in 2024. President, exactly 100 years ago, Prince Albert I passed away, my great-great-grandfather. This humanist and visionary sovereign advocated tirelessly for the fundamental role of science to drive social progress, particularly within the framework of political decision-making. A century later, we are commemorating his legacy, which continues to inspire my action and the policies of my government. Monaco is playing its role in collective efforts to preserve our planet at a time when the world is at a point where our ways of living are being turned upside down, as well as international relations. Globalization that we're currently experiencing has accentuated our independence, but also the ties between humankind and nature. Ecosystems are currently unable to regenerate because of our modes of production, which are mainly focused on the use of natural resources and the frenetic rate of consumption. That 2020 was the only pause in the degradation of global ecosystems speaks volumes as to what we are collectively able to accomplish, for better or worse, either in an emergency fashion or more long-term. Indeed, when faced with an emergency, research and innovation allowed for rapid production of vaccines, which we very much welcome. Questions of public health and preparations for other pandemics remains a priority, much like equitable access to prevention and care. I attach particular importance to ensuring that my country rallies its international cooperation policy alongside its partners. First and foremost, the World Health Organization, in order to strengthen the global health architecture. We will therefore look very closely at any new crisis management mechanism which could facilitate a coordinated response based on verified science so that we do not repeat the difficulties faced at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. President, it's been for the 3 decades now that the IPCC has been warning us about the disastrous, often irreversible effects of climate change. In June last, during the conferences in Stockholm and Lisbon, we once again saw the intrinsic link between the well-being of human civilization and respect for the planet, including the ocean as one of its key components. The protection of our seas and oceans is part of a family tradition, a cause for which Prince Albert I dedicated his life. His commitment is an example to me. An example that lives on in the commitments of my country and that I've chosen myself to follow since I acceded to the throne in 2005. Beyond our speeches and words, it is high time to move towards action. This is nothing more or less than an issue of taking the last opportunity we have to build a future for humanity. While extreme climate events are multiplying, affecting indiscriminately all nations, but particularly punishing the most vulnerable, strengthening adaptation measures must be at the heart of our priorities. I'm thinking particularly for the people of Pakistan suffering of the consequences of terrible flooding. These urgent and crucial efforts must be carried out in concerted way with policies that seek to drastically reduce greenhouse gas emissions and reverse the trend of biodiversity loss by 2030. Every country, depending on its own circumstances and needs, must radically transform its economy in order to decarbonize and contain the rise in temperatures. Monaco remains resolutely committed to protect the environment and also to sustainable development. Thus, the Principality is continuing its energy transition to achieve a reduction in greenhouse gas emissions of 55% by 2030 and to achieve carbon neutrality in 2050. In this connection, the most recent report from the IPBES is very clear. Tools and solutions to build a sustainable and fairer future for future generations already exist. We need to implement them. A duty of solidarity is required so that we can collectively manage to succeed in this energy transition. Upcoming deadlines in 2020, both within the Climate Convention and that on biological diversity, must allow us to really pave the way for sustainable societies. When faced with such challenges, a failure would be simply unacceptable. President, Prince Albert I was my great-great-grandfather, in my eyes, an example of being open to others. He was keen to learn and listen to the most cutting-edge of minds. And giving the Principality a constitution, he made it a constitutional state. And while the First World War was on the horizon, he sought tirelessly to convince the future warring parties to find a peaceful solution to their disputes. Today, at a time when numerous conflicts continue to sow terror, despair, and chaos around the world without us being able to stop them, war has unfortunately returned to the European continent. The military aggression against Ukraine is flagrantly flouting international law and the principles of the United Nations Charter, undermining the security and stability of Europe and of the world. It is inflicting, inter alia, on the unutterable suffering on the Ukrainian people, which remind us of the darkest hours of our history. Indeed, I welcome the conclusion of an agreement on the aegis of the United Nations allowing for the export of Ukrainian grain through the Black Sea, and we urge all stakeholders to respect the terms of this. Global food security, which was already precarious, depends on it. Let us not forget either that women and children remain the main victims of food scarcity, and this exacerbates a vicious and intergenerational cycle of poverty. Monaco has made this issue one of its priorities for cooperation and allocates almost a third of its ODA to this. We are resolutely committed in the long term to fight malnutrition, to supporting small-scale local producers, school canteens, and to develop sustainable agriculture. President, the extreme tensions that are continuing to expand, and we know the number of conflicts around the world, or the number of civil wars around the world, which is a terrifying number. This means that we need to recast our peace agenda. In his speech, President Macron mentioned these high number of civil wars. So there's a great change marked by globalizations, and this is now followed by digitalization of our societies. While this is an area where the private sector plays a leading role, it is indeed this area, technologies and ICTs. In this connection, we must reconcile development of these technologies with the protection of human rights and personal data. President, the summit that brings us together here at the start of this week also demonstrated that new technologies are at the basis of transforming education. We must use this well in order to adapt our education systems around the world to today's world and the world of tomorrow. I want to thank the Secretary General for this initiative, which saw a high number of young people participating. Cyberspace cannot become an area of clashes, but on the contrary, should be a further opportunity for cooperation. The proliferation of hate speech and disinformation is quite simply intolerable. Artificial intelligence should benefit humankind and should not manipulate its behavior and way of thinking. It is high time that we established shared rules so that cyberspace doesn't go out of control, doesn't destroy our democracy, and doesn't further separate us from each other. President, at the end of the general debate of this 77th session, more than 2/3 of the members of the General Assembly will have been represented by their head of state or government. Here, I wish to see a reaffirmation of the crucial role played by the United Nations of the Charter and also of multilateral diplomacy. We must step up our efforts to re-establish trust so that, as the preamble of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights states, is a recognition of the inherent dignity of all members of the human family and their equal and inalienable rights constitutes the foundation of liberty, justice, and peace around the world. Strengthened and effective multilateralism, where young people and women will play a leading role, is the most effective way of addressing global crises. Because women are key players for change, gender equality and economic empowerment of women are the foundation of a more sustainable world. What are we waiting for, then, to promote their place in global leadership? Monaco plans on continuing its commitment within the work of UN Women through its development cooperation policy. My delegation plans on contributing to the work of our organizations to together build more efficient and more inclusive multilateralism, working for the well-being of humanity and of the planet. Thank you for your attention.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the Sovereign Prince of the Principality of Monaco for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Serene Highness. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Charles Angelo Savarin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica. I request protocol to escort His Excellency. On behalf of the General Assembly, I have the honor to welcome His Excellency Charles Angelo Savarin, President of the Commonwealth of Dominica, and invite him to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Mr. General Secretary, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, warmest greetings and a very pleasant good afternoon to you all. Mr. President, my delegation, and by extension the government and people of the Commonwealth of Dominica, congratulate you on your election to the presidency of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly and wish you every success during your tenure. We also express appreciation and gratitude to your predecessor, His Excellency Abdullah Shahid, for the able manner in which he presided over the 76th session. Mr. President, permit me to express my deepest condolences to His Majesty King Charles III, to the royal family, and to the government and people of the United Kingdom on the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Her Majesty was a symbol of stability and continuity, not only to the United Kingdom, but to the Commonwealth and the world at large. Mr. President, this 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly is being convened at a time when we are faced with innumerable challenges which have both current and long-term implications. These include climate change, degradation of our ecosystem and loss of biodiversity, poverty, inequality, and a growing challenge of chronic, non-communicable diseases. All of these have occupied the attention of this august body over the years, with only marginal progress in finding solutions for resolving these major challenges. Compounding these challenges are other emerging threats, such as the impact of COVID-19 pandemic and the unfolding war in Ukraine. Mr. President, the invasion of one country by another must always be condemned, and Dominica has condemned the invasion of Ukraine without reservation. In this interconnected world, what happens in one part of the world affects us all, and so it is with the war in Ukraine. We are all victims of the skyrocketing prices of oil and petroleum products and the resultant impact on the cost of electricity and on all aspects of transportation. The cost of production of goods and services is similarly adversely affected, and as Russia and Ukraine are among the leading suppliers of grain, this conflict has created a shortage in the world's supply of grain, with implications for hunger in countries which rely on imports of grain from these two countries. The developments since 2014, which have led to the Russian invasion of Ukraine, in 2021 are well known. Nevertheless, we in Dominica are of the view that this invasion and the ensuing war could have been avoided. The Commonwealth of Dominica, therefore, stands with the rest of the world in calling for an immediate cessation to the conflict which continues to rage in Ukraine. Mr. President, the Commonwealth of Dominica welcomes the deal which was brokered between Ukraine and Russia with the assistance of Turkey, ably supported by the United Nations Secretary General, to have significant quantities of grain shipped from Ukrainian ports to various destinations and thereby alleviate the emerging global food crisis. For these reasons, and in the interest of global peace, the Commonwealth of Dominica urges all parties to continue upholding the end of this agreement so that further relief can be felt globally as a result. Mr. President, like most member states, we in Dominica and the Caribbean were ill prepared to deal with COVID-19, which in March of 2020 was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. Notwithstanding the fact that most countries managed to contain the COVID-19 pandemic and consequently have eased COVID-19 restrictions, public health experts have warned that the pandemic is not yet over. Furthermore, with new variants continuing to emerge, COVID-19 continues to pose a threat to the global community. This pandemic has exposed the limitations of health systems in all countries, large or small, developed or underdeveloped. The reality is that not all people have equal access to vaccines and life-saving medicines, even when faced with a pandemic declared by the World Health Organization. This year's theme, a watershed moment, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges, is analogous to the approach and trajectory outlined by the United Nations towards the attainment of the Sustainable Development Goals. Member states have individually embraced the SDGs as the ideal to be universally pursued and achieved by 2030. Small island developing states are more challenged than most to achieve these goals. The international community has pledged its support. However, the question is, to what extent has tangible support been forthcoming? The challenge is to go beyond promises, commitments, and pledges to effective delivery and implementation. The various global crises do not respect national borders. Our interconnected world means that no one is insulated or immune from developments which take place anywhere on this planet. Today, planet Earth is under severe threat and stress and may very well become uninhabitable if we further delay decisive corrective action. We need to talk less and start taking those concrete and sustainable actions needed in order to reduce carbon emissions into the atmosphere. In addition to tropical storms and hurricanes, we are facing the prospect of drought, warming seas, and rising sea levels, all of which will affect lives and livelihoods. For this very reason, we continue to champion the call for collective global action to build the resilience of our small island states to natural disasters which are triggered and exacerbated by our changing climate. We must lay a path for development that is sustainable and people-focused. Over several years, small states like ours have stood at this very podium and at many other such podiums across the world, seeking to convince the developed world to change destructive practices that threaten our planet and our very lives and livelihoods. Yet, despite our best efforts, not enough corrective action is being taken. Not enough support is being given to us to adapt and build resilience to the impacts of climate change that are already upon us. I will not stand here today to detail to you the ways in which climate change is affecting us. These are well known. We see the news reports, the evidence is all around us. What we need from our developed partners in this United Nations family is a recognition and acceptance of responsibility that translates to a commitment to provide the funding that is required to enable our small states to become resilient. This must be readily accessible and available to all of us on grant and concessional terms, with the only criteria for access being our vulnerability to extreme weather events. Mr. President, we have spoken here before of the cataclysmic impact of successive disasters on our country. Tropical Storm Erica in 2015 and Hurricane Maria in 2017 caused over 90% and 220% loss of GDP, respectively, with lives lost, people displaced, and livelihoods shattered. These experiences triggered our goal of becoming the first climate-resilient nation in the world and has realigned our focus to concentrate on adaptation efforts and build back better in every sector of the economy. Our small island developing states are disproportionately affected by the impacts of climate change, a phenomenon which will continue to escalate with every increment of global warming. Mr. President, as sea levels rise, some small island states will eventually disappear, while others will experience coastal erosion and will ultimately destroy infrastructure, villages, towns, and cities. The Commonwealth of Dominica therefore reiterates its call to the international community to prioritize at COP27 the disbursement of climate financing to SIDS to support our adaptation and resiliency efforts as we seek to minimize loss and damage from extreme climate events. In this way, actions will reflect more equitably and justice-oriented responses towards fulfilling the goals and promises of sustainable development. Furthermore, the continuous call for higher levels of commitment towards climate justice must be reflected in tangible and effective responses. Mr. President, 2 months ago, at this very headquarters, the Commonwealth of Dominica presented its first voluntary national review in keeping with our international obligation and in the spirit of global governance. Dominica reported on the tremendous progress accomplished, both in terms of the advances made towards the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals and our national agenda, guided by the vision of becoming the world's first climate-resilient nation. As we continue to recover from the destructive weather events already mentioned, Dominica's main economic industries are showing signs of positive recovery. Tourism and agriculture remain the main income-generating sectors, with GDP projected to reach pre-pandemic levels by 2023, averaging 5% growth per annum from 2022 to 2026. Tourism recovery has been supported by new infrastructure projects and improved and increased air access. Mr. President, at the center of Dominican's resilience agenda are our citizens. Across Dominica, new and modern climate-resistant homes are being constructed for low and middle-income families, while modern and smart health and wellness centers have been constructed and equipped in urban and rural communities. This will allow them to withstand the impact from extreme weather and remain operational while also strengthening response to other natural emergencies and pandemics. In that regard, the Commonwealth of Dominica takes this opportunity to commend the government of the People's Republic of China for its commitment to add a further $42 billion to the new Global Development and South-South Cooperation Fund. This will assist countries like Dominica that are on the front line of the negative impacts of climate change to accelerate the realization of the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, ensuring our citizens enjoy long and healthy lives will always be a priority. Therefore, we grow and consume what we grow and consume has to be a critical component of our resilience agenda. Global trends indicate that issues surrounding food security are not unique to Dominica. Indeed, the SDG 2, Zero Hunger, calls on governments to pursue smart and sustainable food production to help alleviate the perils of hunger. Dominica is working to strengthen its agricultural sector to reduce on the importation of its food import bill. There is renewed emphasis on growing what we eat and eating what we grow, while at the same time ensuring that there is affordable and high-quality produce for export on a consistent basis. Our aim is to develop a scientific and practical approach to reducing the vulnerability of farmers and fisherfolk through the adoption of resilient and sustainable practices. Mr. President, we embrace this signing as our international obligation towards the total elimination of nuclear weapons as outlined in the United Nations Charter for the Maintenance of International Peace and Security. Dominica therefore calls on all states who have nuclear weapons to abide by international law for the non-proliferation of nuclear weapons and the use of diplomacy as a tool towards conflict resolution. Mr. President, the trade and economic embargo imposed against our brothers and sisters in Cuba continues to be of great concern to us in the Caribbean, and the lifting of it has become more urgent in light of the global impact of the Russian-Ukraine war on food security. The Commonwealth of Dominica continues to join its voice with the voices of the overwhelming majority of members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of the unjustified trade restrictions and export bans imposed on the good people of Cuba. It has long been established that whatever the objectives were 60 years ago, when this embargo was instituted, it can no longer be justified if it ever was. The government of Dominica therefore strongly urges the few states who continue to support these sanctions to heed the call of the overwhelming majority of us gathered here and lift this archaic and unfair embargo against Cuba, and let us all support the full integration of the Cuban people into the global financial and trading systems. For decades, Cuba has been training medical doctors, nurses, engineers, and other professionals, as well as providing technical assistance to developing countries as part of its South cooperation. Cuba also offers professional training in various disciplines to thousands of students from all over the developing world. Additionally, Cuba continues to add its voice to the fight against terrorism and drug trafficking in the Caribbean and the rest of the world. We therefore join all other member states who have called for the removal of Cuba from the list of countries that sponsor terrorism, and we ask instead that we redirect our efforts to combating the real threats to global peace and security in the region. In March of 2015, Mr. President, the United States of America declared Venezuela as posing an unusual and extraordinary threat to the national security and foreign policy of the United States and imposed sanctions on that country. The United States has been followed by a number of countries in imposing sanctions, and since then, the good people of Venezuela have been enduring severe hardships and sufferings from the imposition of numerous financial and economic sanctions. The consequences of these sanctions prevent millions of Venezuelans from meeting the most basic needs, made even worse by the COVID-19 pandemic and the war in Ukraine, further impacting Venezuela's contracted economy and an already weakened health system. The Commonwealth of Dominica again joins with the voices of many other members of this global organization to call for the immediate lifting of the unjustified oil embargo and other general sanctions imposed on the people of Venezuela. The political, economic, social, and humanitarian crisis in Venezuela demands immediate attention. It is further incumbent upon all of us to provide short and long-term solutions and opportunities for Venezuela to resolve its challenges and quickly improve the lives of ordinary Venezuelans. Mr. President, the current situation in Haiti continues to be of great concern to us and demands greater international attention. An editorial in the Washington Post on the 6th of August 2020 called for muscular international intervention. This was followed on the 8th of August 2022 by a statement from the Secretary General of the Organization of American States reproaching the international community for its failure over the years in assisting Haiti and leaving the country in chaos. Mr. President, Haiti is a country which was once the wealthiest colony in the Americas. It is now the poorest country in the Western Hemisphere. The magnitude 7.0 earthquake of 2010 left the country totally devastated. It claimed some 250,000 lives and over 300,000 injured, and laid waste the capital of Port-au-Prince and most of southern Haiti. there was an estimated cost of US $8 billion in damage and a reconstruction cost of approximately US $14 billion. Currently, Mr. President, some 1.3 million people are said by the United Nations agencies to be suffering from food insecurity in Haiti, and some 4.6 million from limited access to basic food supplies. While I am pleased to acknowledge the recent meeting of lead heads of governments of CARICOM that took place in Trinidad and Tobago to specifically find solutions to the many crises which beset Haiti, the international community needs to respond as if Haiti was under invasion, as is the case of Ukraine, or as it did in the post-war reconstruction situation, as was the case of Europe after World War II, requiring a so-called Marshall Plan. Nothing less can overcome the deep-rooted reconstruction challenges facing Haiti. We therefore urge the United Nations family to forge an effective, unified response that brings to bear the necessary resources, financial, technical, human, and otherwise, to alleviate the sufferings of the Haitian people. Mr. President, the severe and voluminous impacts of the various challenges that we have been experiencing in recent times highlights the importance of multilateralism. As we raise the various issues confronting our individual states and share our hopes, fears, and expectations, let us seek also to offer solutions to our various problems as a united international community, eager to realize a sustainable, transformative, and fairer future for all. As I conclude, Mr. President, allow me to reiterate my country's gratitude to all of our international partners and friendly governments who have stood with the Commonwealth of Dominica, particularly through our darkest days, following the major tropical storms and hurricanes which afflicted us. Our journey is one of building back better, sustainability, and resilience, and with your continued support, we look forward to a brighter future in the days ahead. Mr. President, I wish you all and all delegates at this 77th session every success in their deliberations. I thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Commonwealth of Dominica for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. We shall now continue the general debate. The Assembly will hear an address by His Excellency Mohammed Najib Azmi Mikati, President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I request protocol. I have the great pleasure in welcoming His Excellency Mohammed Najib Azmi Mikati, President of the Council of the Ministers of the Lebanese Republic. I invite him to address the Assembly.
Thank you.
Mr. President of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Antonio Guterres, heads of state, government, and delegations, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to extend to you, Mr. President, my warmest congratulations on your assumption of the presidency of the General Assembly at its 77th session. I also take this opportunity to thank His Excellency Mr. Abdullah Shahid for his good stewardship of the previous session and for all his effort in this regard. I would also like to commend His Excellency, the Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. Guterres, for his continued work to promote the role of the United Nations and to develop its work. The world today is at a very delicate stage of armed conflicts and interrelated crises that are of concern to us all. There is no better place to deliberate these challenges than this hall. This hall brings together all the states of the world that are brought together by the Charter of the United Nations. My country is a proud contributor to the drafting of the Charter. We've had decades of fruitful cooperation with the United Nations. In this context, I am pleased, Mr. President, to thank you, and through you, the United Nations organization, with all its branches and specialized agencies, and those in particular operating in Lebanon. I thank you for the efforts that you are making to help Lebanon and contribute to mitigating the consequences of the crippling economic and financial crisis it is undergoing. I would like also to thank the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon, UNIFIL, for its sacrifices and effort to maintain stability in southern Lebanon. This is in close coordination with the Lebanese Armed Forces. Here, through you, we look forward to strengthening the Lebanese Armed Forces' military capabilities and alleviating its financial burdens. In this context, we reaffirm Lebanon's full commitment to the full implementation of the provisions of Security Council Resolution 1701 and all the resolutions of international legitimacy. With regard to the demarcation of our maritime borders, under the auspices of the United Nations and with the commendable American mediation. Here, I would like to reaffirm Lebanon's absolute commitment to its sovereignty, rights, and wealth in its territorial waters and its exclusive economic zone. We reiterate our sincere desire to reach a negotiated solution that is long overdue. I am pleased to inform you that we have made significant progress and hope that we will soon reach the desired outcome. Lebanon is determined to protect its national interests and the well-being of its people, its wealth, and to invest its national resources. We are fully aware of the importance of the promising energy market in the Eastern Mediterranean for the prosperity of the economies of the countries in the region and to meet the needs of importing countries. Mr. President, Lebanon believes in the leading role played by the United Nations. We reaffirm our commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and the Paris Climate Agreement. We also believe in the international frameworks that address disarmament issues in their various forms. We also welcome the work aimed at establishing an international understanding to rid the Middle East of weapons of mass destruction in implementation of General Assembly Resolution 73/546. We commend the previous sessions of the conference. We look forward also to the successful conclusion of the third session of the conference, which would be held under the presidency of Lebanon next November. We look forward to contributing to supporting the establishment of a zone free of weapons of mass destruction in the Middle East. Mr. President, many countries in the world today are experiencing severe economic crises, the causes of which are multifaceted and well known. They've had a major impact on all aspects of life. It has made it imperative on many governments and countries to resort to extraordinary measures to try to alleviate the impact of this crisis on their peoples. As for my country, Lebanon, we have been facing for several years the worst socioeconomic crisis in our history. This crisis has affected all institutions and put the majority of Lebanese under the poverty line. It has caused the migration of many promising young cadres. Our homeland has lost the best of its young people in a brain drain. In addition to the unprecedented and severe economic deterioration, the collapse of the exchange rate of the national currency to its lowest historical levels, and the closure imposed by the COVID-19 pandemic, in addition to the catastrophe of the Beirut port explosion. In this connection, we are in pursuit of the truth. This in addition to the consequences of the Syrian crisis and the burden of the displaced. In the midst of all of this, we found ourselves facing an unprecedented political crisis, which has made it necessary to tread very slowly and carefully in a political and economic minefield to remedy the situation and establish the appropriate grounds to contribute to getting out of the crisis. Mr. President, our government has succeeded in achieving many of its goals. The most prominent of these goals include holding parliamentary elections on time, despite the difficult circumstance in the country. But the road ahead of Lebanon is still arduous, long, and full of difficulties before we get out of this crisis. We are working with all our might and determination to overcome it successfully. In this context, our government has signed a preliminary agreement with the International Monetary Fund. From this rostrum, we pledge to proceed with all the legislative and administrative reforms necessary to overcome our present crisis. In this context, we always count on the assistance of Lebanon's international friends, led by the brotherly Arab states, of which Lebanon is an indispensable member for identity and a founding member of the League of Arab States. Lebanon's affiliation and identity as an Arab country and its leadership in adhering to Arab causes is a translation of the provisions of its constitution and the Taif Agreement, which ended the bloody civil war that ravaged my country. I must reiterate our full commitment to this agreement and our zero tolerance of any attempt to undermine its provisions. We also reaffirm our commitment to the principle of disassociation, which we have pursued since our previous government. This is an effort to keep our country as far away as possible from what it cannot sustain. The government of Lebanon also relies on the United Nations and its member states, which, through their commendable assistance to Lebanon, have always emphasized that a capable and a prosperous Lebanese state is an urgent need for peace and security in the region and the world. In the context of efforts to address the economic crisis, our government is also working on a financial and economic recovery plan that complements our cooperation with the International Monetary Fund, and we are also working on a package of comprehensive structural and sectoral reforms that meet the requirements of the Lebanese people. It also provides them with a social safety net. We also are developing laws that ensure absolute transparency and combat the scourge of corruption. This scourge has increased as a result of the economic collapse. At the same time, we are working to relaunch the economy and to unlock its potential, especially for young people that we are responsible for. They are a beacon for hope for the success of a Lebanese economic model that is open to the world with pioneering opportunities. In this context, we appeal to brotherly and friendly countries to stand by Lebanon in its crisis, in its current ordeal, and to support it in order to get out of it and to address its serious repercussions on the Lebanese people, as well as its repercussions on the structure of the state. We look forward to reconvening of the Friends of Lebanon Conference, which has long been hosted by France in cooperation with the friends and brothers and sisters of Lebanon. The existence of a sovereign and independent Lebanese state that is strong and capable, that protects the parliamentary democratic system and public and private freedoms, that believes in tolerance, fraternity, and convergence, and adopts a policy of dissociation and shuns away the policy of axis. This existence is an urgent need. The rule of law and its proper application, as well as enabling environment for businesses, productive sectors, and services in their diversity, in accordance with market standards, free economy, and the requirement of the times and the ICT revolution. This is all an urgent need for the entire region and the best way for all of us to face the challenges of poverty, unemployment, extremism, and terrorism, and avoiding falling into the unknown. Mr. President, for more than a decade, Lebanon has been at the forefront of the global public good by hosting a massive number of displaced Syrians. It is very difficult to provide accurate figures of those displaced Syrians in Lebanon. Since the beginning of the Syrian crisis, we have adopted an open border policy out of our belief in humanitarian considerations. However, today, the displacement crisis is beyond our ability. It is also important to reaffirm that the Lebanese constitution and the consensus of all Lebanese prevent any integration or settlement naturalization on its territory. The only realistic, sustainable solution is to achieve safe and dignified return for Syrians to their country within a roadmap that we should start working on as soon as possible with the cooperation of all parties. There should be also additional qualitative assistance provided to the Lebanese state and its different departments and infrastructure. The infrastructure is overstretched by the large influx of displaced persons for more than 10 years. Mr. President, the question of Palestine remains the main issue impeding the attainment of peace and stability in the Middle East. The injustice against the Palestinian people must be lifted. The sovereign and independent Palestinian state, with Al-Quds al-Sharif as its capital, must be realized, and the relevant international legitimacy resolutions must be implemented, including the decision and resolutions for the return of refugees. In the context of the debate on the Palestine refugees, allow me to emphasize the central role played by UNRWA in serving the goals and purposes of the UN by contributing to mitigating the suffering of the Palestine refugees and helping achieve a measure of regional development and stability. In this context, we express our deep concern at the agency's critical financial situation and the accumulated budget deficit. This jeopardizes the delivery of its services. We also reiterate Lebanon's welcome and support for all international efforts to bridge the deficit, as the biggest challenge remains finding a sustainable solution in the financing gap. Mr. President, Lebanon has a long history of culture. Lebanon has always promoted a message of peace, tolerance, and dialogue. While my country is undergoing a difficult period, the difficulties will not deter Lebanon and Lebanese from moving forward to re-establish their prosperity and strengthen the pioneering role they have always played internationally. We want Lebanon to be a forum of convergence, not a forum of division. We want Lebanon to be a space for dialogue, not competition. We want it to be a spiritual custodian that brings together the values of the divine religions and the values of truth and justice in this world. I am confident that with the unity of its people and the help of its brothers and friends, we can achieve the aspired goal. In conclusion, I reiterate my thanks to the United Nations for its continued cooperation with Lebanon and its continued partnership with all member states that love and support Lebanon. And I reiterate my call to everyone to not involve Lebanon in all the conflicts in the region. The greater the challenges, the more we are willing to work together for the good of all our peoples. The recent successive crises have demonstrated the importance of international cooperation in addressing crises that are, on the whole, are transboundary in their nature. And I conclude with I conclude by referring to the beginning, when the UN started its work to work together in solidarity and complementarity for the benefit and well-being of mankind through justice, security, peace, and sustainable development. We hope for a better world, especially in the Middle East. My best greetings to all of you. Thank you.
On behalf of the Assembly, I wish to thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Lebanese Republic for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort His Excellency. I now give the floor to His Excellency Jan Lipavsky, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Czechia.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This United Nations, its principles, which we established after the Second World War, is in grave danger. One of the presumed gatekeepers of the UN Charter, one of the permanent members of the UN Security Council, Russia, is attacking a sovereign neighboring democracy and wreaking havoc in Eastern Europe and the entire world. If we continue to allow a new colonial war, then why are we here? Why do we keep this United Nations alive? Do we care, or are we indifferent? Czech government's foreign policy is guided by the legacy of our former President Václav Havel, a globally respected human rights defender and a renowned politician who once said, "Our indifference towards others can after all result in only one thing, the indifference of others toward us." The fact that representatives of all UN member states are meeting here to address major global challenges manifest that we are not only indifferent to the suffering of others, it shows that we care. The circumstances have changed dramatically since our last meeting, though. The Russian invasion in Ukraine has fundamentally shaken the international order. On February 24, not only Europe, but the whole world entered a new era. Russia tries to dismantle the security architecture of the European continent, launching a colonial war of conquest. Ironically, President Putin declares partial mobilization and threatens the world with the use of nuclear weapons today on the UN International Day of Peace. What more proof do we need? This is our new, terrifying reality. Russia's unjustifiable, unprovoked, and illegal war of aggression against Ukraine does not only blatantly violate the UN Charter, it badly damages global economy and food security of many countries gathered in this hall. It seriously threatens the rules-based international order. It harms all UN member states. I'm shocked to the core listening to the Russian state-controlled TV channels preaching the strategy of hunger and cold towards Ukraine and the world, approving the torture and mass killings of civilians with the argument that the world has to fear Russia. Russia must immediately cease its military actions and withdraw all its troops from the entire territory of Ukraine. Russia's complete disregard for the resolutions adopted by the UN General Assembly is appalling. Czechia resolutely supports Ukraine's right to defend its territorial integrity and population in accordance with Article 51 of the UN Charter. Czechia fully supports sovereignty, unity, and independence of Ukraine within its internationally recognized borders. We will never recognize the illegal annexation of Crimea. We condemn in the strongest possible terms the upcoming sham referenda in parts of the Ukraine territory. We resolutely reject any attempts to create spheres of influence instead of equal partnerships. The time of establishing colonies and acquiring new territories by sheer force of arm is over. Today, it is Ukraine. Tomorrow, it could be any of us. We refuse this world of Russian colonial appetite. We are horrified by the atrocities committed by the Russian invader. We condemn the existence of filtration camps run by Russia and the horrors in Mariupol, Bucha, Irpin, Izium, and many other places in Ukraine, as well as the apocalyptic shelling of civilian infrastructure. Hundreds of thousands of Ukrainian citizens were deported to Russia, including children. Children forcibly taken away from their parents. It reminds us of the worst practices of the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany in the first half of the 20th century. All these reports on Russian military conduct must be independently investigated. Russia must respect its obligation under the international humanitarian law. There is Russia's international responsibility for the aggression, but there is also an individual crime responsibility for the crimes committed on such a large scale by Russian troops. We will hold all war criminals accountable. Czechia supported the referral to the ICC prosecutor to open an investigation of the situation on the ground in Ukraine. We also strongly support Ukraine's application instituting the proceeding against the Russian Federation under the Genocide Convention before the International Court of Justice. And we call for establishment of a special international tribunal that will prosecute the crime of aggression committed by Putin's Russia. Apart from that, we support Ukraine comprehensively. Czechia hosts the highest number of Ukrainian refugees per capita, over 400,000 in a 10 million country. We provide volumes of humanitarian aid. We support stabilization, recovery, and reconstruction efforts of the Ukrainian government, not only with words, but with action. Mr. President, Russia's aggression against Ukraine has only strengthened my country's resolve to continue supporting independent media, civil society, and human rights defenders. Inside Russia, unfortunately, the human rights situation of any freedom-loving citizens has worsened enormously. We successfully ran for the Human Rights Council seat vacated by Russia in May. I would like to thank for the broad support which we received from many of you. We warmly welcome the appointment of Mr. Volker Türk as a new High Commissioner for Human Rights. And I wish to thank former High Commissioner Michelle Bachelet for her dedicated work during her terms in office. The latest report on China documented by her office shed light on the alarming human rights violation against Muslim groups, including Uyghurs. Unfortunately, the human rights situation in countries such as Afghanistan, Cuba, Ethiopia, Iran, Myanmar, or Venezuela also continue to worsen. We wish for Myanmar to work towards a peaceful resolution of the current crisis. We follow with horror the atrocious manner in which the Iranian authorities handle the rightful protest of women. In Belarus, the regime uses brutal violence against its opponents. In the past 2 years, tens of thousands of Belarusians have been detained, all independent media and civil society organizations destroyed. We are concerned that anti-Semitism and the Holocaust denial are on the rise. This year marks 80 years since the infamous Wannsee Conference, with the so-called final solution to the Jewish question, which resulted in the murder of nearly 6 million Jews. Czechia reiterates Israel's right to protect its citizens against any terrorist activities, including rocket attacks which deliberately target Israeli civilians. Mr. President, Czechia currently holds the presidency of the European Union. Our priorities, such as defending Ukraine, ensuring energy security, and promoting democracy and human rights, are not only regional, they are global in nature. The Russian aggression has only multiplied the already existing global challenges. The progress on the Sustainable Development Goals and the global recovery from the COVID-19 pandemic has slowed down. Prices of agriculture commodities are growing globally. For us, working with youth, listening to their concern is the driving force to get the progress on SDGs back on track. Climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss are major global challenges. We need a comprehensive humanitarian development peace-based response to crises, including pandemics and sustainable food systems and climate resilience. It is our collective responsibility to ensure the WHO can work effectively and independently of any political influence. No one should be left behind. We firmly support the global efforts for equal access to vaccines and treatments. Stakes are high at the next UN climate conference, COP27, in Egypt, which is approaching. It has been said many times before, but I will reiterate once again. If we do not act now, it might be soon too late. The development of relations between the EU and Africa is among the priorities of the Czech EU presidency. Africa is facing food shortages and negative impacts of climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. Russian aggression against Ukraine has blocked export of agricultural products. I cannot but express my outrage at how Russian disinformation propaganda is trying to use the food crisis in Africa to spread false narratives that the EU sanctions against Russia caused the shortage. Obviously, if Russia had not invaded Ukraine, we would not have had to deal with this issue at all. Mr. President, turning to other security issues, we are concerned about the increased tension in the Taiwan Strait caused by unilateral threatening actions. We expect cross-strait differences to be resolved by peaceful means, while the status quo is being maintained. The digital space carries many opportunities, but there are risks entailed too. Cyber attacks and cybercrime, misuse of technology, and in particular, disinformation. Let me say this loud and clear. A lie is not an option. For far too long, we have overlooked the spread of disinformation directed against our common values. Let us not forget the COVID-related disinformation. We had to learn the hard way when disinformation began to cost human lives. This is why we need to make sure our citizens and societies are resilient and independent media operate freely. We will continue to reach out and help countries exposed to lies and propaganda. Czechia promotes the concept of digital humanism, which keeps human interests and needs at the center of emerging technologies. Instances of internet shutdowns are growing. We must maintain a free, open, safe, secure, and stable cyberspace where human rights apply online as they do offline. The number of cyber attacks, including state-sponsored ones, continues to rise, as does their severity. New potential of terrorist threat has appeared with the escalation of Russia's aggressive policies. Terrorism maliciously feeds on weak governance, economic hardship, and social injustice, with the Sahel region being struck the most. Czechia reiterates its commitment to countering terrorism and supporting countries that suffer from terrorist violence or threat. I would like to use the opportunity to remind Russia that Czechia still awaits its official response concerning the explosion in the ammunition depot in my country in 2014. This completely appalling act was planned and executed by agents of the Russian military intelligence GRU and claimed the life of 2 innocent Czech citizens in addition to material damage. Such conduct is a clear violation of international law. Mr. President, non-proliferation of nuclear weapons is also negatively impacted by Russia's aggression against Ukraine. Russia does not hesitate to use dangerous nuclear rhetoric, which became a new standard of terrorizing peaceful populations. Czechia resolutely decries Russia's occupation of the Zaporozhye nuclear power plant. Any armed attack on nuclear facilities devoted to peaceful purposes constitutes a violation of the UN Charter and the statutes of the IAEA. We regret that despite lengthy negotiation, it was not possible to achieve consensus on a final outcome document of the 10th NPT review conference because Russia opposed. And we call on Iran to act urgently to fulfill its legal obligations under NPT Comprehensive Safeguard Agreement and clarify all outstanding issues. We commended the IAEA and its Director General for their professional work in verifying Iran's safeguards obligations. Mr. President, this United Nations, this universal organization has a duty to help us better react to existing and emerging global challenges. But in these dark and stormy times, it has the duty to firmly defend the principles it was founded on: the UN Charter, human rights, and rules-based international order. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Czechia. I now give the floor to His Excellency Bruno Eduardo Rodriguez Parilla, Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, delegates, the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare, like never before, the true essence of the unjust and unsustainable prevailing international order. Never has humankind had this wealth of scientific and technical potential that it has now. Neither has it ever had the extraordinary capacity that it does now to create wealth and well-being. And however, never before has the world been so unequal in terms of just how much people suffer. 828 million people, 10% of the world population, are going hungry, and around 50 million children suffer from stunting, the most deadly form of malnutrition. Unemployment will affect 207 million persons in 2022, 21 million more than in 2019. In the midst of the fourth industrial revolution, 773 million human beings do not know how to read or write. Around 6.5 million people have died as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. Vaccinations to tackle this crisis are inaccessible to billions of people in low-income countries. In 2021, pharmaceutical multinationals earned some $850 billion. External debt has been paid several times over, and nevertheless it is growing. Paradoxically, military expenditure at a global level is growing at a dizzying pace, and for the first time now exceeds $2 trillion. Nothing justifies the fact that humankind continues to remain threatened by the existence of around 13,000 nuclear weapons. We champion the universalization of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. How much more could we maybe do if these resources were devoted to promoting health and development? How many deaths as a result of COVID and other diseases might have been avoided? How many boys and girls would be spared hunger and preventable illnesses? Mr. President, greenhouse gases reached record levels in 2021, and the same will occur this year. The average sea level has reached a new high. The last 7 years are the warmest ever recorded in history. We cannot continue to fail to heed the alarm bells that are sounding to alert us to an imminent climate disaster. We have one planet Earth, one common home. For the rich and the poor, we must act without delay. The philosophy of war and plundering and the unreasonable patterns of production and consumption spawned by capitalism, decried by President Fidel Castro, will lead us to the apocalypse. International relations are moving along a dangerous path. The US offensive, aimed at bending states to their will through threats and economic coercion, as well as military, political and diplomatic coercion, efforts to subject them to an order based on their whimsical rules, together with the expansion of NATO and the development of a doctrine of aggression, hand in hand with the will inevitably lead to a climate of tension and conflict whose consequences are unpredictable. Mr. President, Cuba, as a small island developing state, has paid a high price for defending its legitimate right to exist as a sovereign and independent nation. For more than 6 decades now, we have resisted a ruthless and unilateral economic, commercial and financial blockade, which was ratcheted up to extreme unprecedented levels from 2019, and this continued during the pandemic. 30 years have now elapsed since the first General Assembly resolution against this blockade, and at this time the US continues to ignore the almost unanimous demand from you to cease its illegal and brutal policy against Cuba. Endeavors are still waged on the part of the US to create material shortages, to sow despair, disenchantment, and to cause damage to the Cuban people. The government of the United States is strengthening pressure on banking institutions, companies, and governments throughout the world that are interested in establishing relations with Cuba, and the United States continues to obsessively pursue all sources of foreign exchange coming into the country to bring about the economic collapse of the nation. As a result, the Cuban economy has withstood extraordinary pressure that are having an impact on industry, service provision, are leading to a scarcity in food and medicines, and are leading to a decline in consumption and a decline in the general well-being of our people. The human damage caused by this policy and felt by all Cuban families is impossible to quantify, but is nevertheless vast, cruel, and immoral. The blockade is an act of economic war in times of peace. The current government of the United States keeps in force the most aggressive measures of pressure on our country. These were adopted by the government of Donald Trump and remain in force. This administration continues the unfair inclusion of Cuba on the arbitrary list produced by the State Department of countries that supposedly sponsor terrorism. Slanderous classification of our financial bodies and institutions, and makes it extremely difficult for us to conduct transactions or to pay payments or access credit. Cuba has been a victim of state terrorism and does not promote, nor will it ever promote, terrorism. On the contrary, we condemn terrorism in all its forms and manifestations. The government of the United States manipulates opportunistically highly delicate issues such as terrorism, religion, democracy, justice, corruption, and human rights. The double standards, the inconsistency, the selectivity, the manipulation, the political manipulation indeed, of which the United States are guilty, damage the cause of human rights. Some delegates have not dared to mention the sad blockade visited upon Cuba, and that is sad. I urge the government of the United States to solve the issues which fuel irregular migration and which promote the loss of life. These factors include their failure since 2017 to uphold their obligation, according to bilateral agreements in force, to earmark no less than some 20,000 annual visas to migrants. There is the Cuban Adjustment Law. There is the treaties that are politically motivated. There are restrictions placed on regular transit countries and the ratcheted up economic blockade. These cause migration and must be ceased. We've heard today that the processing of migrant visas will return to the Embassy of the United States in Havana, and that is a positive step. Cuba reiterates its readiness to move towards a better understanding and better relations with the government of the United States, and to develop civilized relations, and including relationships of cooperation between both countries, and this on the basis of mutual respect, sovereign equality, and on the understanding that no attempts will be made to undermine our sovereignty and independence in spite of our major differences. We underscore the valuable commitment and the shown by Cubans and their descendants in protests that have occurred in that country and across the world to ensure that Cuba's sovereign rights are respected and to reject the merciless actions of the United States, in particular the policy of the economic blockade. I also wish to deeply thank heads of state and government for their statements in this general debate, and I thank them for their historic support as well as that of the General Assembly. And I'm also thankful for the demonstrations of solidarity towards Cuba by governments, key figures, political organizations, solidarity movements, social and people's movements from across the world. Today, this solidarity and support remains absolutely vital. Mr. President, despite the colossal challenges faced, the Cuban people and government have not let up in their attempts to forge ahead with the construction of a socialist society which is fairer, democratic, prosperous, and sustainable. We conquered COVID-19 with resources, our own vaccines, and the solidity of our public health system and our system of science. We were able to humbly contribute by sending 58 medical brigades around the world At the worst moments of the pandemic, we sent those to some 48 countries. We work to recover the economic and social life of our country. We work to support the transformation of our communities and to sustain and extend social programs in the country. We continue to hone our legal order, our state and the legal order, that is, of our socialist state of social justice to guarantee the full and proper enjoyment of all human rights by all Cuban people. And we do this to ultimately enrich the system of social justice which several generations have enjoyed. On the 25th of September, after a broad participatory process of popular consultation, we will hold the legislative referendum on an innovative family code. This vote will be a genuine exercise of direct democracy and of the effective power of the Cuban people. Mr. President, unity in diversity, as proposed by then-President Raúl Castro, is possible in countries of the South, and the community of Latin American and Caribbean states, which is growing increasingly stronger and is creating conditions so that our region can develop higher, better forms of cooperation on the basis of the very precepts of the Declaration of Latin America and the Caribbean as a zone of peace. We are grateful for the dignified stance adopted by several countries in the region on the fact that we've been arbitrarily excluded from various diplomatic fora in our hemisphere. We express our solidarity with the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela and with its constitutional president, Nicolás Maduro Moros, and we stand shoulder to shoulder with the civic military union of its people as it attempts to withstand attempts made to subvert and destabilize the internal order of that brotherly country. We reject the implementation of unilateral coercive measures in and against Venezuela. We denounce the imperialist attempts made to destabilize the government of reconciliation and national unity of Nicaragua. We reiterate our staunch support for the brotherly Nicaraguan people and for their president, Daniel Ortega. We stand in full solidarity with the sisterly nations of the Caribbean, and we support their legitimate claims for reparations for the damaging effects of colonialism and slavery. These peoples need and deserve to receive just, special and differentiated treatment. We once again reaffirm our historic commitment to the self-determination and independence of the people of Puerto Rico. Haiti needs a special contribution to be made by the international community to its reconstruction and development. Humankind has a debt to settle with that republic. We support the legitimate claim of President Alberto Fernandez and of the sovereign people of the Argentinian Republic over the Malvinas Islands, the South Sandwich Islands and South Georgia Islands and the surrounding maritime areas. We express our full solidarity with the Vice President of Argentina, Cristina Fernández de Kirchner, who was the victim of an unjust and unfounded legal and media attack, and then recently suffered an attempt on her life. We reiterate our staunch commitment to peace in Colombia. The clear preparedness and readiness for peace of Colombia's current president and relevant stakeholders mean that the region and the international community must extend their support to the nation. The necessary resources must be provided to support the Agenda 2063 of the African Union. That agenda establishes the roadmap for the development of that brotherly continent. We are lobbying for the search for a peaceful and negotiated solution to the situation imposed upon Syria, and we call for a cessation in foreign interference and for the full respect of Syria's sovereignty and territorial integrity. We support a just, broad and lasting solution to the conflict in the Middle East. This must be a solution which guarantees the genuine exercise of the inalienable right of the Palestinian people to build their own state within pre-1967 borders, with their capital in East Jerusalem. And we call for the end of the Israeli occupation of the occupied Palestinian and Arab territories. We reaffirm our unwavering solidarity with the Sahrawi people. We reject the unilateral coercive measures imposed on the Islamic Republic of Iran. We condemn the imposition of unjust unilateral economic measures on the Democratic People's Republic of Korea, and we condemn foreign interference in their domestic affairs. We oppose interference in the internal affairs of the Republic of Belarus. We reaffirm our repudiation of the imposition of unilateral sanctions against the Russian Federation. We condemn the unfounded smear campaigns waged against the People's Republic of China and attempts to undermine their territorial integrity and sovereignty. We reiterate the unwavering support for the One China policy. We champion a serious diplomatic and constructive and realistic solution to the current war in Ukraine. This solution must be found through peaceful means with full respect for international law. The solution must guarantee the security and sovereignty of all. Mr. President, Cuba will continue to speak out loud and clear to reject hegemonism and domination, unilateral coercive measures, genocidal blockades, and attempts to impose one culture and one model on the world. We will never let up in the defense of the independence, sovereignty, and self-determination of peoples without any interference or intervention from foreign powers. We have a glorious past, and we must protect present and future generations of Cubans with the leadership of President Miguel Díaz-Canel. We will creatively resist, and we will tirelessly struggle until we achieve our dreams of peace and development with equity and social justice for Cuba and for the world. Many thanks indeed.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Cuba. I now give the floor to Her Excellency Naledi Pandor, Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency, Mr. Kudusi, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. President, allow me to join all speakers before me in congratulating you on your election as President of the General Assembly and to wish you well in your role. I also thank the previous President of the General Assembly for his excellent leadership, and of course thank Secretary General Guterres as well as the Deputy Secretary General for their ongoing leadership of our multilateral organization. Mr. President, we meet at a time when the UN family is facing its greatest tests. Member states have to work with the United Nations to develop effective responses to the current challenges. As the theme of the General Assembly indicates, these challenges are diverse, immense, yet interconnected, and no country can respond alone. Some have referred to this moment as a key turning point in history. The COVID-19 pandemic and the Russia-Ukraine war strongly influence these attitudes today. However, for South Africa, the real inflection point will be a world attending fully to the needs of the marginalized and the forgotten. Our greatest global challenges are poverty, inequality, joblessness, and a feeling of being entirely ignored and excluded. Acting on the Common Agenda Vision 2021 of the UN Secretary General should become the major objective of this time, because addressing poverty and underdevelopment will, in our view, be the beginnings of the real inflection point in human history. The Charter of the United Nations, the Universal Declaration for Human Rights, and its human rights protocols all commit us to protecting all people without distinction of any kind. We must acknowledge that we face these crises today because we have not always upheld these foundational principles consistently and fairly. We believe international law matters when this one is affected, but doesn't matter when this other one is affected. That does not help to uphold international law. We have learned a great deal from the COVID-19 pandemic. It has provided us with a roadmap on what we should do as the global community and what we should not do to address global challenges. We need to use the lessons from the pandemic effectively. There were some noble initiatives, such as the Access to COVID-19 Tools Accelerator, which was co-chaired by President Ramaphosa of South Africa, the African Union champion for COVID-19 response, as well as the Prime Minister of Norway. This ACT-A initiative laid the basis for a fairer distribution of vaccines, therapeutics, and diagnostics. We would like today to thank all the countries that have acted on their financial commitments to the COVID-19 Tools Accelerator. Mr. President, global solidarity is also required to meet other pressing challenges such as energy and food insecurity, climate change, and the devastation caused by conflicts, including the existential threat of nuclear weapons. Up to now, instead of working collectively to address these challenges, we have grown further apart as geopolitical tensions and mistrust permeate our relations. We should, however, move forward in solidarity, united in efforts to address our common global challenges to ensure sustainable peace and development. One of the tasks, Mr. President, that we must successfully implement is to ensure that developing countries are not left behind when treatments are available. We must do this by creating and supporting research and innovation capacity in Africa and other parts of the world for vaccine production, by investing in strengthened public health systems, and by ensuring that we produce thousands more qualified professional health workers. All this requires sustainable investment in higher education research institutions and in global research cooperation. The mobilization of resources and capabilities to strengthen the pandemic response, and the preparedness of all nations must be substantially increased. It will be a tragic indictment on all of us as leaders if future pandemics find the poorest countries as unprepared as many were for COVID-19. We need to strengthen global health architecture to ensure that we are better able to meet the challenges of new pandemics and other infectious diseases of concern. We are proud as South Africa to be part of the solutions to these problems through the recent establishment of the first mRNA global technology transfer hubs that will contribute to the security of supply of life-saving medication for African countries and other developing countries. Mr. President, my country, South Africa, like many other developing countries, faces huge development challenges, including in our energy sector. We need to together collectively address global energy shortages, including by deploying innovative solutions that are cheaper, cleaner, and more accessible. Working with international partners, South Africa is developing its Just Energy Transition Plan to significantly reduce harmful emissions in our country. We are working on an expanded green economy intervention that is gaining significant momentum in our country. I would like, Mr. President, to commend the Secretary General for focusing attention during this General Assembly on transforming education. Education remains one of the most important drivers to end poverty and inequality, and we will work toward increasing access to education that is affordable as a country and a continent. South Africa has no-fee schools at primary and secondary level to allow the most vulnerable learners to access compulsory education. We also have a state bursary scheme for poor students who qualify for tertiary education. These measures learners who were previously unable to access education. In the field of research and innovation, we believe we need more partnerships such as the Square Kilometre Array Science Infrastructure Project, hosted in South Africa and Australia. This is an international partnership that is one of the largest joint scientific endeavors in history. Partnerships of this nature must be encouraged to leverage scientific breakthroughs for development purposes. We also believe the multilateral trading system must be strengthened so that we genuinely create a conducive environment for fair trade, and one that also provides opportunities for developing economies. If actionable steps such as these are not taken, developing countries will remain subject to an imbalanced global financial and trading system. Let us, Mr. President, use this moment of renewal to reiterate our commitment to multilateralism as the only means of building a better world. The United Nations must, of course, itself be transformed so that it serves its role cognizant of current global dynamics. It is unacceptable that 77 years after its establishment, 5 nations wield disproportionate decision-making power in the United Nations system as a whole. Transformation of the UN must include more representative, transparent, and accountable organs of global governance. For this body to be effective, the General Assembly must be revitalized, the Security Council must be reformed. We also cannot have a credible organization if it cannot hold persistent transgressors of the Charter to account. Mr. President, we believe we must act immediately to protect the environment and the world we live in, for ourselves and for future generations. While Africa is the least responsible for the climate crisis, it does find itself at the epicenter of its worst impacts. We should therefore emerge from COP27 in Egypt with an agreement that contains enhanced and balanced actions on adaptation, mitigation, and financing. This, of course, must take into account our common but differentiated responsibilities and our respective capabilities. In addition, we must agree at COP27 on a mechanism for loss and change. In South Africa, our cabinet has approved wide-ranging policies to ensure that we can meet our newly determined climate change targets. We have established a climate finance task team to lead and coordinate negotiations with international partner groups to give effect to the Just Energy Transition Partnership. The partnership seeks to address South Africa's investment needs in infrastructure to facilitate our coal phase down in a manner that ensures that no one is left behind. Mr. President, I don't need to reiterate that building a better world requires peace and stability. South Africa continues to believe that conflict resolution must not come through fueling conflicts, but through investing in efforts aimed at political dialogue. We should aspire to peace as a global public good. There have been no winners of the wars of the past 7 decades. Instead, they engendered strife, distrust among nations, divisions, as we see this week, a perpetual misallocation of resources to weapons, increased poverty, and underdevelopment. All these are features and effects of war. While we work to address contemporary conflicts, we should not ignore long-standing conflicts, such as that of the people of Palestine, which has been on the United Nations agenda throughout the 7 decades of existence of this organization. We cannot ignore the words of the former Israeli negotiator at the Oslo talks, Daniel Levy, who addressed the UN Security Council recently and referred to the increasingly weighty body of scholarly, legal, and public opinion that has designated Israel to be perpetrating apartheid in the territories under its control. Israel must be held accountable for its destructive actions that have significantly impaired the possibility of a two-state solution. Similarly, we cannot ignore the decades-long struggle for self-determination of the people of Western Sahara. We must, Mr. President, treat all conflicts across the globe with equal indignation, no matter what the color or creed of the people affected is. Embargo against Cuba, which continues to impede the right to development of her people. In the same vein, we call for an end to unilateral coercive measures against Zimbabwe, which have compounded the problems experienced by the people of Zimbabwe and have a detrimental effect on the broader Southern African region. Mr. President, our quest to build a better world will remain unfulfilled as long as people are still discriminated against on the basis of race, gender, sex, ethnic, social origin, color, sexual orientation, age, disability, religion, conscience, belief, culture, or language. We have a responsibility to make sure that every girl child receives an education and that every woman has an opportunity to work, to study, to begin a business, and to have choice and control over her life and body. We must also ensure that more women speak at the United Nations General Assembly. We need to end the violence perpetrated against the most vulnerable, most often women and children. We have witnessed that women in conflict situations are particularly vulnerable, including women journalists. The murder of Shireen Abu Akleh and other journalists is a stark reminder of the danger that women in conflict situations face. We must do all we can to protect them and exert all effort to hold those accountable for harming them. We must also strengthen the capacity and draw on the voices of the youth on the African continent. In this regard, we need to harness the demographic dividend by maximizing our investment in quality education as a means to address intergenerational poverty, together with inclusive economies. Mr. President, Africa is home to more than 1.3 billion people. It is fast emerging from centuries of colonialism, occupation, and exploitation, from willful neglect and underdevelopment. We now have an African Continental Free Trade Area agreement, and the countries of Africa are laying a firm foundation for a new era of trade, commerce, and productivity. Our countries are establishing the conditions for the seamless flow of goods and services between African markets, for the growth of industry, and for the construction of roads, bridges, railway lines, ports, and power stations that will support growth. As we continue our efforts to end war, conflict, and insurgency in several parts of our continent, and to prevent the unconstitutional seizure of power, we will continue to see greater alignment between our agenda and that of the United Nations and our body, the African Union. To overcome all these acutely global challenges, we must agree to a common path out of an increasingly polarized world, a rules-based international system predicated on international law and strict adherence to the provisions of the UN Charter is essential. Such a system should safeguard the interests of all and not only the powerful countries. We acknowledge the efforts of Secretary General Guterres in his vision, our common agenda, which we support very, very strongly. We believe he has provided us with options to put aside our differences, to build trust, and to forge a world where future generations will prosper and thrive. That should be the mandate we adopt, and not the mandate of division and conflict. I wish you well, Mr. President, and I thank you for this opportunity.
I thank the Minister for International Relations and Cooperation of South Africa. I now give the floor to His Excellency Roberto Alvarez Gil, Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic.
Excelentísimo señor.
Your Excellency, Mr. Shaba Qureshi, President of the 77th session of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Excellencies, Ministers of Foreign Affairs, Heads of Delegation, ladies and gentlemen. I begin my address by conveying to you the apologies of our President, Luis Abinader, who, due to unexpected circumstances caused by Hurricane Fiona that has severely affected several provinces of our country, is unable to participate in this important general debate. Now, I cannot continue my address without first conveying our condolences to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I must also extend these condolences to the members and observers of the Commonwealth of Nations following the passing of Her Majesty Queen Elizabeth II. Her example of dedication to public service will be remembered forevermore. After a painful period which produced millions of victims, we meet once again in this illustrious hall because, thanks to science, we have overcome the worst effects of COVID-19. But who would have foretold that in the middle of the 21st century, the spectre of war would once again devastate Europe? This has been a bitter ordeal, and let us hope that we learn the lessons we've been taught so that we can be better prepared for the challenges of the future. We're talking here about situations that could have been avoided if we had been inclined to work together to find answers to the pressing problems facing humankind. We should be absolutely clear on that point by now, because in a globalized world, the effects of epidemics, conflicts, and violence know no borders. Precisely because our world is so interconnected, long-term goals and major goals require always, as is so eloquently expressed by the title of this General Assembly session, transformative solutions to interlocking challenges. It is crucial to recognize that this organization requires significant reforms which will rouse it from the complacency that has colored its work. We should underscore that what is important for our countries is the consolidation of a renewed multilateralism. As part of a substantive reform process, we must grant greater authority and a greater role to the General Assembly, and this in order to reduce cases of the abusive use of the veto in the Security Council. This is particularly important when it comes to issues involving the violation of human rights and support for humanitarian assistance. Another pressing issue is climate change and its devastating effects, which mean that we need to have the principle of active solidarity to enter into full force. This solidarity must be shown towards those least able to tackle climate change effectively. As an island, our country is ready to make tangible proposals within the annual conference of the parties to the UNFCCC COP27. Naturally, our positions are fully aligned with those of small island developing states. And these positions demand that those countries that most contribute to global warming retain in their agendas a vital mechanism for cooperation with those who most acutely suffer the effects of climate change. As such, we hope to see greater commitment to financing for adaptation and mitigation in the face of this crisis. Mr. President, small countries such as ours are significantly increasing their education programs, and in so doing, they're sacrificing work in other areas crucial for development. For this reason, we attach particular importance to the Transforming Education Summit, just as we do to the creation of the UN Youth Office and for the Mobilization Day. In our country, youth accounts for 70% of our population. We believe in their significant, full, and equal participation in decision-making processes. Today, humankind requires results which work in favor of peace and avoid new conflicts. It requires particularly that we avoid those conflicts which jeopardize the very existence of planet Earth. For this reason, the Dominican Republic supports the total elimination of nuclear weapons, and as proof of this stance, we will tomorrow be depositing our instrument of ratification for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. As part of this process by which we continue our commitment to multilateralism, and as we seek to step up our presence in international bodies, our country is now a candidate for election to the UN Human Rights Council for 2024-2026. It is our legitimate aspiration to sit on this council for the first time, and as we pursue this goal, we hope to enjoy the support of this community of nations. Ladies and gentlemen, the 21st century has brought with it many positive developments for the improvement of the quality of life for all of humankind. However, unfortunately, events such as the invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation have created not only thrown people into disarray following the loss of human lives, but these events have also seen hunger worsen dangerously in many regions, many of which are far removed from the site of the conflict. Given that Russia and Ukraine are the primary producers at a global level of grain and fertilizers, this conflict has imperiled the global distribution of this important food source, not to mention the extent to which Europe is being affected by fuel shortages, fuel of which Russia is one of the primary suppliers. Mr. President, we welcome the fact that the Security Council extended the mandate of the UN Integrated Office in Haiti until July 2023. And we welcome the fact that this office includes a unit to tackle sexual and gender-based violence, one of the most aberrant products of this climate of violence. The outcomes expected of BINU are conditional upon the Haitian people reaching a national agreement as a starting point to combat and ultimately neutralize gangs, first of all, and then the Haitian people must hold elections as soon as circumstances allow. Unfortunately, these developments have not come to pass, and as such, the Dominican Republic believes that efforts to stabilize Haiti must be focused, and we've made this point time and time again, on bringing about peace immediately and on political dialogue as the only appropriate ways to tackle violence and chaos. As has been stated by the Special Representative of the Secretary General for Haiti, I wish to reiterate that criminal gangs have increased their power to suffocate the people of Port-au-Prince, and everything points to the fact that the Haitian National Police are not able to curb these gangs. It is incumbent upon the Haitian authorities to control and put an end to the activities of gangs that are perpetrating crimes so atrocious that they could be classified as crimes against humanity. We must remove the blindfolds from our eyes and admit that the Haitian National Police alone will not develop sufficient capacity to guarantee order and neutralize the gangs. To implement the aforementioned necessary process, Resolution 2645 of the Security Council puts us in a position to take the decisions most appropriate to avoid the situation in Haiti spiraling out of all control. The operative paragraphs of that resolution become particularly relevant against this backdrop, and consequently I wish to underscore the following points. 1. There is a need to prohibit without any delay whatsoever the transfer and illicit trafficking of small arms, light weapons and munitions to any party who participates or supports acts of gang violence, criminal activity, or human rights abuses in Haiti. Secondly, it is important to adopt appropriate measures which may include asset freezes or travel bans on those who participate in fueling the violence and terror which prevails in Haiti and affects the region as a whole. Thirdly, we must see the adoption with the appropriate urgency of actions which the Secretary General will outline, so that, as stipulated in paragraph 10 of the aforementioned resolution, it is possible, and I quote, to enhance security support for the Haitian National Police's efforts to combat high levels of gang violence. 4. All parties involved must reach an urgent political agreement spearheaded by the Haitian people, an agreement with a view to organising legislative and presidential elections with the full participation of all the Haitian people, and in particular the participation of women, young people and civil society. In this vein, we believe it is important to firmly support what was said by the Secretary-General Antonio Guterres in his interview on French television on the 18th of September. He said it was vital to deal with security in Haiti, and he said that until assistance to police capacity building is strengthened, there needs to be a robust force in place, a force able to restore peace and put an end to the violence that has been unleashed by armed gangs, which themselves are infiltrated by political and economic spheres of influence. Ladies and gentlemen, on several occasions we have asked the following question: what has been the greater tragedy for the Haitian people? Was it the 2010 earthquake, which devastated Port-au-Prince and claimed the lives of some 220,000 people, including of 102 members of United Nations personnel? Or is it the current situation, which can be defined as a low-intensity conflict? The answer, and here I have no doubt whatsoever, is that despite the tragic suffering caused by the earthquake, the current situation is more desperate for the Haitian people. In 2010, following the earthquake, the entire Haitian population united and, driven by a sense of solidarity, mobilized to support and rescue their neighbors. Moreover, the entire world mobilized and came to Haiti's aid. Of course, the Dominican people immediately answered the call for aid. They rallied to bring necessary aid and assistance to their Haitian brothers. But this wasn't just the case in the face of natural disasters. In 1986 too, civic responsibility prevailed, and all of the Haitian people united to halt the dictatorship which lasted for more than 2 decades. In other words, the Haitian people has a great deal of experience garnered over history of uniting and facing adversity. Today, the situation is dramatically different. Faced with the powerlessness of authorities when it comes to establishing order and guaranteeing citizen security, the resilient Haitian people now feel abandoned to their own fate. And fear is gripping, indeed paralyzing, vast swathes of the population. Violence has produced deep splits within society, and now the social fabric is in such a state as to not allow any type of cohesion. Haitian people wait in despair as they wait for the aid of the international community. As President Abinader said last year at this rostrum, Haiti can wait no longer. We must act with a sense of responsibility, and we must act now. The Dominican Republic reiterates its belief that the only lasting and sustainable response to the Haitian crisis must come from the Haitian people. In spite of the difficulties in reaching agreements, we hope that we will find agreements, and we hope that the right path will be chosen so that the Haitian people can achieve the consensus necessary to get out of such a grave situation. To reach this goal, international cooperation is vital. If we wish to bring stability and calm to the people of Haiti, to their neighbors, and to the region, that is our sole agenda. Distinguished delegates, the Dominican Republic signed the United Nations Charter in 1945 and continues to uphold its commitment with the same sense of responsibility with which it signed the Charter 77 years ago. We have participated in historic decisions and resolutions issued by this General Assembly. You can rest assured that our country will continue to play its part in this concert of nations, and that it will be ready to continue contributing to the strengthening of the United Nations, an instrument which remains decisive in the maintenance of global peace and security. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Dominican Republic. I now give the floor to His Excellency Arnoldo Andre Tinoco, Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica.
Excellencias,
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Mr. President, Costa Rica congratulates you, President, on your election to the helm of the 77th session of the United Nations General Assembly. We are confident that your wealth of political experience will be crucial to the success of the work ahead. A maelstrom of challenges is shaking the foundations of this building. The pandemic has now been raging for 3 years, and still 30.3% of humankind has yet to receive a single vaccine dose. The climate crisis and the crisis of biodiversity loss are lashing us mercilessly and indiscriminately in Pakistan, Puerto Rico, the Dominican Republic, and Costa Rica. We are experiencing these crises today firsthand. However, it is the most vulnerable countries who are stepping up their efforts, creating large protected areas and conservation areas and increasing their adaptation and mitigation efforts. At the same time, the biggest carbon emitters and those responsible for climate disasters remain unaccountable. The Russian invasion of Ukraine not only violated the principles of the Charter, but it has also triggered a humanitarian, fuel and financial crisis that will drive millions of people into food insecurity and poverty. Moreover, the invasion also put our collective security system in check. It produced renewed divisions and polarization, creating geopolitical and economic blocs pitting the East against the West and the North against the South. All of this has occurred at the very moment in which we needed to build more bridges and fewer walls. It all occurred at a time when we could not lose sight of the situation in Yemen and Mali, in Myanmar and Syria, in Libya or in Haiti, in Tigray or the Sahel, nor the situation between Israel and Palestine. The attacks on democracy and human rights, especially those against women and girls, also know no borders. The decline of democracy is evident in Central Asia, Eastern Europe, the Asia-Pacific region, and in my own region. In my region, the situation in Nicaragua demands the urgent attention of the international community to ensure the release of hundreds of political prisoners, the restoration of freedom of expression and the freedom of the press, the exercise of civil society's right of association, and the return to democracy. In terms of rights, the cruelest example of rights violations can be found in Afghanistan, where, for the past year, girls older than the 6th grade have been banned from attending school. This has left them even more greatly exposed to violence, poverty, and exploitation. We have come to this assembly to identify comprehensive solutions to the manifold crises we face, because it is impossible to end poverty without empowering women and girls. It is impossible to ensure respect for human rights without addressing climate change, and it is impossible to address the reform of the international financial system without new parameters for the allocation of aid. First of all, for Costa Rica, the response to the multiple crises facing us must be underpinned by a rights and obligations-based approach. Human rights and the unmitigated, unequivocal respect for human dignity and worth are not words alone. They are obligations undertaken by states and enshrined in the United Nations Charter, the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and all human rights treaties and instruments. They are also the expression of the legitimate and universal aspirations of each person, of all peoples who are, after all, the ones who allow us to be in this solemn hall and to speak on their behalf. Costa Rica is in no way exempt from challenges and gaps when it comes to the full enjoyment of human rights, the construction of a culture of peace and non-discrimination, and the achievement of sustainable development goals. We too face challenges and gaps here. We are aware that the fight against poverty, inequality, and marginalization requires human rights. These human rights are not, nor should they be, a stumbling block. They are nothing less than the only way forward. Costa Rica has never closed its doors to migrants who see in our country a transit route or a destination and who come to integrate into our society. We are the 4th country in the world in terms of receiving our receipt of refugee applications per capita. In 2021, we welcomed the largest number of Nicaraguan citizens. However, given our economic situation and reduced fiscal space, and given the phenomenon of mass migratory flows, we have certain limits on our capacity for action. And this has jeopardized the coverage that we can provide to the hundreds of thousands of people who have sought refuge on our soil, coverage that we have always provided. It is with a real sense of urgency that we come here to ask for the support of the international community to address this challenge, a challenge that has been exacerbated not only by conflict and poverty, but also by the impact of climate change. In a context of manifold and accumulated crises, human rights must forge new paths. Costa Rica welcomes the fact that on the 28th of July, this General Assembly recognized the universal right to a clean, healthy, and sustainable environment. For my country, this is a beacon of hope that can be compared to the proclamation of the right to water, to development, or to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. It is the correct response to the threefold planetary crises of pollution, climate change, and biodiversity loss. This resolution is not a point of arrival, but rather a point of departure. Costa Rica will continue to work with member states, the United Nations, and all stakeholders to break down the silo mentality and to provide effective solutions to human problems, particularly solutions for those who suffer the most vulnerable, and the most marginal. To submitted its candidacy for election to the Human Rights Council for the period 2023-2025. Costa Rica respectfully requests the support of the members of this General Assembly for its candidacy. In our country, you will find an ambitious stakeholder who will watch over and protect the rights of all people everywhere in the world. You will also find us to be a country that will readily commit to dialogue, mutual understanding, cooperation, and solidarity in favor of human beings. My second point, human security is key to global security. For my country, it is inconceivable that while millions of people are awaiting vaccines, medicines, or food to save their very lives, the richest countries continue to prioritize their arms resources to the detriment of people's well-being, climate health, and equitable recovery. In 2021, global military spending continued to increase for the 7th consecutive year to reach the highest figure ever recorded in history. Today, Costa Rica reiterates its appeal for a gradual and sustained reduction in military spending, because the more weapons we produce, the more our efforts at management and control of these weapons will prove ineffective. It is a question of prioritizing the lives and well-being of people and the planet over profits to be made from weapons and war. It is a question of investing in and actively building alternative approaches to security, approaches that facilitate cooperation and care rather than competition and violence. We are convinced that it is also possible to achieve peace and security without resorting to the use of nuclear weapons, because the total elimination of nuclear weapons is the only guarantee against their use or threat of use. Costa Rica urges more states to sign and ratify the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, as well as to adhere to the Vienna Declaration and Action Plan. We also urge the Russian Federation to cease its attacks on Ukraine, its civilian population, and critical infrastructure. We urge the Russian Federation to demilitarize the Zaporizhzhia plant and not to resort to nuclear coercion, which we condemn in the strongest terms. Costa Rica calls on both parties to ensure respect at all times and in all circumstances for international human rights law and for international humanitarian law. The third transformative solution must be a financial one. Middle-income countries face significant inequalities and challenges. These include a reduced fiscal space that limits our capacity for action and investment and puts our social fabric at risk, despite the fact that we are home to the highest percentage of poor people and migrants in the world. Our income categorization does not allow us to access ODA or to obtain concessional financing on favorable and fair terms. Consequently, it is urgent to go beyond GDP per capita. We must have new parameters for the allocation of aid, investment, and international cooperation. These parameters must take account of other aspects such as structural deficiencies, climate risks, market fluctuations, and fiscal stability. A fourth action requires a higher level of ambition and urgency if we are to address the threefold planetary crisis of climate change, biodiversity loss, and pollution. To address these challenges, safeguarding marine resources and ocean health is of the utmost importance. Weathering the worst effects of the natural disasters that lash our countries, droughts, heat waves, forest fires, floods never seen before, are the people themselves. With those people in mind, Costa Rica, together with France and the United Kingdom, is leading the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and the People. This seeks the conservation ocean by 2030. Costa Rica has successfully conserved 30% of waters under national jurisdiction 9 years ahead of schedule, invites other states to meet this common goal. Moreover, alongside the French President Emmanuel Macron, we announced our interest in co-hosting the 3rd United Nations Ocean Conference in 2025, as well as our interest in holding a meeting in mid-2024 in Costa Rica that will bring together the scientific community and civil society to create innovative solutions for ocean governance. The ocean is an immeasurable and critical resource for the very continuity of life on Earth. Therefore, on the International Day of Peace, Costa Rica issues a vehement appeal for the adoption of a declaration of peace for the ocean. We cannot survive as a species without our ocean. We will not be able to fulfill our many obligations to the Sustainable Development Goals without a healthy ocean. Mr. President, let us support the Secretary General's initiative for a new agenda for peace, an agenda which strengthens our collective capacity to prevent conflict and resolve existing conflicts with sustainable, locally driven solutions. Let us renew the social contract which binds our governments and peoples, anchoring governance arrangements in human rights, trust, inclusion, protection, and participation. Let us guarantee gender parity and empower women, and in particular girls, in all spheres of life. Let us seek new methods to measure development that adequately reflect essential aspects such as environmental sustainability, inequalities, and structural gaps, as well as the quality of institutions and the prevalence of the rule of law. Let us build a multilateral system and a United Nations system that is more resilient, transparent, and inclusive, and systems that better embrace the needs and perspectives of all. This is particularly true for the Security Council. Let us do more to pave the way for the United Nations to fully rise to the occasion. Let us do more so that it has the skills and determination to do what it needs to do. Let us help the UN and our own countries to change the course of our common destiny while there is still a destiny to shift. Let us act with conviction and courage, with determination, and with a true sense of urgency. The time is now. Thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Worship of Costa Rica. I now give the floor to His Excellency Gustave Aitaro, Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Palau.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I bring greetings from our President Soran Whips Jr. and the people of Palau. It is a great pleasure to be able to address this esteemed assembly, and at the outset, I wish to congratulate the President of this 77th General Assembly, Sabah Korosi, and further pledge Palau's support during the course of your tenure. I also wish to thank the President of the 76th General Assembly, a fellow islander from the Maldives, who was gracious enough to take the long journey to Palau during his term, Honorable Minister Abdullah Shahid, for his astute leadership over the course of the last year. Friends, we meet at a precarious time. Thankfully, the world has made great strides in collectively combating the COVID-19 pandemic. The people of Palau thank all our international partners and friends who came to our aid during this difficult time, particularly the United States, Japan, Taiwan, Australia, and others. The collaboration was successful in minimizing the impact of the pandemic in our small and vulnerable community. Regrettably, while the world made great progress in pandemic recovery, new and unprecedented challenges have emerged. The war in Ukraine rages on, extolling damage to infrastructure, homes, schools, cultural sites, and killing of innocent people, and continuing to terrorize the children of Ukraine. Palau continues to strongly condemn the war in Ukraine and joins the international community in calling for Russia to withdraw from Ukraine's sovereign borders. We also extend our prayers and solidarity to the people of Ukraine. While war may be viewed as a heart attack, the climate crisis has been like diabetes, insidious and wearing us down constantly with consistency year after year. I'd like to take this opportunity to join fellow leaders to express my country's deepest sympathy with our brothers and sisters in Pakistan and those impacted by Hurricane Fiona, with respect to the awful climate devastation they have experienced. These catastrophes represent the unfortunate new normal for many in small island developing states. Climate change is not only about hurricanes and floods, it's about droughts, it's about wildfires, it's about our ability to provide drinking water and feed our people when our lakes run dry and our aquaculture facilities and reefs are ravaged by typhoons. We face all of these challenges and more in Palau today. It is our government's inability to buy our children new textbooks or improve their nutrition programs because so much of our fiscal resources and energy is dedicated to address disaster relief. How many times do the people of our island of Guyana have to rebuild their homes from storms before they give up? How many times does your home have to be swept away before it breaks your spirit? Despite the challenges in this last year, we have begun to see glimmers of hope in the fight against climate change. Youth, the private sector, and civil service are more engaged than ever. Over 150,000 young people scaled Glasgow for COP26, provided much needed pressure for leaders to take action, and after 4 failed COPs, the Glasgow Climate Pact was finally adopted. Even large emitting countries like the United States and Australia have finally passed significant legislation to shift their domestic policies. None of these efforts get us to 1.5 degrees yet, but they represent a great step forward and we commend their efforts. As the Russian-driven energy crisis has shown us, energy independence and renewable energy sources build resiliency into our economies. Palau felt the strain of skyrocketing energy costs, and this is fueling our ambition to achieve 100% transition to renewable energy. In Palau, we have a saying, "Selom tobo del morabuay, emisngek mesablim." Translated, it is like the English idiom, "Don't throw stones in glass houses." It means, before you criticize other people's actions, look at your own. It is in this spirit that our President Surang Whips Jr. has committed to Palau transitioning to 100% energy by 2032. The message we want to send is clear. Despite our small size, our remote location, our lack of access to finance and technology, and the unique vulnerabilities of being a SIDS country, we are committed to moving towards a net zero carbon world. We are committed because our planet and our children need us all to be committed. Palau extends our sincere thank you to the government of Japan, who has committed a grant to help us update our country's power grid to allow for this transition to renewables. We are grateful for your continued friendship and support. Our small country has had the pleasure of hosting the 7th Our Ocean Conference together with the United States in April of this year. This conference brought together more than 600 participants representing more than 70 foreign delegations and 150 non-state actors. It concluded with 410 commitments worth $16.35 billion. As a SIDS country, we thought it was particularly important to bring people from all over the world to Palau to show them firsthand the challenges we face as SIDS, whether it's the plastic pollution, sea level rise, or the impact on our fragile corals which underpin our major economic driver of blue tourism. The conference also highlighted the importance of ocean-based climate solutions, including ship decarbonization, marine nature-based solutions, and offshore renewable energy, in keeping the 1.5-degree global warming target within reach and improving global climate resilience. We are incredibly grateful for the wonderful partnership of the United States in co-hosting the Our Oceans Conference. The conference was a success in large part to your camaraderie and efforts. We also thank the generosity and support of the Republic of China, Taiwan for upgrading our conference venues. Likewise, we thank our partner Japan and the Sasakawa Foundation for their generosity and significant technical support. Many other partners also contributed to make this event a success for climate action. As a blue ocean state, Palau has been a leader in oceans issues and will continue to be. As co-chair of the high-level panel for sustainable ocean economy with Norway, we are pleased to have recently welcomed the UK as our 17th member of the ocean panel, and are committed to working with them and all panel members to achieve 100% ocean management for sustainable ocean economy in which effective protection, sustainable production, and equitable prosperity go hand in hand. Palau believes in the 30 by 30 initiative and urges all member states covering 30% of the EEZ. As a large ocean state, we don't believe that there is a sustainable solution to ocean issues without incorporating management and rules in the high seas. The Pacific is disappointed that the biodiversity beyond national jurisdictions IGC 5 efforts could not conclude treaty text, as the preservation and fair and equitable sharing of benefits of biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction is long overdue as an extension of the world's commitment to combating climate change. The opportunity to establish regional MPAs, build maritime surveillance capacity, and facilitate the transfer of marine technology should not be further delayed. We owe it to our future generations to come together for the sustainable use of mankind's common heritage. Palau is a champion of the moratorium on deep-sea mining. The deep sea makes 90% of the marine environment, and we cannot allow great harm to come to such biologically rich areas. Before any nation is allowed to contract for deep-sea mining projects, the global community must enact serious reform of the ISA and international regulations that comply with UNCLOS's mission to preserve and protect the marine environment. Let me now turn to an issue that deeply impacts both Palau and SIDS. The adoption of a multi-dimensional vulnerability index cannot just be discussed in financial boardrooms, for it has real impacts on the lives of island peoples. UNDP's own MVI analysis found that most SIDS are more vulnerable than their income level. Facilities climate action can bring equity to global financing. Mr. President, as members should know, we are in a free association with the United States via a compact. In doing so, our people signal that we have shared values with the United States. The United States also promised to help provide for our development needs after Palau gained independence from the US. Since the time our compact was signed, though, some development has occurred, but too little. Our economy has not grown sufficiently and is fragile, as demonstrated by a contraction of more than 30% during the past 5 years. Much of this is due to the COVID pandemic, but some to geopolitics. We should not be so vulnerable. We have been forced to borrow more than we should have to, and we lack essential infrastructure. The strength of our association is that it requires the governments of Palau and the US to periodically reconsider the relationship and its terms, reconsider Palau's requirements for assistance for public services and economic development, and commits both of our governments to act on the conclusions. The US has initiated the required 30th anniversary review. Its bureaucracy initially proposed unacceptably inadequate assistance, but President Biden has appointed an envoy who we trust will get his government to at least meet Palau's minimum needs so that our people can attain a decent standard of living without having to leave. This is essential to enabling the relationship to endure as my government envisions. It hopes that when we next address the General Assembly, we will be able to report an agreement in this regard. We need greater financial and programmatic assistance and require these for the foreseeable future. And for as long as free association continues, but what we want most are government measures and public and private investment to grow our economy. We are deeply grateful for the assistance that the US and other governments, such as Taiwan and Japan, have provided. But we need more now, just as we need measures to combat and adapt to climate change's rising seas. In our case, this includes concrete action to enable our people, right now, especially our hospital, to move from a land that now regularly floods to a higher elevation area. Mr. President, we continue to view the United Nations as an important mechanism for achieving international peace and security and sustainable development for all countries, but in particular for the voiceless and most vulnerable. I reiterate in the strongest terms that this body can demonstrate leadership through accepting Taiwan into the UN system as a valuable contributor to our collective efforts at promoting peace and collaborating on international matters. Most UN member states accept Taiwan passports, so too should the UN system recognize and incorporate the Taiwanese people and enrich this body with the benefits of their participation. Doing so is a realization of the core principles of the UN Charter. The Taiwanese people are a part of the global community and a valuable partner in combating climate change and the COVID-19 pandemic. With the many challenges facing our planet and people, we need every person, including the 23 million people of Taiwan, to be part of the solutions. When linguists studied our local Palauan language, they discovered it was anchored in the word heart. Baltigareng translates into found heart, means love. We are a people and a culture who navigate with our hearts, and that is the message I'd like to leave you with today. Palau chooses love of self, love of neighbor, love of planet, love as our virtue. We believe that choosing love is our only way forward for a collective peace and prosperity. There is no profit sufficiently large to be worth the price of war or the destruction of our planet. Above all, the highs and lows of this year, I trust this institution will take away the importance of unity and the respect for the rule of law. We are capable of overcoming immense challenges of our time, but we must do so together. Masulang, and thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of State for Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Palau. The Assembly will hear an address by Her Excellency Elizabeth Truss, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. I have great pleasure in welcoming Her Excellency Elizabeth Truss, Prime Minister and First Lord of the Treasury of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. I invite her to address the Assembly.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the time of its foundation, the United Nations was a beacon of promise. In the aftermath of the Second World War, this building symbolized the end of aggression. For many decades, the UN has helped deliver stability and security in much of the world. It's provided a place for nations to work together on shared challenges, and it has promoted the principles of sovereignty and self-determination, even through the Cold War and its aftermath. But today, those principles that have defined our lives since the dark days of the 1940s are fracturing. For the first time in the history of this Assembly, we are meeting during a large-scale war of aggression in Europe. And authoritarian states are undermining stability and security around the world. Geopolitics is entering a new era, one that requires those who believe in the founding principles of the United Nations to stand up and be counted. In the United Kingdom, we are entering a new era too. I join you here just 2 days after Her late Majesty, Queen Elizabeth II, was laid to rest. We deeply mourn her passing, and we pay tribute to her service. She was the rock on which modern Britain was built, and she symbolized the post-war values on which this organization was founded: Our constitutional monarchy, underpinned by a democratic society, has delivered stability and progress. Her late Majesty transcended difference and healed division. We saw this in her visits to post-apartheid South Africa and to the Republic of Ireland. When she addressed this General Assembly 65 years ago, she warned that it was vital not only to have strong ideals, but also to have the political will to deliver on them. Now we must show that will. We must fight to defend those ideals, and we must deliver on them for all of our people. As we say farewell to our late Queen, the UK opens a new chapter, a new Carolean age, under His Majesty, King Charles III. We want this era to be one of hope and progress, one in which we defend the values of individual liberty, self-determination, and equality before the law. One in which we ensure that freedom and democracy prevail for all people, and one in which we deliver on the commitments that Her late Majesty the Queen made here 65 years ago. This is about what we do in the United Kingdom and what we do as member states of the United Nations. So today, I will set out what steps we are taking at home in the UK and our proposed blueprint for the new era we're now in, the new partnerships and the new instruments that we need to collectively adopt. Our commitment to hope and progress must begin at home, in the lives of each of every citizen that we serve. Our strength as a nation comes from the strong foundations of freedom and democracy. Democracy gives people the right to choose their own path, and it evolves to reflect the aspirations of citizens. It unleashes enterprise, ideas, and opportunity, and it protects the freedoms that are at the very core of our humanity. By contrast, autocracies sow the seeds of their own demise by suppressing their citizens. They are fundamentally rigid and unable to adapt. Any short-term gains are eroded in the long term because these societies stifle the aspiration and creativity that are vital to long-term growth. A country where artificial intelligence acts as judge and jury, where there are no human rights and no fundamental freedoms, is not the kind of place anybody truly wants to live. And it's not the kind of world that we want to build. But we cannot simply assume that there will be a democratic future. There is a real struggle going on between different forms of society, between democracies and autocracies. And unless democratic societies deliver on the economy and the security that our citizens expect, we will fall behind. We need to keep improving and renewing what we're doing for this new era, demonstrating that democracy delivers. As Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, I'm determined that we will deliver the progress that people expect. I will lead a new Britain for a new era. Firstly, this begins with growth and building a British economy that rewards enterprise and attracts investment. Our long-term aim is to get our economy growing at an average of 2.5%. We need this growth to deliver investment around our country, to deliver the jobs and high wages people expect, and deliver public services like the National Health Service. We want people to keep more of the money they earn so they can have more control of their own lives and contribute to the future. Secondly, it means securing affordable and reliable supplies of energy. We are cutting off the toxic power and pipelines from authoritarian regimes and strengthening our energy resilience. We will ensure that we can't be coerced or harmed by the reckless actions of rogue actors abroad. And we will transition to a future based on nuclear, including our own North Sea production. We will be a net energy exporter by 2040. Thirdly, we're safeguarding the security of our economy, the supply chains, the critical minerals, the food, the technology that drive growth and protect the lives and health of people. We won't be strategically dependent on those who seek to weaponize the global economy. Instead, we're reforming our economy to get Britain moving, and we want to work with our allies so we can all move forward together. The free world needs this economic strength and resilience to push back against authoritarian aggression and win this new era of strategic competition. We must do this together, so we are building new partnerships around the world. We're fortifying our deep security alliances in Europe and beyond through NATO and the Joint Expeditionary Force. We're deepening our links with fellow democracies like India, Israel, Indonesia, and South Africa. We're building new security ties with friends in the Indo-Pacific and the Gulf. We've shown leadership on free and fair trade, striking trade agreements with Australia, New Zealand, and Japan, and many others. And we're in the process of acceding to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. Rather than exerting influence through debt, aggression, and taking control of critical infrastructure and minerals, we are building strategic ties based on mutual benefit and trust. And we're deepening partnerships like the G7 and the Commonwealth. We must also collectively extend the hand of friendship to those parts of the world that have too often been left behind and left vulnerable to global challenges. Whether it's the Pacific or Caribbean island states dealing with the impact of climate change, or the Western Balkans dealing with persistent threats to their stability. The UK is providing funding, using the might of the City of London and our security capabilities to provide better alternatives than those offered by malign regimes. The resolute international response to Ukraine has shown how we can deliver decisive collective action. The response has been built on partnerships and alliances, and also on being prepared to use new instruments, unprecedented sanctions, diplomatic action, and rapid military support. There's been a strength of collective purpose. We've met many times, spoken many times on the phone, and we've made things happen. Now we must use these instruments in a more systematic way to push back on the economic aggression of authoritarian regimes. The G7 and our like-minded partners should act as an economic NATO, collectively defending our prosperity. If the economy of a partner is being targeted by an aggressive regime, we should act to support them, all for one and one for all. Through the G7's $600 billion Partnership for Global Infrastructure and Investment, we are providing an honest, reliable alternative around the world, free from the debt with strings attached. And we have to go further to friendshore our supply chains and end strategic dependence. This is how we will build collective security, strengthen our resilience, and safeguard freedom and democracy. But we cannot let up on dealing with the crisis we face today. No one is threatening Russia. Yet as we meet here this evening, in Ukraine, barbarous weapons are being used to kill and maim people. Rape is being used as an instrument of war. Families are being torn apart. And this morning, we have seen Putin trying to justify his catastrophic failures. He's doubling down by sending even more reservists to a terrible fate. He's desperately trying to claim the mantle of democracy for a regime without human rights or freedoms. And he's making yet more bogus claims and saber-rattling threats. This will not work. The international alliance is strong, and Ukraine is strong. The contrast between Russia's conduct and Ukraine's brave, dignified First Lady, Elena Zelenska, who's here at the UN today, could not be more stark. The Ukrainians aren't just defending their own country, they're defending our values and the security of the whole world. That's why we must act. That's why the UK will spend 3% of GDP on defence by 2030, maintaining our position as the leading security actor in Europe. And that's why, at this crucial moment in the conflict, I pledge that we will sustain or increase our military support to Ukraine for as long as it takes. New UK weapons are arriving in Ukraine as I speak, including more MRLS rockets. We will not rest until Ukraine prevails. In all of these areas, on all of the fronts, the time to act is now. This is a decisive moment in our history, in the history of this organization, and in the history of freedom. The story of 2022 could have been that of an authoritarian state rolling its tanks over the border of a peaceful neighbor and subjugating its people. Instead, it's a story of freedom fighting back. In the face of rising aggression, we've shown that we have the power to act and the resolve to see it through. But this can't be a one-off. This must be a new era where we commit to ourselves, to our citizens, and this institution that we will do whatever it takes to deliver for our people and defend our values. As we mourn our late Queen and remember her call to this Assembly, we must devote ourselves to this task. Britain's commitment to this is total. We will be a dynamic, reliable, and trustworthy partner. Together with our friends and allies around the world, we will continue to champion freedom, sovereignty, and democracy. And together, we can define this new era as one of hope and progress. Thank you.
The Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the statement just made, and I request protocol to escort Her Excellency. We have heard the last speaker in the general debate for this meeting. We will continue the general debate tomorrow at 9 a.m. in this hall. The exercise of the right of reply has been requested. May I remind members that statements in the exercise of the right of reply are limited to 10 minutes for the first intervention and to 5 minutes for the second intervention, and should be made by delegations from their seats. I call on the representative of Algeria.
شكرا سيد الرئيس. سيد الرئيس.
Thank you, President. We have asked for the floor to exercise our right of reply following the statement made by the representative of Morocco and their allegations, as well as the unfortunate attempts to exploit this rostrum to spread propaganda and lies regarding what is happening in Western Sahara. In this connection, my country's delegation would like to reaffirm the following. Firstly, as regards the legal nature of the conflict in Western Sahara, this question has always been an issue of decolonization, so that the people of Western Sahara can exercise their inalienable right to self-determination, and this through a free, integral referendum under UN resolutions since this conflict has been on the UN's agenda. According to General Assembly resolutions 1514 and 1541. These resolutions also clearly set forth that the two parties to the conflict, Morocco and the Polisario Front, considered as unique and single and legitimate representative of the people of Western Sahara. President, now, in terms of solutions, rather than trying to spread propaganda and talking about self-determination as the only solution, this is a precedent which threatens the foundations of international law and the UN Charter, a charter that we should defend here This also runs counter to the idea of decolonization, which is clearly enshrined in the United Nations. And secondly, now in terms of the round table mechanism, and as usual, Morocco exploited this mechanism to refer to its colonial practices and to try to avoid international law and change the nature of the conflict, the question of decolonization, and turn it into a question of a bilateral conflict, according to their illusions, which would mean that this mechanism is established in vain and has not been successful. Algeria is hosting Tindouf refugees from Sahara since the 1st of October. And this was a result of an illegal occupation of Western Sahara by Morocco, following the departure of previous colonial forces. Algeria remains convinced that the question of refugees is a technical issue and is a key part of a comprehensive political plan, as part of a peace plan that was adopted by the United Nations in 1990. This census would not make any sense unless there was a free and comprehensive referendum which would allow the people in Western Sahara to exercise their right to self-determination. Under international law, and much like all other countries around the world, and there's no statutory limitations for this right. Now, in terms of propaganda and lies concerning the links between these refugees and terrorist groups, as spread by Morocco, this is here once again a cycle and a refrain that they try to use to attack the Sahrawi people, who are simply trying to exercise their right to self-determination like people around the world. Thank you very much.
I call on the representative of the Islamic Republic of Iran.
Mr. Chair, I'm taking the floor to exercise the right of reply in response to the statement made by delegation of Czechia Republic this evening, and as a brief react to some similar comments in the speeches that were delivered today and yesterday. Czechia's delegation made the baseless allegations against some other countries, including mine, which we categorically rejected. In this regard, my delegation wishes to reiterate once again the government's eternal commitment to the promotion and protection of human rights of all our people, particularly women and girls. It's obvious that double standards are taken into account against the delegation that spare no effort to preserve the rights and dignity of their women and girls. As we heard, this delegation in its statement is supporting the NowThis regime with systematically undermining the rights of Palestinian peoples. We seriously advise that delegation to avoid politicization of human rights issues. Advocacy of human rights should not interfere with the legal and legitimate sovereign rights of states, as well as the principle of non-interference in internal affairs of other countries. We invite this delegation to respect the UN Charter and international law and to avoid any interference in the internal affairs of other member states. As we reiterated earlier in our statement under this agenda item, and as one of the original signatories of the Non-Proliferation Treaty, the Islamic Republic of Iran has been and continues to be a staunch supporter of Non-Proliferation Treaty and has been in full compliance with its commitment under this treaty, and will continue working with the agency with the IAEA. I thank you, Mr. Chair.
The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Excellency.
Thank you, too.